12 Hours of Jane Austen-Sense and Sensibility Reimagined 60-chapter Chronicle. Chapter 1, The First Ruin and the Silence of Norland. The silence that descended upon Norland Park was not the gentle quiet of evening or the reflective stillness of a winter morning. It was a vacuum, a hard, profound absence of the laughter, authority, and presence that had defined the house for decades. The master of Norland, Mr. Henry Dashwood, was dead. His life, which had run in a steady, comfortable stream of domestic contentment and moderate prosperity, had abruptly fractured, leaving a deep, unhealing fissure in the lives of his second wife and their 3 daughters. Mrs. Dashwood was a woman of ardent feeling, one whose emotions were always on the verge of beautiful, reckless expression. She was not merely saddened, she was overwhelmed, submerged in a sea of grief so profound that it threatened to obliterate her capacity for practical thought. Her sorrow was a consuming fire, and she felt it an honor to burn so brightly for the man she had loved. She saw the world only in shades of his loss, and the future stretched before her as an endless, desolate moor. She possessed a character fundamentally opposed to restraint, a trait which, while lending her spirit and charm, now magnified her affliction 1,000-fold. The world had shifted, yet she found herself clinging almost desperately to the rituals of mourning, believing that the depth of her display was the measure of her devotion. Every rustle of the heavy mourning crape, every tear that fell, was a testament to the magnitude of the chasm left behind. The necessity of planning, of facing the cold, legal realities of their new situation, felt like a gross betrayal of her husband's memory. She recoiled from it, seeking refuge in the luxurious paralysis of sorrow. In stark and painful contrast stood her eldest daughter, Elinor. At 19, Elinor already possessed a maturity of judgment and a composure that were in their quiet way far more remarkable than her mother's spirited effusions. She grieved fiercely and deeply, but her grief was private, a constant heavy pressure behind her breastbone that only she was allowed to feel. She understood with chilling clarity that their new circumstances demanded not tears, but action, not poetry, but arithmetic. Elinor's role, which she accepted without a single spoken complaint, was to manage the household and, more crucially, to manage the overwhelming, unrestrained sensibilities of her mother and her younger sister, Marianne. Her task was monumental: to transform the family's shared emotional chaos into a semblance of order. She had to think of money, of housing, of the cold, hard facts of the will, all while bearing the same weight of loss that crushed her mother, yet without the relief of open expression. She sat at the heavy mahogany desk in the library, the very room where her father had taught her Latin, surrounded by the legal documents that now codified their dispossession. Though the ink on the parchment seemed to sear her eyes, transforming the familiar, beloved space into an official, temporary residence. She found herself focusing on small, meaningless details. The way the candlelight flickered across the brass fittings, the faint scent of old leather and dust, anything to keep her mind from splintering under the weight of her dual responsibilities, mourning her father and saving her family from emotional and financial wreckage. Though the source of their immediate distress was the unavoidable truth of Norland Park, the estate could not be divided. It was entailed by law to Mr. Dashwood's son from his first marriage, a young man named John Dashwood. This arrangement was known, accepted, and entirely legal, yet the swiftness of its execution, coinciding with their raw, immediate bereavement, felt like a cruel irony delivered by fate itself. Mr. Dashwood, though possessing only a life interest in the Norland estate, had been a comfortably wealthy man. He had carefully cultivated and improved the property, ensuring a respectable income for his family during his lifetime. But he died before he could make proper financial provision for his wife and daughters. In his final, painful hours, he had exacted a solemn promise from his son, John, a promise to care for his stepmother and half-sisters to secure their future comfort. John Dashwood was not by nature a malicious man. He was simply weak, cautious, and profoundly influenced by the opinions and the wealth of others. He loved money not for the power it afforded, but for the safety it represented. His true misfortune and the source of the Dashwood women's eventual displacement lay in his wife, the formidable and chillingly pragmatic Fanny Ferrars. Fanny was the quintessential woman of the world, beautiful, fashionable, and possessed of a fortune that made her opinion on all financial matters absolute, at least in the eyes of her husband. She had arrived at Norland Park even before the funeral mates were cold, ostensibly to console her husband and to offer sympathy to her new relations. In reality, she came to ensure the security of her husband's inheritance and, by extension, her own control over the estate. The atmosphere in the house, already thick with grief, became rapidly polluted by Fanny's cold, calculated presence. Her condolences were phrased as statements of legal fact, and her sympathy was rationed as if it were a finite and expensive commodity. She made it abundantly clear, through 1,000 subtle slights and calculated distances, that the Dashwood women were now guests in what had been their home, and guests who were rapidly overstaying their welcome. Elinor, her senses acutely tuned to the shifting tides of social cruelty, registered every dismissive glance, every sharp interruption, and every quiet, possessive rearrangement of the furniture. She watched as Fanny, with the swift, surgical precision of a hawk, began to colonize the house, establishing her dominance over the servants, the routine, and even the cherished traditions of the household. It was this subtle psychological warfare that made Elinor's blood run cold. She could have borne financial hardship, she could have managed genuine malice. But this calculated, cool indifference disguised as familial duty was insufferable. It was the crushing weight of institutionalized selfishness. The matter of John's promise soon became the central point of contention, the silent battlefield upon which Fanny waged her campaign. John Dashwood, in the first flush of his father's final, heart-wrenching plea, had been generous, extravagantly so by his later standards. He had promised to ensure they were comfortable, perhaps even to settle £3,000 or £4,000 on each of his sisters. But Fanny was a master strategist of gradual reduction. She attacked the promise not through direct argument, which might have provoked his weak sense of filial piety, but through a slow, relentless erosion of his commitment, using the formidable weapon of logic disguised as prudence. First, she questioned the necessity of the sum. "My dear John," she would say, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness, £4,000. Consider the income that will generate. They will be quite wealthy. Far wealthier indeed than many women of good birth who live solely on an annuity. Is it wise to make them too independent? Surely, as your sisters, they will always rely on your generous support. To give them so much would be, in fact, an insult to your own ongoing maintenance." John, who had been contemplating the £4,000 with a mixture of pride and dread, immediately began to see the logic of her position. It was true, he reasoned, too much money might make them proud, might lessen their dependence on him, the benevolent patron. His generosity, he concluded, must be tempered by paternal wisdom. The sum was thus reduced in his mind from 4,000 to 3. The following day, Fanny returned to the assault, this time focusing on the nature of the gift itself. £3,000, John, and all at once. To think of the interest, you would have to sacrifice far too much of your own capital. Besides, should they marry, and they are pretty girls, their husbands would instantly seize the principal. It would be entirely lost to the family. No, my dear, £1,000 apiece, that is respectable. £1,000 placed in trust, to be dispersed only by your discretion. That is the act of a thoughtful brother. She then introduced the concept of shared burden, a masterful stroke of financial deflection. And truly, John, your father only asked you to assist them. His fortune, as you know, was divided between you and them. You received the estate, they received their mother's considerable annuity and the small sums she already holds. You are fulfilling your duty by giving them a home for this transition period. She omitted the fact that Mrs. Dashwood's annuity was barely enough to cover the cost of a few maidservants, and that the small sums were negligible. By the end of the week, the generous impulse that had led John Dashwood to promise a considerable fortune had entirely evaporated, replaced by a comfortable, self-satisfied conviction that he had behaved with extraordinary liberality. He settled on the final, unassailable conclusion: he would give them nothing. His duty, he reasoned with the flawless logic of the self-deceived, was to be hospitable for a few weeks, and perhaps eventually to secure them a modest cottage. Elinor, witnessing this cold-blooded erasure of a deathbed promise, felt a chilling rage she dared not show. Every night she listened to the muffled sobs of her mother and the dramatic pronouncements of her sister, Marianne, who was only 17 and for whom suffering was a sublime theatrical experience. Marianne, a creature of boundless spirit and unbridled romance, mourned with an intensity that fascinated and exhausted her family. She did not merely cry, she agonized. She paced the halls, quoting poetry that perfectly articulated her despair, viewing their entire tragedy through the lens of a grand, romantic epic. Her emotional purity was her greatest pride and her deepest flaw. She believed that any attempt to moderate feeling was an act of insincerity, a failure of the heart. "Elinor," she once declared, sweeping into the room with eyes red-rimmed but fiery, "how can you sit there tracing figures in that dull book? How can you tolerate the presence of that woman? Her very breath poisons the air of Norland. I wish we could flee this house immediately and never look back." Elinor looked up from the estate accounts, the figures swimming slightly from the fatigue of pretending strength. "Marianne, we cannot flee. We must wait until a suitable home can be found, and we must do so calmly. And you must not allow Fanny's behavior to govern your own. To show her your pain is to give her a victory she does not deserve. But to pretend indifference, to speak to her of weather and fashion when our father lies cold in the earth. Elinor, where is your feeling? Where is your heart?" Marianne's accusation was not cruel but genuinely bewildered. She could not comprehend a sorrow that did not roar. It was in these moments that Elinor felt the true, heavy isolation of her position. She understood that her sense, her restraint, was perceived by her own family as a coldness, a lack of feeling. Yet her composure was not the absence of emotion, but its rigorous, necessary concealment. If she gave in, if she allowed her own grief to flood the house, who would hold them all steady? Who would manage the practicalities that now governed their survival? The psychological burden was immense. She was forced to grieve not only for her father, but also for her own lost freedom to grieve. She yearned for the release that Marianne found in tears and dramatic declarations, but the necessity of her role as the family's anchor was absolute. She had to smile politely at Fanny Dashwood, discuss household linens, and ensure the accounts were flawlessly managed, all while her internal world was crumbling. This forced composure, this quiet strength, began to define Elinor's existence at Norland. It was a self-imposed exile from her own feelings. She observed the final days in their beloved home with painful, meticulous detail. The way the morning light fell across the banister in the hall, the familiar carved face of the clock on the landing, the precise arrangement of books in the study. She catalogued these memories not to weep over them, but to preserve them, to create a perfect mental museum of her past life, knowing she could never return. The weeks dragged on, each day an echo of the last, filled with the stifling formality of life under Fanny's regime. John Dashwood grew increasingly restless, eager to have his sisters removed but too cowardly to suggest it directly. He would hint, he would sigh, he would speak of the advantages of a modest country retirement, but he never quite uttered the words, "You must leave." It was the youngest, Margaret, who, with the brutal, innocent honesty of 10 years old, finally broke the unbearable tension. She cornered her sister Elinor one afternoon in the garden, a place that, alone of all Norland, still felt wholly their own. "Elinor," Margaret whispered, her face serious, "when are we going to Barton? Mother says we must go soon, but she cries if I ask too many questions. And I heard Mrs. John telling the housekeeper that the new curtains must be ordered next month." Elinor stopped, the cool breeze on her face a brief, stunning relief. The word Barton was like a small, cold stone thrown into the vast, still lake of her sorrow. It was the name of their new destination, a relative's small cottage in Devonshire, a world away from the grandeur and security of Norland. "Yes, Margaret, soon," Elinor replied, her voice steady, betraying none of the internal shudder that word had caused. "We must find a way to be happy there, mustn't we? It will be different, but we will be together." As she spoke the words, Elinor looked back at the house, Norland Park, a beautiful, solid edifice built of grey stone and generations of family history. It stood, silent and imposing, now wholly belonging to strangers. She realized then that the final, most painful chapter of their grief was not the loss of their father, but the loss of their home, the physical embodiment of their security. This was the first ruin, the cold, practical consequence of sensibility failing to account for the cruel calculus of the world. She inhaled sharply, turned her back on the house, and began to walk, determined to find a way to protect her family from the devastating reality that was now closing in on them. The long journey, both physical and emotional, was about to begin. Chapter 2: The Quiet Entrance of Edward Ferrars. The atmosphere within Norland Park, already tense and fraught with the silent battle for possession, received a curious, almost imperceptible shift with the arrival of Edward Ferrars. He was Fanny Dashwood's elder brother, and therefore, by unfortunate connection, became a necessary, though initially unwelcome, fixture in the house for a period. Edward was not a man designed to command immediate attention. His appearance was pleasant without being striking. His manners were agreeable without possessing the dazzling polish of high society. He possessed none of the dramatic urgency that Marianne instinctively sought in a hero, nor the effortless, overwhelming charm that might have immediately captivated Mrs. Dashwood. He was simply quietly good. It was this very lack of ostentation that made his introduction to the Dashwood women so significant. In a house vibrating with Fanny's calculated performance of authority and echoing with Mrs. Dashwood and Marianne's operatic expressions of grief, Edward's composed sincerity acted as a gentle, grounding counterforce. He did not talk about money, nor did he talk about poetry. He spoke with a quiet thoughtfulness that drew Elinor's attention almost immediately. Elinor, exhausted by the relentless necessity of her self-control, found herself seeking refuge in his presence. She was drawn to the calmness that seemed to emanate from him, a steadiness that mirrored her own desperately maintained composure, yet seemed effortless in his case. She recognized in him an integrity that lay beneath the surface, a reluctance to engage in the superficial displays that society so constantly demanded. Their conversations began in the large, cold drawing room, amidst the oppressive quiet enforced by mourning attire and Fanny's scrutiny. They did not speak of the will or the injustice, for those topics were too painful and too dangerous. Instead, they spoke of books, of landscape, of the trivial yet necessary observations of everyday life. And it was in these seemingly mundane exchanges that Elinor began to gather the quiet evidence of his character. She observed his interaction with the servants, noting his unusual patience and consideration. She heard him politely but firmly demur to Fanny's more grasping remarks about the future distribution of property. He possessed, Elinor concluded, a strength of moral conviction that she found profoundly soothing. It was a strength derived not from passion but from principle. Their understanding grew not through fervent declarations or shared dramatic experiences, but through 1,000 small cumulative acts of observation and mutual respect. Elinor admired his sense of duty. He admired her judgment and self-possession. They recognized in each other the rare, unacknowledged burden of maintaining equilibrium in a family governed by extremes. One late afternoon, Elinor found Edward alone in the small breakfast room, gazing out at the skeletal branches of the oaks in the park. The light was fading, casting long melancholic shadows, and the quiet was broken only by the distant tick of a grandfather clock, a measured, relentless passage of time that underlined the ephemerality of their stay. "It is a beautiful estate even in this season," Edward remarked softly, turning to her. "I confess I find it difficult to reconcile myself to the thought of your leaving it." His sympathy was offered without the clumsy overdramatization of her mother or the literary flourish of Marianne. It was simple, genuine regret, and it touched Elinor's core. "We must reconcile ourselves to it," Elinor replied, managing a faint, steady smile. "My father, of course, loved Norland deeply, but the happiness of a home lies in the company, not the stone and mortar. Wherever my mother is content, there we will make our home." And Edward's eyes rested on her face, a look of profound respect softening his features. "Your fortitude, Miss Dashwood, is quite remarkable. You bear the greater part of the burden, I suspect, and do so with such composure that one might mistake it for indifference." Elinor felt a momentary, powerful rush of emotion, the relief of being seen, truly seen, after weeks of being mistaken for cold. "No, Mr. Ferrars," she whispered, the quiet of the room making her confession feel intimate. "It is not indifference. It is merely the conviction that one must think rationally even when one feels passionately. If I were to give in to my grief, who would manage the necessary, terrible realities?" He took a step closer, not physically, but emotionally, bridging the social distance that typically separated them. "That is precisely what I mean. That control, that sense, is a quality I value above almost all others. My own life, I fear, is governed by others' decisions, and I look upon genuine independence of mind with envy." Elinor felt a blush warm her cheeks, a rare and startling sensation. She realized with a sudden, unnerving clarity that she was profoundly interested in him, and that this interest transcended the mere necessity of pleasant conversation. His acknowledgement of her restraint felt like an endorsement of her entire personality. Marianne, however, observed the budding attachment with a mixture of detached curiosity and profound skepticism. For Marianne, love was a sudden, violent conflagration, a meeting of souls that required an immediate, mutual, and extravagant display of shared tastes and enthusiasms. Edward Ferrars did not ride a magnificent hunter. He preferred quiet walks. He did not compose sonnets to despair. He discussed practical farming methods with her half-brother John. He read poetry, but he did so moderately and sometimes, Marianne suspected, with an almost alarming lack of genuine rapture. "Elinor," Marianne declared to her sister one evening after Edward had politely excused himself from a conversation about the sublimity of ruins, "I cannot comprehend your patience with him. He is amiable, I grant you. He is good-tempered, but he is entirely ordinary. His opinions are sound, yes, but they are not brilliant. There is no fire in him, no passionate depth. Must a man set the world alight to be worthy of esteem, Marianne?" Elinor asked, carefully folding a sheet of paper. "I find his quiet consistency far more valuable than the brilliant sparks you seek. His kindness is genuine, his character is solid, and he is reliable." "Reliable?" Marianne scoffed, throwing her hands up in exasperation. "Reliability is the virtue of a coachman, Elinor, not a lover. When I love, I must love a man whose soul is entirely attuned to my own, who feels my happiness and my suffering with the same intensity. Edward Ferrars would, I suspect, merely offer a sensible remedy for a broken heart, rather than sharing the exquisite agony of the break itself." This fundamental divergence in their views on Edward, and indeed on life and love, served to deepen the chasm between the two sisters. Elinor saw Marianne's uncompromising idealism as a dangerous pathway to misery. Marianne saw Elinor's sensible admiration as a sad, fearful compromise of the heart's true capacity. Yet, despite Marianne's reservations, the days Edward remained at Norland were marked by a rising tide of shared sentiment between him and Elinor. They spoke increasingly often, often seeking each other out by unspoken agreement. They shared quiet smiles over Fanny's more ridiculous pronouncements. They walked together in the garden, exchanging confidences that, while never directly emotional, implied a growing connection. Elinor began to permit herself a quiet, guarded happiness. After the devastating loss of her father and the shock of their dispossession, Edward's attention felt like a warm, steady hand offering balance in a rapidly tilting world. She allowed herself to believe that this was the foundation of true, lasting affection, one built on mutual respect and shared values, not on the fleeting ecstasy of romantic passion. She noticed the small things, the way he adjusted the shawl around her shoulders against the evening chill, the rare, intense concentration in his eyes when he spoke of his lack of purpose, a subject he clearly struggled with, and the obvious, though restrained, discomfort he exhibited under his sister's domineering presence. The quiet hours they spent together passed quickly, acquiring a precious, fragile quality because they were known to be finite. Edward's visit could not last forever. He was obliged to return to London to face the perpetual, agonizing dilemma of his own life. what profession to pursue. Edward was the victim of his family's ambition. His mother, a woman whose entire existence was dedicated to social elevation, intended him for the church not out of any spiritual conviction, but because it offered a respectable, gentlemanly sinecure. Edward himself harbored a deep, unarticulated aversion to the clerical life. He desired a quieter, more practical existence, perhaps one in the country, close to the land, involved in the simple, rewarding work of a gentleman farmer. This conflict, the struggle between filial duty and personal inclination, was the great, silent burden of Edward's life, and it was the central secret he confided to Elinor. "I am not fitted for what they wish," he told her one evening, his voice heavy with the frustration of a man trapped. "My temper is not suited to the life of a public speaker, nor my mind to constant theological study. I would rather be quiet, Miss Dashwood. I would rather be useful in a small way than brilliant in a grand one." Elinor listened, her heart swelling with a protective tenderness. She understood the weight of duty. It was the foundation of her own existence. But she also saw the genuine unhappiness that this enforced path inflicted upon him. Her advice, offered gently, was not to rebel, but to seek the quiet strength to articulate his true desires to his family. Yet, as the day of Edward's departure approached, a small, uncomfortable anxiety began to niggle at Elinor. Their connection was undeniable, their mutual respect profound, but Edward had never spoken of love. He had never made a direct declaration of affection or proposed a future together. He spoke only of his uncertainty, his duties, and his admiration for her sense. Elinor, true to her nature, rationalized this silence. He was a man of principle. They were both in mourning. Their financial futures were precarious. A premature declaration would be irresponsible, even cruel. His quiet attention, his enduring presence, his genuine interest, surely these were a stronger pledge than any impulsive words could be. She convinced herself that the foundation had been laid solid and deep, and that the formal structure of their commitment would follow when circumstances allowed. But as she watched Edward ride away from Norland Park, a figure both beloved and entirely uncommitted, Elinor felt a peculiar tightness in her chest, a tension that was distinct from her usual managed grief. It was the first faint tremor of insecurity, a realization that even the most sensible heart could be vulnerable to uncertainty when it was given over, however cautiously, to hope. The first chapter of true personal attachment had closed, leaving Elinor in possession of a great, unverified hope, and the painful practical reality that Norland Park was rapidly closing its doors on her family. Their next destination, Barton, waited, But she could not help but wonder what further changes, for better or worse, that journey would bring. Chapter 3: The Final Farewell and the Road to Barton. The departure of Edward Ferrars cast a long grey shadow over the remaining weeks at Norland Park. For Elinor, it was a silence more palpable than the official period of mourning. Edward's absence did not merely create a gap in her day. It created a profound void in her carefully constructed emotional landscape. She found herself checking the post, lingering near the windows, and listening for a particular rhythm of footsteps that would never return, all while maintaining the impeccable facade of composure. The true torment of her position lay in the necessity of discussing Edward with Fanny Dashwood. Fanny, having seen the burgeoning, quiet attachment between her brother and Miss Dashwood, felt compelled by a peculiar mix of curiosity and possessiveness to scrutinize Elinor's feelings. Her inquiries were not malicious in the straightforward sense, but were delivered with a cold, almost surgical precision, designed to measure and dismiss any pretensions Elinor might harbor towards marrying into the Ferrars family. "My brother is a good man, Miss Dashwood," Fanny would state, her needle flashing with rhythmic perfection, "but he is not accustomed to hardship. The life of a clergyman, should he be forced into it, will demand frugality. Of course, Mama intends for him to marry brilliantly. A vast fortune is essential for him to fulfill his duties in the sphere she expects. His tastes are expensive, though he hides it well. It would be a cruel kindness, surely, for any young woman without means to encourage him towards an attachment that could ruin his prospects." Elinor received these cutting remarks with an almost supernatural calm. She understood that Fanny was not requesting information, she was issuing a decree. To deny any attachment would be to insult Edward. To admit it would be to expose herself to ridicule and further persecution. She chose the path of measured, intellectual defense. Mr. Ferrars's character, Mrs. Dashwood, Elinor would reply, her voice steady and low, suggests that he values happiness above wealth. I have no doubt that his future, wherever sphere he chooses, will be determined by his own excellent judgment and not solely by the dictates of fortune. This response, while technically polite, contained a subtle rebuke to Fanny's materialistic worldview and a quiet defense of Edward's dignity. It was the only way Elinor allowed her passion to manifest, in the defense of the man she loved. Yet each encounter drained her, leaving her feeling brittle, like glass that was about to shatter under constant low-grade pressure. The catalyst for their long-delayed removal came in the form of a letter from a distant relation, a gentleman named Sir John Middleton, who resided in Devonshire. Sir John, a kind, well-meaning man, learned of the Dashwoods' plight and offered them the use of a small, unpretentious property on his estate, Barton Cottage. It was a dwelling far removed, both geographically and socially, from the grandeur of Norland, but it was a refuge and it was theirs. Mrs. Dashwood received the news with characteristic emotional extravagance. She declared the offer to be the single most generous act she had ever witnessed, elevating Sir John to the status of a benevolent angel. She envisioned Barton not as a small cottage, but as a rustic paradise, a place where their sensitive souls could heal, surrounded by the wild, poetic beauty of nature. Marianne, immediately seized by the romantic possibilities of Devonshire, embraced the move with passionate enthusiasm. The prospect of fleeing the contamination of Fanny Dashwood and the painful, practical reminders of Norland was intoxicating. She began to pack her books and music scores with feverish excitement, transforming the necessary descent into poverty into a thrilling, voluntary exile. "We shall be free, Elinor," Marianne exclaimed, her eyes bright with a manic joy that seemed unsuited to their circumstances. "We shall be surrounded by hills and sea, and we shall not be obliged to endure the calculated coldness of a sister-in-law whose soul is made of account books. It is an adventure, sister, a glorious escape." Elinor once again was forced to play the role of the anchor. She saw the cottage for what it was, a diminishment, a significant step down in comfort and society, and she felt the bitter irony of her mother and sister embracing their ruin with such romantic zeal. She had to manage the packing, arrange the transport of their diminished possessions, calculate the remaining funds, and manage the final, awkward social calls. Her practicality was a shield against her own devastating feelings about leaving the home where she had found her first, quiet love. The day of departure was a scene of controlled chaos. While Mrs. Dashwood wept dramatically over the threshold, and Marianne took a final, theatrical turn around the drawing room, pressing her face to the places her father and Edward had stood, Elinor moved with relentless efficiency. She was careful to leave nothing behind, physical or emotional, that could later become a tormenting regret. She supervised the loading of the trunk, settled the youngest, Margaret, into the carriage, and exchanged a final, icy bow with Fanny Dashwood. Fanny, standing on the steps of the house that was now entirely hers, offered a final piece of cruel commentary, perfectly masked as well-wishing. "I hope you will find Devonshire agreeable, Miss Dashwood. It is, I hear, rather uncivilized, but perhaps the quiet will be restful for your mother. Do write to us when you are settled, though I warn you, John is excessively busy with the estate accounts." Elinor simply inclined her head, the restraint of physical pain in her neck. Her final glance at Norland was not one of tearful sentimentality, but a quiet, searing acknowledgment of lost ground. It was an end, a true final rupture from the life she had known. The journey itself was long and deeply symbolic of their new status. They traveled by public stage for the first, uncomfortable stages, before hiring a more private carriage for the final, arduous leg through the rolling, unfamiliar terrain of Devonshire. For Marianne, the journey was a source of poetic inspiration. She gazed out at the passing landscape, declaring the dark slopes, the winding rivers, and the distant, mist-shrouded hills to be the perfect reflection of their own tragic fate. She composed verses in her head, romanticizing the rough road as the inevitable path to a deeper understanding of life's pain. Her sensibility transformed discomfort into aesthetic experience. For Elinor, the journey was a test of endurance. Though the jostling carriage, the relentless distance from the places Edward had inhabited, and the constant need to mollify her mother's mood swings and Marianne's enthusiastic pronouncements chipped away at her fragile composure. She felt physically sick from the anxiety of their precarious financial future and the immense psychological effort of not allowing her mind to dwell on the unverified hope she carried for Edward. She deliberately engaged her mind in practical matters, counting the trees, calculating the remaining miles, listing the items they still needed to purchase. She imposed a brutal mental censorship on any thought of Edward that risked generating powerful emotion. Her mind became a fortress guarded by the rigorous sentry of sense. The arrival at Barton Cottage was initially a shock, even to Mrs. Dashwood's romantic imagination. It was indeed a cottage, small, low-ceilinged, and built of simple, rough stone. It stood in humble contrast to the stately elegance of Norland Park. It possessed charm, certainly. It was tucked into a quiet, picturesque fold of the hills, surrounded by a modest garden and the wilder beauty of the downs, but it was undeniably cramped. Though the rooms were few, the light was limited, and the entire structure spoke of a modest competence, not the comfortable affluence they had been used to. Mrs. Dashwood, whose enthusiasm had never survived contact with practical reality for long, was momentarily staggered. A wave of despair, profound and silent this time, threatened to overwhelm her. She sank onto a dusty chair in the small parlor, looking about at the threadbare furnishings and the low beams, and the true extent of their ruin finally seemed to pierce her romantic defenses. "It is small," she whispered, the words trembling with a sudden, devastating sobriety. "Henry, my dear Henry, this is all that remains." It was a crucial, defining moment. Marianne, seeing her mother's genuine distress for the first time, softened her own posture of theatrical grief. She rushed to comfort her mother, emphasizing the beauty of the view, the purity of the air, and the freedom from hateful company. But it was Elinor who took charge of the practical recovery. She immediately began unpacking, ordering the meager fire to be lit, and directing Margaret to explore the garden. She did not minimize the disappointment, but she reframed the necessity. "It is small, Mama, but it is clean, and it is entirely ours," Elinor said, her voice firm and encouraging. "We can breathe here without the judgment of Mrs. John Dashwood. We can live here within our means. Let us make it beautiful by filling it with our own contented presence." The following day brought the promised visit from their landlord and cousin, Sir John Middleton. Sir John arrived with a great, bustling warmth that immediately filled the small cottage to overflowing. He was a man whose entire happiness lay in being socially useful, in hunting, dining, and arranging amusements for his neighbors. He was loud, genuinely kind-hearted, and possessed of a perpetual, boisterous good humor that was almost oppressive in the quiet sadness of the Dashwood home. He introduced himself not merely as their cousin, but as their self-appointed director of social life. He instantly declared their mourning to be quite done with, and informed them that they must immediately prepare to meet the neighborhood, beginning with an invitation to dine at his own estate, Barton Park, the very next day. Mrs. Dashwood, ever responsive to immediate kindness, was cheered. Marianne, though reserving judgment on Sir John's commonplace manners, was delighted by the prospect of escaping the cottage. Elinor, however, found herself retreating into herself. Sir John's overwhelming, indiscriminate kindness, while appreciated, felt like an intrusion. She sensed that the society of Devonshire would be simple, direct, and entirely lacking in the intellectual or emotional complexity that Edward Ferrars had provided. She saw the social calendar stretching out before them, filled with friendly dinners and neighborly calls, as an elaborate, polite prison. As she watched her mother and sisters slowly begin to respond to Sir John's hearty laughter and assurances of comfort, Elinor felt a quiet, deep sense of displacement. She had lost her home, her security, and her nascent love, and in return she had gained a cramped cottage and the boisterous kindness of strangers. She accepted the new reality with her characteristic resolution, but she did so with the acute internal awareness that the long exile had truly begun. The practical demands of survival were paramount, but the hope she harbored for Edward was now a tiny, vulnerable flame, shielded entirely by the thick, resolute glass of her sense. The world had shrunk, and she braced herself for the challenges that a small, provincial society would inevitably present. Chapter 4: The Melancholy Introduction of Colonel Brandon. Though the dinner engagement at Barton Park, the seat of Sir John and Lady Middleton, was the Dashwood family's official re-entry into society, a forced abandonment of the sacred rites of mourning. It was an evening Elinor approached with a quiet dread, and Marianne with a determined, critical indifference. Barton Park itself was a model of comfortable, unpretentious affluence, entirely lacking the imposing grandeur of Norland, but compensating with a cheerful, if somewhat overwhelming, domesticity. Sir John Middleton, a man whose enthusiasm was inexhaustible, was the personification of generous hospitality. His wife, Lady Middleton, was his gentle, elegant counterpoint, a woman whose primary dedication was to the rigorous, unchanging formality of her social role. She was exquisitely polite, exquisitely dressed, and possessed of an exquisite, though profoundly dull, mind. Her conversation consisted largely of inquiries into the children's welfare and meticulous directions to the servants. The company gathered was precisely what Elinor had feared: amiable, kind, but entirely provincial. The topics of conversation revolved around local gossip, the merits of various hunting dogs, and the predictable rhythms of country life. For Mrs. Dashwood, who still sought some echo of her lost, brilliant past, and for Marianne, who demanded intellectual fire from all her companions, the evening was a gentle, polite form of torture. It was in this atmosphere of well-meaning banality that Colonel Brandon was introduced. He was a long-time friend of Sir John and a constant, though quiet, fixture at Barton Park. Colonel Brandon was 35, an age which to the 18-year-old Marianne marked him definitively as an antique, far removed from the vital, passionate intensity she idealized. His appearance was respectable, his manners impeccable, but his countenance was characterized by a certain reserved gravity. There was a quiet melancholy in his eyes, a profound, unexpressed history that lent him an air of distinction, yet also a sense of permanent, unassailable distance. He did not rush to offer boisterous congratulations on their arrival, nor did he offer florid compliments. Instead, he observed the Dashwood women with a steady, quiet intensity that was far more potent than Sir John's incessant chatter. He listened with an attentiveness that signaled deep, genuine respect, a quality Elinor instantly appreciated. While Sir John was loudly discussing the merits of his newest dog, Colonel Brandon turned to Elinor and engaged her in a measured conversation about the changing agricultural prospects of Devonshire. Elinor found in him a sensibility that was carefully guarded but entirely present, a man who thought deeply but spoke judiciously. She recognized in him a kindred spirit to her own restraint, though his seemed rooted in past suffering, whereas hers was a present necessity. But it was Marianne who became the immediate, unacknowledged focus of Colonel Brandon's attention. From the moment he saw her glowing with the careless, untamed beauty of youth and passion, he was captivated. His reserve did not break, but his eyes followed her every movement with a subtle, yearning intensity. Marianne, completely unaware of this silent devotion, treated him with a polite yet profound disdain. Her ideals of romantic perfection allowed no room for a man of 35, a man whose passions, she presumed, must have cooled into mere comfort and routine. He was, in her taxonomy of men, relegated to the category of elderly, and therefore irrelevant to the grand, poetic drama of her own life. The breaking point for Marianne came when Colonel Brandon expressed a moderate, reasonable preference for a certain poet whom Marianne considered thoroughly mediocre. Colonel Brandon, Marianne declared, her voice ringing with the uncompromising certainty of youth. I find it impossible to reconcile my sensibility with yours if you can genuinely prefer the tame sentiment of Mr. X over the exquisite, tormented genius of Mr. Y. One speaks to the heart, the other merely to the drawing room. Colonel Brandon received her passionate critique with a gentle, patient smile that only intensified Marianne's irritation. "Miss Marianne," he replied, his voice low and calm, "I confess I value composure and reflection in literature as in life. The passions you admire are indeed brilliant, but they are often reckless. I have learned to prefer the steady, enduring flame to the consuming fire." Marianne instantly took this as a personal insult, a philosophical attack on the very core of her being. She interpreted his preference for composure as a preference for dullness, and his call for reflection as a fear of true, powerful emotion. Later that evening, as the sisters retired to their small, shared bedroom at Barton Cottage, Marianne launched into a passionate, whispered critique of the Colonel. "Elinor, did you observe him? He is respectable, yes, but he is old. 35, Elinor. A man whose life is already settled, whose feelings have already petrified into habits. And his talk of composure. It is the language of a man who has never felt deeply enough to lose control. He is incapable of understanding a single impulse that guides my life." Elinor, weary but determined to introduce sense into the passionate torrent, responded softly, "He is only 35, Marianne, which is an age of maturity, not senility. And I disagree entirely that he is incapable of deep feeling. Did you not notice the melancholy in his eye? He has the air of a man who has experienced a loss, perhaps a profound one, and who has chosen to bear it with dignity rather than through display. Dignity, Elinor, you praise dignity when the situation demands passion. I want a man whose grief would consume him, whose suffering would be as beautiful and wild as a storm. Colonel Brandon's sorrow, if it exists, is merely a comfortable, low-grade fever that he manages with a quiet sigh. He is too prudent, too reserved, too thoroughly sensible to ever be truly loved. Though the irony of her statement that she criticized Brandon for the very trait that defined Elinor's own quiet strength did not escape Elinor. She felt a quiet surge of protective warmth towards Brandon, sensing in his reserve a vulnerability that Marianne's brutal honesty failed to perceive. He was not a man who lacked passion. He was a man who had mastered it, perhaps at a great personal cost. Elinor saw the potential for a genuine, enduring attachment in Colonel Brandon. He possessed wealth, kindness, impeccable reputation, and most importantly, a depth of character that would provide stability. For her mother and Marianne, who required protection from the consequences of their own excesses, a man like Brandon was exactly what they needed. I believe, Marianne, Elinor said, looking at the flickering candle flame, that you mistake the ability to control one's feelings for the absence of them. Colonel Brandon's manners suggest a respect for women and a constancy of character that I would value greatly in a friend, or indeed in a husband. Marianne dismissed her sister with a frustrated wave of her hand. You speak like a textbook, Elinor. You choose principles over personality. You admire a man for his lack of fault rather than the brilliance of his virtue. Your Edward Ferrars and this Colonel Brandon, they are the safe harbor, Elinor, but I desire the open sea, the storm, the exhilaration of true danger. This conversation cemented Marianne's immediate prejudice against the Colonel, a prejudice that would color all their future interactions. She could not accept the notion of a love that was quiet, earned, and restrained. She required the immediate, spontaneous combustion of shared enthusiasms, and Brandon's cautious approach offended her ideals. For Colonel Brandon, however, the evening had been defining. Marianne's vibrant, unbridled spirit, her unapologetic passion, and her beautiful, reckless intensity struck a chord deep within his reserved nature. She was the antithesis of his own controlled existence, the living embodiment of the fire he had perhaps extinguished in himself years ago. He left Barton Park that evening not with the casual pleasure of a social visit, but with the profound, unsettling sense of a man whose long-dormant emotions had been brutally awakened. He returned to Barton Park the next day, and the day after, under the thin guise of checking on his friend Sir John. His presence became constant, dedicated, and wholly focused on the Dashwood women, particularly Marianne. Elinor watched this silent, devoted admiration with a mixture of sympathy for the colonel and apprehension for her sister. She knew that Marianne was incapable of returning such an affection, and that the colonel, despite his age and prudence, was setting himself up for a devastating disappointment. The arrival of Colonel Brandon introduced a new, serious dynamic to their life at Barton. The quiet, enduring devotion of a man of sense was about to collide head-on with the fierce, uncompromising demands of a woman of sensibility. The exile to Devonshire, intended as a retreat from life's complications, was quickly becoming the new stage for their emotional trials. Chapter 5: The Storm, the Rescue, and the Man of Fire. Though the days at Barton Cottage settled into a routine governed by the quietude of the country and the persistent, if tedious, good intentions of Sir John Middleton. For Elinor, this predictability was a much-needed balm. It allowed her to build a stronger internal wall against the pain of Edward Ferrars's absence and the anxiety of their poverty. Her sense found solace in order. For Marianne, however, the routine was a suffocating constraint. She longed for the grand and the unexpected, for an interruption that would match the dramatic intensity of her own soul. Through the placid society of Barton, punctuated only by Sir John's hunting anecdotes and Colonel Brandon's reserved courtesy, was a profound disappointment. She sought refuge in the landscape, venturing out daily for long, solitary walks across the downs, where the wildness of nature reflected the tumult within her heart. It was during one of these passionate excursions that the great interruption occurred. The day had been moody, shifting rapidly from deceptive sunshine to a cold, blustering wind. Marianne, paying little heed to the deteriorating weather, had climbed a steep, exposed path, her mind wrapped in a poetic reverie. She was oblivious to the darkening sky and the sudden, aggressive force of the wind, which began to rip through the trees with an almost violent energy. The storm broke with a brutal suddenness. A driving rain, cold and heavy, obscured the landscape, and a gust of wind, stronger than any before, caught a tree on the precipitous slope above her. There was a sharp, cracking sound, followed by the terrifying noise of timber tearing free. Marianne, startled and exposed, turned to flee, but her foot slipped on the slick, rain-drenched grass. She fell heavily, twisting her ankle beneath her. A gasp of pure, agonizing pain escaped her lips. Lying there, helpless and soaked, with the wind whipping her hair around her face, the romantic glory of the storm instantly evaporated, replaced by a cold, practical terror. She was alone in a remote part of the estate, incapacitated and chilled to the bone. Her drama had become a dangerous reality. In that moment of desolation, the figure of salvation appeared. A young man riding across the downs had been seeking shelter from the sudden downpour. He saw the flash of her vibrant blue cloak against the muted green of the hillside, and guided by the sound of her small cry, he immediately dismounted and raced toward her. He was precisely the kind of man Marianne's imagination had been tirelessly constructing. Tall, exquisitely formed, and possessing a countenance that was both strikingly handsome and immediately engaging. He looked as though he had stepped directly out of a romantic ballad. His dark hair was slicked with rain, giving him an air of heroic urgency, and his eyes, when they met hers, held a dazzling mix of concern, confidence, and a certain exhilarating audacity. "My dear miss," he cried, his voice rich and perfectly modulated, the voice of a hero. "You are injured, tell me how badly." Marianne, despite her pain, felt an instantaneous, powerful rush of something beyond mere relief. It was recognition. This was not the quiet integrity of Edward, nor the dignified melancholy of Colonel Brandon. This was fire. This was passion. This was the sudden, overwhelming answer to the yearning she had carried since childhood. "I have twisted my ankle," Marianne managed, her voice weak. "I cannot stand." The young man wasted no time on false delicacy. He surveyed the situation, the pouring rain, the remote location, the severity of her chill, and his decision was instantaneous and bold. "You cannot walk, and you must not remain here," he declared, his decisiveness thrilling to her. "I shall carry you, it is the only way." He did not wait for permission. With a strength that belied the elegance of his frame, he lifted her gently into his arms. The sheer physical intimacy of the moment, the warmth of his strong body against her cold, trembling form, sent a shock through Marianne's entire being. She was completely vulnerable, completely dependent, and utterly and thrillingly alive. The rescue was completed with a flourish of efficiency and charm. He carried her back to his horse, wrapped his own greatcoat around her, and supporting her carefully, walked the horse the short distance back to Barton Cottage. The arrival created the domestic upheaval that Norland had never permitted. Mrs. Dashwood predictably dissolved into a frenzy of alarm and gratitude. Elinor, though gravely concerned for her sister's physical health, felt an immediate professional necessity to manage the situation. It was Elinor who received the stranger's card, Mr. John Willoughby of Combe Magna. In the midst of the chaos, the hot bricks being applied, the hurried summons of the servant, and the application of liniment, Willoughby moved with an effortless ease that charmed everyone present. He was attentive, sympathetic, and entirely at home in their small, cluttered parlor. He had an opinion on the best treatment for the sprain. He spoke eloquently of the savagery and beauty of the storm, And most crucially, he addressed his words to Marianne with an immediate, flattering focus that suggested an understanding far deeper than their 2-hour acquaintance. As the initial medical crisis subsided and Willoughby stayed, as everyone, by silent consent, seemed to expect him to stay, Elinor retreated to her observer's post. She watched the unfolding drama with a blend of fascination and growing alarm. This was exactly the kind of passion Marianne had always demanded. It was a mutual, instantaneous combustion of spirits. They did not need weeks of quiet conversation and intellectual discovery, as Elinor and Edward had. Marianne and Willoughby simply were. They spoke the same language of enthusiasm and poetry. They discovered a shocking, almost impossible coincidence of taste, the same favorite authors, the same exact appreciation for the minutest detail of the landscape, the same profound contempt for the trivialities of polite society. "Did you not, Miss Dashwood," Willoughby said, turning to Elinor with a charming but brief acknowledgement of her presence, "feel the overwhelming truth of Poet Z's final lines on the hill? That sense of sublime, delicious despair." Elinor, who found the sudden, unearned intimacy of the statement jarring, offered a measured reply. "I confess, Mr. Willoughby, my primary emotion during the storm was alarm for my sister's safety. I was not focused on the sublime." Willoughby merely laughed, a bright musical sound that Marianne instantly echoed. "Ah, Elinor, your sense is too determinedly practical. You miss the beautiful, agonizing poetry of the moment, Mr. Willoughby understands precisely." Though the difference between the two men could not have been more pronounced. Colonel Brandon's visits, which had been daily, now seemed to pale into insignificance. The colonel was reserved, spoke with deliberate consideration, and had to be actively drawn out in conversation. Willoughby was a rushing torrent of brilliance, speaking without reserve, expressing his emotions with an open sincerity that appeared utterly guileless. Brandon offered respect, Willoughby offered worship. Marianne was quite simply in love. It was a condition that transformed her, lending her a radiant, restless happiness that filled the small cottage. She lived only for the hours Willoughby would appear, which astonishingly was every day. Willoughby's constant attendance was remarkable. He arrived at the cottage with the casual proprietorship of a long-accepted fiancé, bringing books, drawing materials, and small, thoughtful gifts for the girls. He joined them on walks, read aloud to them, and discussed their finances with Mrs. Dashwood in a manner that was both gentlemanly and oddly intimate. Elinor's anxiety deepened with every passing day. Her sense demanded prudence and verification. Willoughby's character was dazzling, but it was also entirely unknown. He was passionate, but was he steady? He was generous with his time, but what were his intentions? He spoke of his own small, independent fortune, but he gave no details, and the sheer speed of his attachment to Marianne defied all conventional rules of proper courtship. "Mama," Elinor ventured one evening, her voice carefully neutral, "do you not find Mr. Willoughby's attentions somewhat precipitate? They have known each other for less than a week." Mrs. Dashwood, floating on the warm tide of Marianne's happiness, dismissed her elder daughter's caution with an indulgent smile. "My dear Elinor, you judge by rules that apply only to ordinary affections. True love is instantaneous. It is a flash of understanding. You and Edward, you take time to calculate. Marianne and Mr. Willoughby simply feel. Their souls were made to meet. Do not torment yourself with these sensible constraints. They are beneath the dignity of such a noble passion." Elinor could not argue with passions. She could only watch and wait, her own sensible heart aching with a mixture of hope that her sister had indeed found genuine happiness, and a deep-seated fear that this brilliant, reckless combustion would lead only to the profoundest emotional ruin. The situation came to a head when Colonel Brandon arrived for his customary quiet visit. He was instantly aware of the shift in the atmosphere. The cottage was no longer quiet, but filled with the low, continuous murmur of Marianne and Willoughby's shared conversation. The Colonel observed Willoughby for an hour, his quiet melancholy intensifying with every effortless, brilliant remark the younger man made. Finally, just as Willoughby was reading a particularly romantic passage with theatrical perfection, Colonel Brandon cleared his throat. "Mr. Willoughby," the Colonel said, his voice measured and deliberate, "I perceive your love of the country. I was hoping to consult you briefly on a matter of some consequence. It concerns my estate at De Laford." Willoughby interrupted mid-performance, looked up with an expression of barely concealed impatience, his dazzling smile freezing at the edges. "De Laford. I know little of De Laford, Colonel. I am entirely focused on the present moment, I confess." "This matter is urgent, sir," Brandon persisted, a flicker of something intensely serious in his eyes. "It concerns a relation of mine, a young woman who has come into some distress. Your advice, I believe, would be invaluable." Willoughby, unable to politely escape the request, finally agreed to walk with the Colonel to Barton Park to discuss the matter. As they left, Elinor watched them. The graceful, eager figure of Willoughby walking slightly ahead, and the heavy, reserved figure of Brandon following, an almost funereal quality to his stride. Elinor was certain of two things. Willoughby resented the interruption fiercely, and Colonel Brandon, despite his seemingly casual request for advice, was profoundly unhappy. The first true collision between the world of passion, Willoughby, and the world of quiet pain and prudence, Brandon, had just taken place, and Elinor sensed with a terrible certainty that the conflict was far from over. Chapter 6: The Shadow of de Lafford and the Reign of Passion. Though the hurried, almost grim departure of Colonel Brandon cast a brief, bewildering shadow over Barton, it was abrupt, devoid of proper explanation, and left behind an atmosphere charged with unexpressed tension, particularly between him and Mr. Willoughby. Though the latter, however, seemed to breathe a sigh of immediate, profound relief, a reaction that did not escape Elinor's keen, watchful eye. The Colonel had returned from his consultation with Willoughby at Barton Park a changed man. His already reserved demeanor had intensified into an almost military austerity. He spoke only to announce with stark finality that urgent and distressing business concerning his estate at de Lafford demanded his immediate departure that very evening. No persuasions from Sir John, no pleas from Lady Middleton regarding an impending social engagement could sway him. He was gone within the hour, leaving behind only the vaguest assurances of a speedy return. Marianne, completely absorbed in her intoxicating new happiness, gave the Colonel's departure only a passing, dismissive thought. "He is gone, Elinor, and now we shall be free from his oppressive melancholy." His presence was a constant, tacit criticism of all that is joyous and untamed. So now we can breathe the air of cum magna unburdened by his antiquated restraint. Willoughby's reaction was more telling. The sudden removal of his rival, a rival who in their brief conversation had clearly introduced some unsettling element of seriousness, left him noticeably gayer, more unreservedly charming than before. He now visited the cottage not merely daily, but sometimes twice a day, bringing an electric, spontaneous energy that banished the quiet order of the Dashwood women's existence. Their conversations grew deeper, more confidential, and breathtakingly intimate. They spoke of love, not in the abstract, philosophical terms that Elinor and Edward might use, but as a visceral, present reality. Willoughby possessed an astonishing talent for expressing the feelings Marianne herself harbored, but lacked the vocabulary to articulate. He validated her every extravagant emotion, elevating her sensibility to a virtue of the highest order. To feel deeply, Miss Dashwood, is to truly live, Willoughby declared one afternoon, his eyes fixed upon her with a look of ardent admiration that made Elinor's sensible heart beat faster with anxiety. The cold hearts of the world, the ones who calculate and measure, they are the truly impoverished. They never know the sublime pain or the ecstatic joy that we, the feeling ones, are destined to experience. Marianne drank in these words, feeling understood, celebrated, and morally justified in her refusal of prudence. Elinor, listening from a discreet distance, felt a sharp internal conflict. She could not deny the man's brilliance nor his apparent sincerity. Yet her instinct, the voice of sense, whispered a constant warning. Such perfection is too dazzling to be real. Such speed defies the very nature of enduring commitment. Willoughby's proprietorial behavior became increasingly pronounced. He took over the direction of their amusements with an air of complete right, and Mrs. Dashwood encouraged it entirely, seeing in his confidence the necessary prelude to a formal engagement. One memorable morning, Willoughby invited Marianne to visit his aunt's distant estate, Cum Magna, which he was currently managing in her absence. It was a property he described with all the poetic flourish Marianne adored: ancient trees, winding brooks, and a mansion rich with history and literary associations. Elinor was instantly alarmed by the impropriety of the invitation. Marianne, you cannot possibly go alone with Mr. Willoughby to his home, she stated firmly, keeping her voice low so as not to cause her mother to interfere. It is too great a departure from convention. It will invite speculation in the neighborhood that is wholly undesirable. Marianne dismissed the concern with a contemptuous wave of her hand. Convention, Elinor, you speak of the tyranny of tiresome rules. I shall not sacrifice the chance to see a house so perfectly suited to Willoughby's soul merely to appease the gossip of Sir John's tasteless neighbors. He has invited me as a friend, and he has explained the history of the house as a courtesy. Why should I allow the narrow-mindedness of the world to deny me a pleasure that is purely intellectual and emotional? Mrs. Dashwood predictably sided with Marianne, elevating the breach of decorum to an act of moral courage. Elinor, your scruples are admirable but unnecessary. Mr. Willoughby is a gentleman. He would never compromise Marianne's reputation. Furthermore, his invitation is a clear mark of his esteem and devotion. It is, for all intents and purposes, the visit of a future mistress to her home. Overruled and deeply troubled, Elinor could only insist that Margaret accompany them as a chaperone, a compromise Willoughby accepted with good-humored tolerance. The three returned hours later, Marianne ecstatic, filled with rapturous descriptions of the house, the library, and the picturesque stables. Though the culmination of this intense, shared intimacy occurred the next day. Willoughby appeared at the cottage carrying a pair of scissors and a strangely solemn air. He asked Marianne if she would grant him one small, tangible token of their unique understanding. With a dramatic sigh, and in full view of both Mrs. Dashwood and Elinor, he carefully cut off a thick lock of Marianne's rich, dark hair. Though the act itself was minor, yet the symbolism was immense. In the society of the time, the exchange of a lock of hair was a gesture reserved only for a pledged couple. It was, to all practical purposes, a public confirmation of a secret engagement. Mrs. Dashwood wept quietly with sentimental joy, and even Elinor's composure was shaken by the boldness of the gesture. She sought out her mother later that evening, her distress overriding her usual restraint. "Mamma," Elinor began, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, "I must ask you plainly. Has Mr. Willoughby made any formal declaration to Marianne? Has he proposed marriage?" Mrs. Dashwood looked surprised, almost offended by the question. "He proposed, my dearest child, must everything be reduced to legal documentation? They understand each other. They are engaged in every sense that matters, the heart and the soul. Willoughby is merely waiting for the formalities of his aunt's consent or his own coming of age to be fully settled. But to ask for a formal proposal now would be to insult the depth and purity of their passion." Elinor was profoundly disappointed by this romantic evasion. "But mamma, the lock of hair, the visits to Combe Magna, these are outward signs of an engagement. If he is waiting for a financial settlement, he should not be acting as if they are already betrothed. Should an engagement be broken, or if he were to prove unstable, Marianne's reputation would be severely compromised. Sense demands clarity and confirmation, not merely trust in noble feeling. And sensibility demands that we trust the goodness we see, Mrs. Dashwood retorted with a sudden sharpness. "You see calculation everywhere, Elinor, but I see a man too noble to hide his affection behind tedious forms. Have faith in Marianne's judgment. She knows true feeling when she sees it, something you with your prudence sometimes fail to do." Elinor retreated, defeated but not convinced. The greatest source of her apprehension was Willoughby's inexplicable silence regarding his financial prospects. He spoke of Combe Magna with authority, yet he was neither the owner nor the heir apparent. He seemed to have no occupation, yet he was perpetually well-dressed and traveled freely. It was a beautiful but unstable picture. The general sentiment of the neighborhood soon confirmed Elinor's fears about appearances. Sir John, when he next visited, brought the full boisterous weight of public opinion into the small cottage. "Well, Mrs. Dashwood, and how is the happy couple? I saw Willoughby tearing across the Downs this morning, undoubtedly on some errand for Miss Marianne. He's a lucky dog, I tell you. When is the wedding, eh? We must have a grand ball to celebrate. The whole neighborhood knows it, you know. They're calling him Marianne's intended all over the place." Sir John's teasing, while well-intended, was a hammer blow to Elinor's composure. The speculation was widespread. the reputation was compromised. The entire world was operating on the assumption of an engagement that had never been verbally confirmed. Elinor looked at Marianne, who merely blushed brilliantly, neither denying nor confirming the rumors, basking in the public acknowledgement of her emotional truth. Marianne saw the gossip as a necessary tax paid for true passion, but the emotional cost was borne solely by Elinor. She felt the heavy burden of the secret that was not a secret, the engagement that was an understood truth, yet lacked the practical, legal substance to protect her sister. Every smile exchanged between Marianne and Willoughby felt like a tightrope walk over an abyss. Though the absence of Colonel Brandon, meanwhile, left an acute vacuum. Elinor missed his quiet sense, his steady presence, and the unspoken intellectual support he offered her solitary judgment. His sudden removal, ostensibly for a distressed relation, felt like a deliberate act of flight from the passion that dominated Barton. Elinor worried that the Colonel, perhaps having witnessed Willoughby's reckless speed, had abandoned the field, taking his much-needed prudence with him. Though the reign of passion was now absolute at Barton Cottage. Though the drama had reached a dizzying height, built entirely upon the fragile foundation of Willoughby's sincerity and Marianne's boundless, reckless faith. Elinor, the lone sentinel of sense, could only watch the magnificent, terrifying edifice rise, dreading the moment the foundation would inevitably give way. The time for caution was running out, and the next turn of events, Elinor knew, would surely bring either a triumphant validation of love or an utter, catastrophic emotional collapse. Chapter 7, The Unexplained Rupture and the First Agony. The morning that followed the exchange of the lock of hair was, for Marianne, the pinnacle of earthly existence. She awoke to the sound of birds' song, every note of which seemed a celebration of her perfect shared happiness. The mundane details of Barton Cottage were transfigured by the light of her love. The humble parlor was a temple, and the rough landscape outside a Garden of Eden. Her joy was expansive, palpable, and entirely unrestrained. Elinor, observing this ecstatic state, felt a cold knot of apprehension tighten in her stomach. Such heights of emotion were inherently unstable. They left one utterly exposed to the vicissitudes of fortune. She longed for a return to the balanced, rational middle ground, a place where happiness was quiet, earned, and therefore enduring. Willoughby arrived that morning at an unusually early hour. He did not arrive with his usual bold stride and ringing laughter. Instead, he dismounted with a hurried, almost stealthy caution, and his face, usually so animated, was clouded by a dark, intense anxiety that immediately struck Elinor. He was ushered into the parlor, where the Dashwood women were finishing their breakfast. The sudden, forced silence of the room, replacing the light chatter, felt like a premonition. Willoughby's customary elegance was entirely gone, replaced by a nervous, almost frantic agitation. He avoided Elinor's eye, a marked change from his usual confident, if dismissive courtesy. He went straight to Marianne, but instead of the passionate greeting she anticipated, he delivered his words with a tense, unnatural speed, as if trying to outrun his own painful message. "Miss Dashwood," he began, his voice dry and strained, "I am here to bid you farewell." Though the two words hung in the air, heavy and absolute, yet completely incomprehensible to Marianne. She smiled, assuming he spoke in jest or referred to a brief, trivial journey. "Farewell, Mr. Willoughby, you speak so gravely. Surely you mean only until tomorrow or perhaps the day after." Willoughby shook his head, the dark shadow on his face deepening. "No, Miss Marianne. I leave today, immediately. I leave Devonshire. I am compelled to go at once to London. My aunt, Mrs. Smith, has issued a command. A sudden, absolute, and I must add, utterly unexpected command that I report to her without delay. She insists I must take up residence in London and that I remain there indefinitely." The announcement was a physical blow to Marianne. She did not cry out, but the color drained instantly from her face, leaving her marble white and utterly rigid. Her ecstatic joy was ripped from her in a single brutal moment, replaced by a blank, incomprehensible emptiness. "London?" she whispered, the word sounding alien and terrible. "But why? You have made no preparations. You spoke of visiting tomorrow. What reason, what urgent reason, could possibly justify this when you know?" She stopped, unable to utter the unspoken truth of their attachment. Willoughby finished her thought for her, his eyes briefly meeting hers, filled with a look of desperate, wounded apology that was perhaps the most agonizing element of the entire scene. I know," he murmured, running a hand through his hair in a gesture of profound distraction. "Believe me, Miss Marianne, this necessity is the cruelest trial I have ever endured. It is an arbitrary, merciless blow, but I must obey. I am completely dependent upon my aunt. Her will is absolute, and I dare not risk incurring her lasting displeasure. I must go." He repeated the phrase "I must go" with a sort of desperate finality, which to Elinor's keen ear sounded less like a lament and more like a justification designed to quell his own rising shame. He offered no further explanation of the why, no hint as to the nature of the sudden displeasure or the urgent business. It was a bald statement of enforced servitude to wealth and power. Marianne's grief, when it finally broke, was shattering. It was not the quiet weeping of conventional sorrow, but the fierce, public, and utterly exhausting despair of a soul robbed of its dearest possession. "This is cruelty," she cried, standing up and swaying slightly, her hands clenched. "This is the destruction of all happiness. You leave me, you abandon me because of an arbitrary command. And you ask me to believe that mere wealth, mere dependence can outweigh the happiness, the life you leave behind." Willoughby's response was a flurry of passionate but hollow apologies. "My heart is here, Miss Marianne. My soul is bound to this place. I shall write immediately, daily if I may. I will return the very moment I am permitted. You must trust my honor, my devotion. Do not doubt the truth of what we share." He took her hands, kissed them frantically, and then, without another word, turned and rushed out of the cottage as if fleeing a pestilence. He did not say farewell to Mrs. Dashwood, nor did he look at Elinor. He was gone, leaving behind him only the ringing echo of his final, desperate promise, "I will write." Elinor watched the door close behind him, her entire being filled with a cold, terrifying certainty that her worst suspicions were justified. The manner of his departure, the evasiveness, the haste, the focus on dependence rather than duty or love spoke volumes. This was not the reluctant exit of a devoted lover, but the panicked flight of a man caught in an untenable position. But there was no time for analysis. Marianne collapsed back into her chair, her head bowed over the table, not weeping, but racked by great, silent, shuddering sobs that spoke of physical pain. Mrs. Dashwood, instantly forgetting her dignity, rushed to her, wrapping her daughter in her arms and murmuring soft, romantic assurances. Elinor, the designated sentinel of composure, moved immediately to practical matters. She rang for the servant, asked for a glass of water, and then quietly gathered up the discarded crumbs of breakfast, her hands steady, her mind furiously working to contain the chaos. She had to be strong, not just for herself, but for everyone. If she allowed her own deeply rooted fears to surface, the entire family would dissolve into hysterical ruin. She watched Marianne, whose grief was a magnificent, terrifying spectacle. Marianne did not merely feel. She performed her suffering with an uncompromising sincerity that was utterly exhausting to witness. She refused food, could not be persuaded to speak, and retreated to her room where she lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, waiting for the first letter that would never arrive. Mrs. Dashwood, though shocked by the suddenness, remained resolute in her romantic interpretation. "Be calm, my love, be calm," she whispered to Marianne. "He is heartbroken. He must obey his benefactor. This is a trial of your noble constancy. His return will be all the sweeter for this brief, agonizing separation." She clung to the hope that Willoughby's dependence was merely a temporary constraint, and that his heart was true. But even her determined optimism was strained by the silence that followed. Days dragged into a week. A week stretched into 10 days. No letter arrived from London. Elinor, meanwhile, had to manage the world outside the cottage. Sir John Middleton, naturally, was the first to call, his cheerful, booming voice entirely inappropriate for the funereal atmosphere he encountered. "What, no Willoughby?" he asked Elinor, baffled. "I thought he was a fixture. Gone to London, you say? Well, perhaps he's arranging the wedding license, eh? But why the mystery? Why the rush? Something smells fishy, Miss Dashwood, if you'll pardon my plain language." Elinor had to summon all her self-command to defend Willoughby's honor, even as she privately doubted it. She offered the vague explanation about Mrs. Smith's command, forcing a calm certainty into her voice that she did not feel in her heart. She was protecting Marianne's reputation from the outside world while simultaneously shielding her mother from the devastating truth she suspected. The weight of this dual deception was almost unbearable. Marianne's physical and mental state deteriorated rapidly. She spent her days at the window, watching the road that Willoughby had taken, her entire existence reduced to a single, agonizing vigil. She wrote letters that were never sent, pouring out her soul in passionate torrents, then tearing them up in an effort to maintain some semblance of pride. "He said he would write," she whispered to Elinor one night, her voice hoarse from unspoken tears. "He promised, Elinor. A man of honor does not break a promise born of such a sacred bond. He must be ill, he must be confined. Something terrible has happened to him, something that prevents him from fulfilling his pledge." Elinor, sitting beside her, gently rubbed her cold hands. "If he were ill, Marianne, surely Mrs. Smith would notify him, or he would send a short note. You must prepare yourself for the possibility, however painful, that his circumstances are perhaps more complicated than we were led to believe." Elinor carefully avoided the word dishonorable. She could not yet inflict the final, cruel blow of suspicion. But inside, her sense was working relentlessly, piecing together the fragmented clues. The unexplained nature of Brandon's departure, Willoughby's evasion, the haste, and now the deafening silence. The picture that emerged was bleak, suggesting not a romantic trial of constancy, but a calculated, painful rejection driven by financial necessity. The first agony of a broken heart had begun its long, slow work on Marianne. And Elinor, watching the complete, ruinous abandonment of sensibility in the face of suffering, knew that her own solitary vigil of sense had just begun. Her fate was now bound to the difficult, draining duty of stabilizing the wreckage of her sister's soul, a task that demanded every ounce of control she possessed. Chapter 8: Colonel Brandon's Return and a New Anxiety. Though the agonizing silence from London stretched into a second, unbearable week, Marianne's despair had settled into a state of frozen, listless melancholy, a condition far more worrying to Elinor than her initial outburst. Her vibrant spirit seemed to have retreated, leaving behind a mere shadow of the passionate girl Elinor knew. Mrs. Dashwood still clung to her optimistic vision of Willoughby's immediate, triumphant return, but even her faith was beginning to fray at the edges. Though the tension in the small cottage was thick and suffocating, it was precisely at this moment, when the family's emotional reserves were at their lowest, that Colonel Brandon returned to Barton. His return was as quietly understated as his departure had been abrupt. He simply appeared one afternoon, riding up the lane with the same measured pace, his demeanor reserved, but now notably softened by a subtle air of relief and settled resolution. The family received him with a mixture of warmth and immediate, unspoken curiosity. For Elinor, his presence was a significant comfort. He represented the world of steadiness and honor that Willoughby, with his dramatic flight, had so brutally dismissed. "Colonel Brandon," Elinor said, her voice expressing genuine pleasure, "we are truly glad to see you well. Your departure was so urgent, it caused us much concern." Though the Colonel bowed gravely, "I am indebted to you, Miss Dashwood, for your kindness. My business was indeed urgent, and I regret that I could not have afforded a more leisurely farewell, particularly to Miss Marianne. I trust I find her in good health." Elinor glanced at Marianne, who had not stirred from her window seat, and whose response to the Colonel's return was a chilly indifference. "She is, perhaps, a little indisposed in spirits, sir, but otherwise well." Understanding the delicate nature of the situation, the Colonel waited until Sir John and Lady Middleton had arrived, and dinner was concluded before addressing his absence directly. It was not a grand or dramatic confession, but a quiet, almost reluctant explanation delivered only to Elinor and Mrs. Dashwood. He spoke of the young woman who was his ward, the daughter of a dear deceased friend, a young woman who had been tragically betrayed by a man of notoriously bad principles. This man had seduced her, abandoned her, and left her in a state of profound distress and poverty in London. The Colonel, acting as her guardian, had been compelled to rush to her side to ensure her safety and provide for her immediate needs. Elinor listened with rapt attention, piecing together the subtle, unspoken implications. The Colonel's story was not merely an explanation. It was a character reference and a stark moral judgment. The man who had caused the ruin was not named, but the moral prototype was immediately clear. A charming, financially dependent rogue who used his good looks to inflict harm before abandoning his victim to preserve his own interests. The parallels to Willoughby's situation were unavoidable, and they resonated sharply in the small parlor. Mrs. Dashwood, still holding tight to her romantic view, failed to draw the connection. She saw only the Colonel's heroic charity. "That is the act of a truly noble man, Colonel," she declared tearfully. "Such constancy of character, such devotion to an unfortunate soul. I admire your goodness beyond words." Elinor, however, understood the coded message perfectly. Brandon's eyes, quiet and knowing, briefly met hers, confirming her darkest suspicions about Willoughby without uttering a single compromising word. She understood that the Colonel's urgent business in London was not just a rescue, but a silent, painful commentary on the kind of character who preyed upon feeling hearts. "It is a distressing tale, sir," Elinor replied, choosing her words with careful neutrality. "I trust the young lady is now safe and settled." "She is, Miss Dashwood. I have secured a safe and comfortable placement for her at De Lafford, where she will receive the care and respect she deserves. But the experience has left her fragile. She will require much peace and healing." The conversation ended there, leaving Elinor with the heavy knowledge that Willoughby was not merely delayed, but morally suspect. She did not dare share her conclusion with Marianne, who would either refuse to believe it or collapse entirely under the weight of the betrayal. Elinor was forced once again into the solitary, difficult role of protector of truth and moderator of feeling. The next day brought the introduction of a new set of characters. Miss Steele and Miss Lucy Steele, cousins of Lady Middleton, who had come to stay at Barton Park. They were women of modest means and even more modest education, but possessing a fierce determination to advance themselves through social maneuvering. Miss Steele was garrulous and vulgar, immediately attaching herself to Sir John and Lady Middleton with effusive, tiresome flattery. Lucy, however, was a different proposition. Younger, prettier, and with an air of calculated sweetness, she possessed a quiet, cunning intelligence hidden beneath a veneer of utter simplicity. Elinor was introduced to the pair, and her assessment was swift and unflattering. Their manners were provincial, their language often grammatically incorrect, and their interests entirely shallow. They represented the exact kind of commonality that Marianne abhorred and Elinor merely tolerated out of social duty. The immediate arrival of these guests, however, was a necessary distraction from Marianne's despair. For the sake of social peace, the Dashwood women were compelled to visit Barton Park frequently, and the sheer volume of trivial chatter provided a temporary, unwelcome noise that filled the silence of Willoughby's absence. It was during one such agonizing afternoon at Barton Park that Elinor found herself sitting with Lucy Steele. Lucy, with a skill that was both practiced and disconcerting, steered the conversation away from the general to the profoundly personal. Lucy began by mentioning the time she had spent in Plymouth, casually dropping the name of the family she had stayed with, the Ferrars. Elinor's blood ran cold. The mention of Edward Ferrars's family was too specific, too sudden to be a coincidence. Elinor felt an immediate internal need to conceal her anxiety, a skill she was rapidly perfecting. "The Ferrars family?" Elinor inquired, striving for a tone of mild, detached interest. "A very respectable name, I believe." Lucy smiled, a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "Oh yes, very respectable. I know them quite well. And indeed, I know the eldest son, Mr. Edward Ferrars, best of all. Such a kind, agreeable gentleman. And quite good-looking, too, don't you agree, Miss Dashwood?" Elinor merely offered a non-committal agreement, her heart pounding a heavy rhythm beneath her tightly laced bodice. She knew Edward. Edward was her secret, private hope. Edward was the one constant in the chaos of their move. Lucy leaned forward conspiratorially, lowering her voice. "You know, Miss Dashwood, I have a secret I have been keeping for a very long time. A difficult secret, but a very dear one." She paused, watching Elinor's reaction with unnerving precision. Then she delivered her bomb in a voice that was saccharine with false humility. "You must know, Miss Dashwood, that Mr. Edward Ferrars and I have been engaged to be married for 4 years." Elinor heard the words with a clarity that was both shattering and paralyzing. "Is engaged to be married for 4 years." The world around her instantly fragmented into a million sharp, painful pieces. Edward, her reserved, thoughtful, morally upright Edward, was not only unavailable but had been secretly bound to this common, maneuvering woman for the entire duration of their acquaintance. To her sense, her greatest ally now turned against her, screaming the truth of Edward's evasiveness, his awkward silences, and his melancholic expression when he was forced to discuss his family's expectations. All the vague fears she had suppressed regarding Edward were now violently confirmed. Lucy continued, entirely unaware of the catastrophic damage her words had inflicted. "We met when he was studying with my uncle, who was his tutor. It was a secret engagement, Miss Dashwood, because of his dreadful family. They would never approve of me, and he cannot marry without their money, you see, but we are vowed to each other. It is the most sacred of bonds." Elinor managed to maintain a facade of complete composure. No muscle twitched in her face, no tremor disturbed the steady rhythm of her hands in her lap. She offered congratulations, cool, measured, entirely appropriate, while her inner world collapsed into silence. 4 years is a considerable time to maintain such a secret, Miss Steele, Elinor commented, the dryness of her tone betraying nothing but perhaps a mild intellectual interest. "Oh yes. It has been dreadful, but it is a testament to his fidelity, is it not? And I simply had to tell someone. I knew you were such a discreet and kind friend, Miss Dashwood, and knowing you were so close to the Ferrars family, I felt I could trust you. The final phrase, "I knew you were so close to the Ferrars family," was a calculated cruelty, a subtle assertion of dominance. Lucy had not chosen Elinor for confidence. She had chosen Elinor to ensure the secret was securely transmitted to the Dashwood family and perhaps back to London to hasten Edward's hand. Elinor found herself trapped in a fresh agony, one entirely hidden and intensely personal, forcing her to confront the difficult reality of her own failed hopes. She was now the custodian of two painful, devastating secrets: Marianne's betrayal by Willoughby and her own crushing realization of Edward's engagement to Lucy Steele. The burden of sense had never been heavier. She was now entirely alone, the only one capable of bearing the twin weights of disappointment, forced to suffer not only her own silent sorrow, but also the open, histrionic grief of her sister. She sat there, trapped by Lucy's insidious conversation, realizing that her duty was now clear: to conceal this secret at all costs, lest she inflict upon Marianne the devastating realization that Elinor, too, was enduring a heartbreak as deep and final as her own. Chapter 9: The Torture of Trust and the Unseen Burden. Elinor left Barton Park that evening in a state of psychological shock, yet physically unchanged. Her posture was erect, her step measured, and her expression entirely composed. No observer would have guessed that in the space of an hour, her dearest hope had been brutally extinguished, leaving behind a cold, echoing void. The weight of her new private agony was immense. It was the heavy, suffocating silence of a truth she could neither deny nor confess. Though the secret of Edward's 4-year engagement to Lucy Steele was not merely a personal disappointment, it was a devastating revelation that cast Edward's entire character into question, and cruelly bound Elinor to the very woman who had destroyed her peace. She walked home in the dimming twilight, her senses numb. The contrast between her internal cataclysm and the serene indifference of the landscape was almost unbearable. Marianne's grief, though loud and theatrical, at least had the dignity of a clear villain, Willoughby, the deserter, and a defined path of sorrow. Elinor's pain was more insidious. It required absolute meticulous concealment, forcing her to suffer in the same room, at the same table, with the sister whose emotional display prohibited any revelation of her own quiet tragedy. Though the true torture, however, began the following day. Lucy Steele, having successfully planted her bomb, now sought to cultivate the relationship she had so strategically initiated. For the next few weeks, Elinor found herself the involuntary recipient of Lucy's incessant, suffocating confidences regarding her sacred bond with Edward. Lucy had evidently calculated that a daily reminder of her claim, delivered with relentless sentimentality, was the surest way to secure Elinor's discretion and perhaps to ensure Edward's eventual compliance when the secret was finally revealed to his family. "Oh, Miss Dashwood," Lucy would sigh, leaning close with a breathy intimacy that made Elinor cringe internally. "You cannot know what a trial it is to love so deeply and yet be forced to hide it from the world. Then sometimes I feel I must faint from the strain of keeping Mr. Ferrars's secret. But his family is so fierce. They would surely cast him off without a penny if they knew he had chosen little me." Elinor was forced to listen to Lucy's meticulous recital of Edward's infrequent letters, his vague expressions of hope, and his supposed unwavering devotion. Every detail was a fresh stab of pain. She was compelled to analyze the very affection she had believed was hers, through the filter of a woman she considered intellectually inferior and morally calculating. The conversations were a cruel lesson in self-control. Lucy was entirely insensitive to Elinor's discomfort. She spoke of Edward's manners, his appearance, and even quoted his less-than-brilliant poetry, forcing Elinor to sit there, calm and attentive, offering measured replies designed to convey only polite, distant interest. "He gave me this ring, Miss Dashwood," Lucy whispered one morning, holding out her hand to display a cheap, hair-braided band, a token of their long engagement. "It is so sweet and sentimental, is it not? I know it is only a trifle, but it is a proof of his heart. He said he would never take it back, not even if he had to choose poverty for my sake." Elinor examined the ring, forcing a tiny, neutral smile. The simplicity of the token and the cheapness of the sentiment struck her as horribly fitting. She remembered Edward's own words, his lament about being bound by duty and expectation, his melancholic references to his lack of agency. Now it was clear, Edward was trapped not just by his family, but by his own rigid, misplaced sense of honor towards an early, ill-judged promise. Elinor's analysis of Edward's character was now agonizingly clear. He was not a villain like Willoughby, but a man of weak resolve, crippled by an excessive, self-destructive integrity. He knew his bond to Lucy was foolish, that his attachment to her was a burden, and that his heart was inclined towards Elinor. Yet he would suffer for years and sacrifice his happiness rather than break a promise, however regrettable. This very honor, which Elinor had once admired, now stood as the immovable barrier to her own happiness. The situation was aggravated by the stark contrast between the two sisters' sufferings. Marianne's mourning was public, dramatic, and demanding of sympathy. Marianne spent her days in the deepest possible shade of woe. She refused to enter the parlor if Sir John was there, could not bear to hear the name Willoughby mentioned by any but herself, and treated the Steeles with an unconcealed disdain that was both rude and utterly characteristic. How can I endure the insipidity of these creatures, Elinor? Marianne would ask, her voice vibrating with contempt. They speak of nothing but gowns, dances, and the trivialities of the neighborhood. Their souls are made of cotton wool. To compare their existence to the elevated pain I suffer is an insult to passion itself. Elinor listened, nursing her own sacred wound, and was forced to defend the very women who were torturing her. They are merely seeking kindness, Marianne. And you must remember that their lives may not allow for the same intellectual pursuits as ours. Common civility demands we tolerate them. Marianne would scoff. Civility is the cold, calculated refuge of those who do not feel. You endure them, Elinor, because you possess that unnatural, chilling power of self-command, but I cannot pretend. My grief is real, and the whole world must understand that my soul is wounded. Elinor often found herself standing between Marianne's excessive sensibility and Lucy's calculating vulgarity, a solitary island of sense. When Marianne would retreat, weeping, Elinor would be left to navigate Lucy's insidious attempts to sound her out about Edward's movements, his sisters, and his wealth. One afternoon, Lucy pressed the issue too far, emboldened by Elinor's consistent calm. You know, Miss Dashwood, Mr. Ferrars was quite taken with you when he visited Norland. You must not deny it. I heard so much about your walks and your conversations. Lucy smiled, a triumphant glint in her eyes. But I told Edward when he wrote to me that I had full faith in his honor. I knew his heart, though susceptible to the charms of a pretty, accomplished young lady, was entirely mine. Though the implication was clear. Elinor was merely a passing temptation, easily resisted by Edward's superior honor. The provocation was deliberate, designed to break Elinor's composure. For a single, agonizing moment, Elinor felt the fierce, hot desire to retaliate, to expose Lucy's vulgar scheming, to reveal the cold, hard truth that Edward's honor was merely a chain that bound him, not a choice that celebrated Lucy. But sense prevailed. She remembered her promise of discretion and, more importantly, her duty to Edward's reputation, which, despite everything, she still wished to protect from scandal. Elinor met Lucy's gaze calmly. Mr. Ferrars is a man of honor, Miss Steele. I have never had any reason to believe otherwise, nor to doubt his fidelity to the promise he made to you. Your trust is well placed. The lie tasted like ash in her mouth, but it served its purpose. Lucy, finding no flicker of jealousy or heartbreak, was satisfied. She mistook Elinor's composure for genuine indifference and took it as a confirmation that Elinor had never posed a serious threat. Elinor's existence became a grueling, secret trial of endurance. She was not only suffering the loss of Edward, but she was forced to participate in the exaltation of the woman who had stolen him. She had to endure her sister's self-pitying misery, which was, ironically, a shield for her own. If Marianne ever suspected the depth of Elinor's heartbreak, Marianne would abandon her own sorrow to wallow in Elinor's, magnifying the entire calamity. She recognized that the burden of sense was not merely intellectual. It was a profound moral responsibility. It demanded constant self-sacrifice, the complete annihilation of her own feelings for the sake of the stability of her family. The days passed slowly, filled with the trivial chatter of the Steeles and the dramatic sighs of Marianne. Elinor often reflected that she was living two lives, the visible life marked by composure and practical duty, and the invisible life, a continuous storm of disappointment, suppressed rage against Edward's weakness, and overwhelming sorrow for her own lost future. This silent suffering, entirely unsupported, was perhaps a greater testament to sense than any intellectual argument. It was the enduring power of restraint in the face of ruin, a quiet, constant heroism that no one, least of all her passionate sister, would ever recognize or praise. The only certainty was the relentless march towards London, a place that held both the promise of Willoughby's return for Marianne and the inevitable confrontation with Edward for Elinor, where the secrets of Barton would finally clash with the realities of the wider world. Chapter 10: The Offer of London and the Dual Anticipation. Though the dull routine of Barton, burdened by the weight of two entirely different, yet equally oppressive sorrows, was suddenly and unexpectedly shattered by the arrival of Mrs. Jennings, Lady Middleton's mother. Mrs. Jennings was a woman whose every breath seemed dedicated to the pursuit of gaiety and matchmaking. She possessed an inexhaustible store of robust health and an irrepressible cheerfulness that often bordered on the tactless, yet was always rooted in genuine, if clumsy, benevolence. Her presence injected a chaotic, unwelcome energy into the Dashwoods' quiet corner of the world. She saw gloom as a personal offense, and immediately sought to cure Marianne's melancholy with a relentless barrage of cheerful remarks and insistent inquiries into the state of her heart. Mrs. Jennings was utterly convinced that Marianne's dramatic despair stemmed from a lover's quarrel or some trivial misunderstanding. She found Elinor's reserve equally baffling, mistaking her quiet composure for a dangerous lack of romantic interest. She took it upon herself with the best of intentions to restore both sisters to the market of matrimony. "Come now, my dear Miss Marianne," she would boom, leaning across the table with a knowing wink. "You must not waste your pretty eyes on the window pane. Willoughby will come back when he's ready. The men are all rogues when they're young, but in the meantime there is the Colonel, a steady man, 40 and rich, with a fine home at De Lafford. He needs a wife to cheer him up, and I know he dotes on you. Why, when he speaks of you, he looks as doleful as an owl, which is a sure sign of deep affection." Marianne, who regarded Colonel Brandon with a mixture of polite indifference and deep romantic disdain, would flinch at these pronouncements. She considered Mrs. Jennings's common sense and blunt references to wealth and age as an insult to the sacred delicacy of true love. Elinor, witnessing these exchanges, felt a weary gratitude for Mrs. Jennings's presence. Her robust good nature created a necessary, if irritating, screen against the intensity of the cottage's despair. It was easier to parry Mrs. Jennings's cheerful impertinence than to navigate Marianne's bottomless grief or Lucy Steele's chilling proximity. The Steeles, of course, instantly recognized in Mrs. Jennings a powerful ally. They flattered her relentlessly, hanging upon her every word and echoing her most trivial opinions. Lucy in particular was masterful in her subtle use of Mrs. Jennings to reinforce her own status. She would often lament her single state and her dependence, hinting at the great secret burden she bore for the sake of honor, thus cultivating Mrs. Jennings's sentimental curiosity and gaining a silent, favorable judgment. The atmosphere at Barton, already heavy with secrets, began to feel dangerously confined. Mrs. Dashwood, sensing that her girls needed a change of scenery, and hoping that a removal to a more active social setting would either summon Willoughby or heal Marianne's heart, began to contemplate a move. Then came the proposition that would alter their immediate future. Mrs. Jennings, in her usual spontaneous manner, announced her intention to spend the winter months in London. She had a comfortable house in a fashionable street, and with a lack of personal amusement typical of an old woman whose children were all settled, she craved company and excitement. "And you two dears must come with me," she declared one afternoon, directing her gaze first at Marianne, then at Elinor. "I have room for you both. It is utterly dull here, and London is the only place to get over a broken heart, or better yet, to find a new one. Miss Marianne, you can walk in Hyde Park and see all the handsome officers. And Miss Elinor, we'll take you to the theater and find you some sharp-witted gentleman who appreciates a sensible girl." The proposal electrified the room. Mrs. Dashwood, her eyes sparkling with renewed hope, instantly saw London as the ultimate testing ground. If Willoughby were truly honorable, he would seek Marianne out. If he were not, the bustle of the city might finally distract her. Marianne's reaction was immediate, visceral, and entirely revealing of her inner world. Her listlessness vanished. Her eyes, which had been dull for weeks, flashed with renewed brilliance. London, for her, was not a city of society or amusement. It was the sacred destination where Willoughby resided, the place where their reunion was inevitable. "Oh, Mama," Elinor. "We must go, we absolutely must accept," she cried, clutching her mother's arm. Her face was flushed with a mixture of desperate hope and anticipated joy. She saw the journey not as a social venture but as a pilgrimage to her lover's side. Elinor's response was complex, a blend of relief and profound dread. She was relieved to escape Barton, and especially the relentless proximity of Lucy Steele. She desperately needed distance from the constant, cloying presence of the woman who held the key to her private pain. She also understood the therapeutic value of the journey for Marianne, believing that a complete change of scene was the only thing that could truly break the oppressive spell of Barton. But the dread was a heavy, suffocating mantle. London meant the near certainty of encountering Edward Ferrars, and consequently the prolonged, inescapable company of Lucy Steele, intensified by the forced intimacy of city life. In Barton, Lucy was an infrequent visitor at the park. In London, Elinor would be trapped with her, observing her triumph and enduring her calculated confidences in the very place where Edward was supposed to be. The thought of seeing Edward, of meeting his eyes and exchanging polite formalities while knowing the secret that bound him to Lucy, filled her with a unique kind of terror. How could she maintain her flawless composure while her heart screamed the betrayal? She carefully masked her reluctance. "Oh, the offer is exceedingly kind, Mrs. Jennings," Elinor said, choosing her words with precision. "I believe the change would do Marianne much good. And for myself, I am always content where my family is and appreciate any opportunity for improvement." Her statement was a masterpiece of sense, practical, familial, and entirely devoid of personal, passionate motive. It satisfied Mrs. Jennings's benevolent zeal and masked the true, terrifying complexity of her own feelings. The preparations for London became Marianne's new obsession. She imagined herself attending balls where Willoughby would instantly recognize her, or walking through a theater lobby and finding him waiting. Her optimism was completely untempered by any reality. She spent hours planning her wardrobe, not for the sake of fashion, but purely to be worthy of Willoughby's aesthetic taste. Elinor, meanwhile, prepared with a quiet, efficient resignation. She saw London not as a place of excitement, but as a battlefield of duty. Her primary mission was threefold: to prevent Marianne from making a public spectacle of her pursuit of Willoughby, to protect her from further scorn, and most difficult of all, to maintain her perfect composure in the face of Edward and Lucy. As the day of departure approached, Elinor was struck by a moment of clarity. She was leaving the quiet misery of Barton for the loud misery of London. Though the country had forced her into emotional restraint, the city would force her into constant, active performance. She would have to engage in endless social camouflage, pretending indifference to Edward and genuine interest in Lucy, all while smiling through the inevitable social scrutiny. She spent her final evening at Barton in a reflective solitude. She walked the familiar paths she had once walked with Edward, remembering his serious, thoughtful conversations, his quiet intensity. The memory of their shared time was now tainted by the knowledge of his 4-year deceit. She felt a surge of bitterness, not against Lucy, who was merely opportunistic, but against Edward himself, whose fear and misplaced honor had robbed them both of happiness. He should have broken his promise, she thought, standing by the bare, winter-swept hedge. An early promise made in haste and folly should not be allowed to ruin a life. He is destroying himself, and by his cowardice he has destroyed me. Yet even in her bitterness, a part of her heart still defended him. She knew Edward was a victim of his own moral rigidity, trapped by a social system that placed financial dependency above honest sentiment. He was weak, yes, but not deliberately cruel. This subtle distinction between Willoughby's casual, narcissistic cruelty and Edward's tragic, honorable weakness was a small comfort she clung to. The arrival of the stagecoach the next morning was a chaotic event. Mrs. Dashwood saw them off with tearful instructions to be prudent to Elinor and to be hopeful to Marianne. Though the journey itself was a study in contrasts. Marianne, vibrating with excited anticipation, spoke only of Willoughby, detailing the various chance encounters they might have, planning her dialogue, rehearsing her composure. She viewed every mile as a step closer to her inevitable triumph. Elinor sat quietly opposite, the landscape blurring past her. She saw every mile as a step closer to her own emotional crucifixion. She was traveling toward Edward, armed with a terrible secret and the absolute necessity of feigning polite disinterest. She was prepared for the inevitable confrontation, not with a romantic hope, but with the cold, steely resolve of a soldier marching toward an unwelcome duty. Though the difference between the sisters was never clearer than in that coach. Marianne, seeking the dramatic relief of emotional fulfillment or catastrophic failure. Elinor seeking only the difficult, unheralded victory of quiet self-mastery. London awaited, a glittering, dangerous stage set for the final and most crucial acts of both Sense and Sensibility. Chapter Chapter 11, London's Stage and the Fervour of Expectation. The arrival in London was a sensory assault after the quiet melancholy of Barton. The city was a vast, chaotic theatre of wealth and ambition. The ceaseless noise of carriages on the cobbled streets, the glare of lamps illuminating the fashionable facades, and the sheer volume of human movement created a dizzying sense of frantic energy. Mrs. Jennings's house, situated in a suitably bustling street, provided comfort and warmth, but little true repose. Mrs. Jennings, immediately back in her element, was a whirlwind of social activity. Her days were a meticulous schedule of visits, card parties, and matchmaking schemes. She treated the Dashwood sisters not as guests seeking healing, but as two fresh recruits to the marriage market, determined to prove her prowess as a social facilitator. For Marianne, London was immediately magical. The air seemed to promise fulfillment. Every shadow held the potential shape of Willoughby. Her sensibility, dormant during the forced quietude of Barton, now flared into a relentless, exhausting hope. She spent her mornings by the drawing-room window, watching the traffic below with an intensity that verged on mania. In every double rap on the door, every carriage slowing near the house caused her heart to leap and her breath to catch. Willoughby's residence was known to her, and she believed with the complete certainty of passion that the moment he discovered her arrival, he would rush to her side, bearing a convincing, romantic explanation for his mysterious desertion. Her expectations were not just high, they were absolute. She anticipated a scene worthy of the finest tragic poem, a heartfelt apology, tears, and a triumphant public declaration of their everlasting bond. Her imagination, always too powerful for her own good, had meticulously reconstructed Willoughby into a flawless hero whose momentary weakness was already forgiven. Elinor watched this desperate vigilance with a profound, weary sadness. She knew that Marianne was setting herself up for a catastrophic fall. She saw the Willoughby of Barton as morally flawed and the Willoughby of London as utterly absent. "Marianne, my dearest sister," Elinor attempted gently one evening as Marianne sat pen in hand, debating the propriety of writing to him, "you must try to temper your anticipation. London is vast. He may be delayed, or he may not even be in town yet. Do not permit yourself to expect a call so immediately." Marianne looked at her sister with an expression of mingled pity and impatience. "Elinor, your composure is truly magnificent, but sometimes I feel it renders you blind. Willoughby knows my heart, he knows I am here. To his honor, his passion, they would compel him to be at this door the very moment he is free. If he does not come, it is not delay but death that keeps him away. Elinor merely sighed, realizing the futility of reason against such feverish hope. She knew that in Marianne's mind there was no acceptable middle ground. Willoughby was either a perfect, devoted hero or he was dead. The possibility of him being a living, well-dressed scoundrel who simply did not care was a reality her sister's sensibility could not and would not entertain. Elinor's own trial was a constant, active performance of indifference. Her heart was in a state of perpetually suppressed anxiety, waiting for the one visit she both longed for and dreaded, the arrival of Edward Ferrars. She knew he was in London. She knew his honor would compel him to call upon them, especially after her recent acquaintance with his mother and sister and his visit to Norland. She prepared herself for the meeting with the cold resolve of a judge preparing to deliver a verdict on their own life. She had to appear entirely detached, perfectly polite, and utterly unconscious of the agonizing secret she bore. The secret that Lucy Steele was his chosen wife. Mrs. Jennings, with her typical lack of tact, often aggravated Elinor's silent suffering. "Well, Miss Elinor," she'd exclaim, often in the presence of others, "where is your young man, Mr. Ferrars? I thought he would have been the first to darken my door. Sir John tells me he was quite devoted to you at Norland. You must not be so quiet, child. You must give these gentlemen a little encouragement, or they'll think you cold as a stone. Is he too afraid of his mother's money, perhaps?" Elinor had to deflect these remarks with practiced ease, insisting that her acquaintance with Mr. Ferrars was merely casual and entirely lacking in romantic significance. Each denial was a small, agonizing lie that solidified her internal isolation. The first social engagement they attended was a large dinner party, a confusing, noisy affair that served only to heighten Marianne's restless impatience. She scanned every face searching for Willoughby. She wore her best gown, not for the sake of the hostess, but as a silent offering to her lover. Every conversation she was forced into felt like a trivial interruption to the grand, anticipated moment. It was at this dinner that the second element of Elinor's dread materialized. Lucy Steele and her sister, already established in London through the patronage of a wealthy connection, made a sudden, triumphant appearance. They were not invited to the same elevated circles as Mrs. Jennings, but Lucy possessed the relentless social climbing skills to appear anywhere a respectable connection could be exploited. Lucy spotted Elinor almost immediately, her face lighting up with a mixture of false warmth and true, malicious possessiveness. She navigated the crowded room with astonishing speed, leaving her less nimble sister in her wake. "Miss Dashwood, oh, what an immense pleasure to see you again so soon," Lucy gushed, seizing Elinor's hand with both of hers. Her touch was possessive, and her eyes darted quickly around the room, ensuring that Mrs. Jennings and, more importantly, any potential acquaintance of the Ferrars family witnessed their intense intimacy. Elinor could not escape. She was instantly trapped by the calculated affection of her rival. "I am delighted to find you in town, Miss Steele," Elinor lied smoothly, her composure a fortress of calm. "I trust you are well." "Oh, very well, thank you. But I have been quite anxious, Miss Dashwood, truly anxious. You are the only soul who knows my dear secret, and keeping it alone in this vast city, it is a burden that weighs upon the spirits. You simply must allow me to come and visit you at Mrs. Jennings's house. I have so much to tell you about him." Though the use of the single, capitalized pronoun, him, was a deliberate, wounding reminder of Edward's binding promise. Elinor knew that to refuse would be to risk inciting Lucy's suspicion and perhaps her malice. She needed Lucy's trust in her discretion, even if it cost her every shred of personal peace. "Of course, Miss Steele," Elinor replied, offering a mild, accepting smile. "We shall be pleased to receive you. Mrs. Jennings is always happy to entertain." The exchange, brief as it was, left Elinor feeling soiled and exhausted. She realized London was not an escape from Lucy, but a magnifying glass for her. The city's dense social life meant that Lucy would be an inescapable, constant fixture, using Elinor as her sounding board and her trophy, the visible evidence that the admired Miss Dashwood knew and respected her prior claim on Edward Ferrars. Days bled into a week and then another. Marianne's hope began its slow, agonizing decay. Willoughby had not called. He had not written. The silence from his part was absolute, crushing the delicate edifice of her romantic expectations. She moved from feverish anticipation to listless despair, now exacerbated by the public scrutiny of London society. She refused to disguise her feelings. Her face, in every crowded room, displayed an open, wounded misery that drew whispers and condescending pity from those who recognized her. "He is the most unfeeling creature alive," she finally wept to Elinor one night, her head buried in her sister's shoulder. "He despises me, he has forgotten me, or worse, he has found someone new." Elinor held her, offering the silent, steadfast comfort that only her sense could provide. She did not offer false hope. She merely acknowledged the validity of Marianne's pain, while her own pain, the knowledge that Edward was also silently betraying her through his adherence to a misguided promise, remained a hard, unbreakable knot in her chest. The long-dreaded visit from Edward Ferrars finally occurred in the middle of their second week in town. It was a morning call, timed to social propriety. When his name was announced, Elinor felt a lightning strike of adrenaline. Her hands were instantly cold, her heart an uncontrollable drumbeat. But her composure, honed by weeks of internal suffering, held absolutely firm. As Edward entered the room, his appearance was as familiar as her own reflection, yet fundamentally changed. He looked ill at ease, harassed, and profoundly unhappy. His eyes, usually thoughtful and direct, were now evasive, meeting hers for only a brief, agonizing moment before darting away. Their exchange was courteous, formal, and devastatingly cold. He inquired politely about Mrs. Dashwood, expressed appropriate regret for not having called sooner, and spoke of the weather and the difficulty of navigating London's traffic. Every word was guarded, every sentence hollow. He stayed barely 10 minutes. The conversation was conducted entirely in Mrs. Jennings's presence, making any private or meaningful exchange impossible. Elinor, forced to observe the perfect artificial politeness of his manner, felt a chilling confirmation of her fears. This was not the Edward of Norland, the man of quiet warmth and nascent affection. This was a man burdened by an unbearable chain, and his coolness towards her was not indifference, but the forced detachment of a man acting a part. As Edward bowed and departed, Elinor found herself standing perfectly still. The moment she had dreaded was over. The disappointment was absolute, yet strangely stabilizing. He had chosen his path of tragic honor, and she had chosen hers of silent endurance. The one comfort in the ruins of the visit was that her composure had been flawless. She had survived the test. No one, not Mrs. Jennings, nor Marianne, nor Edward himself, had glimpsed the devastation his formal courtesy had wrought upon her heart. But the victory of sense was a cold one, achieved at the cost of her last fading hope. London had indeed proven to be the stage for her emotional crucifixion, and the second act was only just beginning. Chapter 12: The Public Betrayal and the Ruin of Romance. The silence that followed Edward Ferrars's departure was a cold prelude to a far greater emotional storm. Elinor accepted the finality of that brief, formal visit, steeling herself further for the inevitable trials ahead. Marianne, however, had barely noticed Edward's presence. Her entire consciousness was consumed by the prospect of a grand ball they were due to attend that week. The party, hosted by a friend of Mrs. Jennings, was magnificent, a glittering, chaotic assembly of London's high society. For Marianne, this was not merely a social engagement, it was a decreed meeting place. She had convinced herself that Willoughby was merely waiting for a public, appropriate setting to reveal himself and reclaim her. She dressed with a feverish attention to detail, her eyes burning with a desperate, beautiful intensity. As they entered the crowded ballroom, Elinor felt the familiar anxiety rise within her. She was acutely aware of her dual responsibilities: to guard Marianne from making a spectacle of her hope and to navigate the treacherous waters of social scrutiny herself. The ballroom was a dazzling kaleidoscope of color and motion, filled with the rustle of silks, the scent of perfume, and the orchestrated melody of the orchestra. Marianne, oblivious to the grandeur, immediately began her obsessive search. She moved through the room, her gaze sharp and restless, until suddenly she froze. Elinor followed her line of sight, and then she saw him, Willoughby. He was standing near the fireplace, as handsome and engaging as she remembered him from the fields of Barton, perhaps even more so now, polished by the wealth and fashion of London. His posture was arrogant, his smile easy, and he was conversing with a woman, a strikingly fashionable, rather haughty blonde whose jewels were noticeably more abundant than those worn by Mrs. Jennings. A profound, unnerving stillness fell over Marianne. It was the silence before an emotional avalanche. For a terrifying moment, Elinor feared her sister might actually faint. Her face drained of color, leaving her features sharp and ghostly. Willoughby was looking directly across the room. His eyes, sweeping over the crowd, paused momentarily on the Dashwood sisters. There was a flicker, an unmistakable, guilty recognition in his gaze. But instead of rushing forward or even offering the briefest acknowledgement, he turned his head sharply away, directing his attention with exaggerated focus back to his blonde companion. Elinor felt a cold wave of certainty wash over her. It was a calculated cut, a deliberate erasure. But Marianne, fueled by the last vestiges of her romantic expectation, interpreted the momentary hesitation as a sign of Willoughby's struggle, the prelude to his courageous break from his society ties. And she saw his evasion not as rejection, but as a necessary, painful, dramatic beat before their glorious reunion. Against Elinor's silent, desperate plea, Marianne began to move. She navigated the perimeter of the room with a singular, determined focus that ignored all social convention. She was driven by the single, pure impulse of her sensibility to reach the man she loved. Elinor watched, paralyzed, knowing she could not stop the imminent disaster. Marianne reached Willoughby's side, her breath catching in a gasp that was half sob, half relief. "Mr. Willoughby," she whispered, her voice husky with emotion, completely ignoring his companion. She stretched out her hand, her eyes swimming with the painful, eloquent expectation of love betrayed and now restored. This is unexpected. I knew you would come for me." Willoughby turned slowly, a chilling, practiced smile fixed on his lips. It was a social smile, perfectly polite, entirely empty. He looked at her with an expression that was carefully calibrated to be puzzled, as if trying to place a vaguely familiar face. "Ah, Miss Dashwood," he said, his voice measured, devoid of the familiar warmth that had intoxicated her at Barton. He took her hand, held it briefly, and then dropped it with the impersonal coolness one might offer to a casual acquaintance. "A most pleasant surprise to see you in town." The words "pleasant surprise" were a physical blow. Though they annihilated weeks of desperate hope, turning their profound, secret intimacy into a trivial, passing connection. Marianne staggered back a fraction of an inch, her hand pressed to her chest. "Willoughby, what do you mean? You received my letters, of course. Why have you not called? Why the silence?" I have been suffering so terribly, believing you were ill or possibly even dead." The raw, unguarded declaration of her suffering hung in the air, a shocking violation of the ballroom's genteel facade. People nearby paused, their hushed conversations faltering as they sensed the unfolding drama. Willoughby's composure was flawless, cold, and monstrously effective. He did not flinch. He met her passionate gaze with a look of polite, distant concern, performing the role of an honorable gentleman confronted by a slightly hysterical, overfamiliar young lady. "My dear Miss Dashwood," he replied, lowering his voice just enough to suggest confidential pity, "you must be mistaken. I have not had the pleasure of receiving any letter from you. I assure you, if I had, I would have certainly been concerned." He delivered the word "concerned" with the utmost condescension, cementing the fact that his concern would be purely charitable, not emotional. He then smoothly placed his arm around the fashionable blonde beside him and drew her forward. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Grey, Miss Morton, rather, I apologize. She is the lady who has done me the honor of accepting my hand. We are to be married shortly." The name Miss Morton, a woman of infamous wealth, fell into the silence like a dropped shard of glass. Marianne did not cry out, did not weep. Her highly strung sensibility reached its absolute breaking point, not with an explosion, but with a sudden, total implosion. All the color that had momentarily returned to her cheeks vanished. Her eyes, wide and unfocused, seemed to look through Willoughby, through the ballroom, and into a terrible, infinite void. The shock was so profound that it momentarily disabled her capacity for feeling, leaving her body rigid and cold. Willoughby, having performed his brutal duty, quickly moved to disengage. "I must confess I am pressed for time, but it was delightful to exchange a few words. Miss Morton, my dear, this is a young lady I had the fleeting pleasure of knowing in the country. Excuse us." He steered Miss Morton away with the careless grace of a man dismissing a beggar, his back already turned as he resumed his conversation with an air of immense satisfaction. Elinor, witnessing the entire devastating scene, moved instantly. Her own devastation was secondary. Her only focus was her sister's immediate preservation. She reached Marianne's side and silently wrapped a firm, stabilizing arm around her waist. Marianne was entirely unresponsive, a beautiful, inanimate statue of grief. Her physical body was still present, but her soul had departed. "Marianne, we must leave," Elinor murmured, her own voice steady, though her heart felt as if it were being crushed by an invisible hand. "We must go home immediately." Guiding her sister was like moving a sleepwalker. Elinor, utilizing a reserve of strength she didn't know she possessed, pulled Marianne through the crowd. She endured the curious stares, the pitying whispers, and the immediate hungry rush of gossip that followed their retreat. Every step required immense conscious effort, masking the internal earthquake that threatened to crack her flawless composure. Outside, in the cold, clear air, Marianne finally began to stir. Her mind was struggling to process the impossible reality. "Miss Morton," she whispered, the name tasting alien and foul on her tongue. "Who is Miss Morton? Elinor, did I hear him correctly? Did he say he is to marry her?" "Yes, my love," Elinor confirmed, helping her into the carriage. She spoke with a clear, calm certainty, knowing that the only path now was the absolute truth. "He is marrying Miss Morton. He is entirely engaged to her, and he is a villain." The word villain seemed to unlock the floodgates. Marianne collapsed against the carriage cushions, a deep, shuddering wave of agony racking her body. Her grief was no longer the elegant, poetic sorrow of a neglected heroine. It was the raw, primal pain of a betrayal that destroyed her entire worldview. Elinor sat beside her, not weeping, not panicking, but gripping her hands fiercely. She knew that her sense was the only shield left for them both. Willoughby had chosen wealth over love, comfort over honor, and by doing so, he had confirmed Elinor's most cynical fear about the nature of man. But she had no time for cynicism. She had to be the rock against which Marianne's storm would break. Back at Mrs. Jennings's house, Elinor managed to get Marianne to her room without alerting the entire household. Mrs. Jennings was out, thankfully, leaving the sisters alone in their private tragedy. Marianne spent the night in an uncontrollable, hysterical torrent of sobs and reproaches against the world, against fate, and against herself for having been so profoundly mistaken. Elinor did not sleep. She sat by the bedside, her hand resting lightly on Marianne's heaving shoulder. She was performing the hardest work of her life, absorbing the shock, processing the injustice, and maintaining a perfect emotional equilibrium. Her internal monologue was sharp and unforgiving. She did not weep for her sister. She felt a cold, calculated fury at Willoughby. A man who could act with such charming devotion and then commit such an act of public, deliberate cruelty was not merely a scoundrel. He was morally vacant. She also felt a renewed, terrible pity for Edward Ferrars. Willoughby had chosen the easy, profitable path of villainy. Edward, by comparison, was choosing the tortuous, honorable path of self-ruin by adhering to his promise to Lucy Steele. In the wake of Willoughby's betrayal, Edward's passive, weak honor suddenly seemed like a slightly higher moral quality, though it was still the absolute destroyer of Elinor's future. And as the dawn began to filter through the windows, casting a gray light on Marianne's exhausted, tear-stained face, Elinor knew her role was set. London had shattered Marianne's sensibility. It was now up to Elinor's unflinching sense to rebuild her sister, one agonizing day at a time, while burying her own triple sorrow: the loss of Edward, the torment of Lucy, and the constant, overwhelming burden of emotional control. Chapter 13: The Formal Document of Betrayal. The exhaustion that followed the ball was a merciful anesthesia for Marianne, plunging her into a state of semi-consciousness that momentarily stalled the processing of her grief. She lay in her bed, a figure of beautiful yet inert misery. Elinor, having spent the night in wakeful vigil, moved around the room with the quiet efficiency of a nurse and the cold precision of a surgeon. Her sister's collapse demanded every ounce of her self-possession. There was no room left for her own complex heartbreak concerning Edward. The morning brought with it a renewed wave of social obligations. Mrs. Jennings, having returned late from her own party, was initially full of gossip and curiosity. She was soon informed that Marianne was indisposed, a diplomatic explanation that hid the devastating truth. Mrs. Jennings, though kindly meant, could not help but be intrusive, offering a myriad of noisy, common-sense remedies for a problem she still believed was a simple lover's pique rather than a catastrophic emotional trauma. Elinor managed to deflect the most probing inquiries, maintaining a firm, impenetrable barrier of reserve around her sister's true condition. She recognized that any true, heartfelt explanation of Willoughby's villainy would only turn Marianne into the subject of vulgar, enduring gossip. The burden of silence was heavy, but necessary for the preservation of their dignity. The final, devastating blow arrived mid-morning, not in the form of a dramatic confrontation, but in a small, square, heavily scented envelope delivered by a footman. It was addressed to Miss Marianne Dashwood in Willoughby's instantly recognizable hand. Elinor was alone when the letter arrived. She instantly recognized the danger it posed. This was not a plea for forgiveness or a desperate explanation. It was the final, formal act of dissolution, the required legal document for a broken engagement, only performed with social rather than legal obligation. She approached Marianne's bedside, her heart filled with foreboding. "Marianne, a letter has come for you. It is from Mr. Willoughby." Marianne stirred instantly. The mention of his name acted like a sharp physical stimulant, dragging her from her exhausted stupor. She seized the letter with a trembling hand, her eyes blazing with a brief, desperate resurgence of hope. "He writes, he explains all. I knew it, Elinor. I knew he was suffering under some obligation." Elinor stood back, allowing her sister this last necessary illusion, knowing it would be obliterated by the cold printed truth. Marianne tore the seal and devoured the contents with frantic speed. As she read, the fragile light in her eyes extinguished entirely. Her face, which had been momentarily animated by hope, settled into a look of ghastly, frozen comprehension. The paper dropped from her numb fingers onto the silk quilt. The letter was a masterpiece of cold, self-justifying cruelty. Elinor picked it up and read it, her own blood running cold as she absorbed the calculated detachment of every sentence. Willoughby's style was formal, verbose, and sickeningly polite. He expressed his deepest regret that the misunderstanding of their relationship had caused her any temporary distress. He referred to their time at Barton as a period of agreeable, youthful amusement, and confessed his folly in allowing their shared enthusiasm to be misconstrued as an exclusive attachment. He then came to the core of the matter, the brutal statement of his financial necessity, phrased in the language of pragmatic sacrifice. My recent acceptance of the hand of the truly estimable Miss Morton, a lady whose connections and fortune have secured me from the absolute ruin to which my own imprudence had unfortunately brought me, is a decision I owe not only to myself but to my family. It is a step dictated by the purest necessity and a sense of duty, rather than any diminution of the regard, the friendship, I shall always bear for yourself and your excellent family. Though the finality was crushing. He enclosed a miniature, a lock of hair, and all of Marianne's letters, effectively returning her identity as his beloved in a neat, sealed package. His closing was a wish for her future happiness in a more suitable and enduring connection. Elinor finished reading, the paper shaking slightly in her grasp. The cold, mechanical sense of the letter was its sharpest weapon. There was no poetry, no passion, only the clear, undeniable calculus of profit. He was not a romantic villain, he was a practical opportunist, and his words proved that every passionate gesture at Barton had been a lie, an idle entertainment. Marianne, meanwhile, had sunk back onto the pillows. She had not fainted, but she seemed to have retreated entirely from the painful reality of the room. Her sorrow was no longer hysterical. It was deep, silent, and potentially fatal. Her sensibility, once her greatest asset, was now her greatest weakness, having rendered her incapable of surviving such a complete demolition of her worldview. Elinor placed the letter on the table, her hands clenched. She felt a surge of incandescent, purifying rage. This was the moment she abandoned any hope of finding moral ambiguity in Willoughby. He was rotten at the core, not just for seeking money, but for inflicting such deliberate, documented pain on the innocent soul who had trusted him. She sat by Marianne's side, and for the next hour she simply held her, offering no words, knowing that language was useless against this magnitude of devastation. Later that day, the arrival of Colonel Brandon brought a necessary shift in the focus of their attention. He had heard the initial rumors of the ball and had called, gravely concerned, only to be met by the news of Marianne's sudden indisposition. Elinor, exhausted by her isolation, and recognizing that Colonel Brandon was the only person in London of absolute discretion and genuine kindness, allowed herself a moment of fragile openness. She did not show him the letter, but she summarized its brutal contents and described the scene at the ball. Colonel Brandon listened in profound, grim silence. His face, usually melancholic, hardened into an expression of controlled fury. "The villain," he murmured, the word carrying a weight that Willoughby's formal letter entirely lacked. "He is worse than I believed. I owe it to you, Miss Dashwood, to explain his character, though I fear it is too late to save Miss Marianne's happiness." He then confessed that his sudden departure from Barton weeks ago had been directly connected to Willoughby. He revealed a dark secret. Willoughby had in the past cruelly seduced and abandoned a young ward of the Colonel's, leaving her ruined and pregnant, forcing the Colonel to intervene financially and morally. It was the Colonel's duty to pursue the matter that had taken him away from Barton, and he had intended to warn the Dashwoods about Willoughby's true nature. Elinor listened, utterly stunned. The revelation added a layer of profound, historical depth to Willoughby's current betrayal. His current act was not an isolated sin. It was a continuation of a pattern of predatory selfishness. The man who had charmed them with poetry and passion was in reality a seasoned rake and a moral predator. The Colonel's honesty, though confirming the ultimate wickedness of Willoughby, was a great source of relief for Elinor. She finally understood the source of his initial hesitation and subsequent disappearance. The Colonel's information validated Elinor's sense. Her early quiet reservations about Willoughby's extreme lack of restraint and his overblown declarations of emotion were proven correct. This confirmation was a vital anchor in the chaos of Marianne's collapse, but the relief was fleeting. Her gaze returned to Marianne, pale and silent on the bed, holding the miniature Willoughby had sent back. The physical toll of the betrayal was already visible. Though the fire of her sensibility had been utterly consumed, leaving behind a frail, delicate shell. Elinor now faced her heaviest duty. She had to manage the relentless intrusion of Mrs. Jennings's pity, the calculating closeness of Lucy Steele, the supportive but worried gravity of Colonel Brandon, and most pressingly the terrifying decline of her sister's health. She became the gatekeeper of the sick room, the custodian of a shattering secret, and the only person capable of applying the cold, rational comfort that would one day, she desperately hoped, bring Marianne back from the edge of her despair. Though the time for feeling was over, the time for endurance had begun. Chapter 14: The Calculated Intrusion of Lucy Steele. Though the days following Willoughby's definitive cruelty settled into a rhythm of agonizing, quiet endurance for Elinor. Marianne's illness, though rooted in nervous shock and despair rather than physical ailment, was profound enough to warrant seclusion. She moved from the hysterical weeping of the first night into a silent, brittle melancholy, refusing sustenance and conversation, retreating into a remote corner of her own broken spirit. Elinor became her shadow, her sentinel, and her only link to a world that had betrayed her so brutally. Though the quiet vigil was a sanctuary against the clamor of Mrs. Jennings's well-meaning but utterly destructive sympathy. The older woman, still piecing together the true dimensions of the tragedy, shifted from gossip to pity, offering endless infusions and remedies that only served to highlight Marianne's vulnerability. Elinor had to manage these intrusions with a practiced, weary diplomacy, preserving the necessary dignity that Marianne, in her current state, could no longer summon. It was during this time of concentrated suffering that Elinor's greatest personal trial, Lucy Steele, chose to increase the frequency of her visits. Lucy, having established her foothold by claiming intimacy and discretion, now sought to leverage Elinor's situation. She saw Marianne's despair and Elinor's exhaustion not as reasons for quiet respect, but as opportunities to solidify her own precarious social standing. Elinor could not refuse her. The continued silence about the Edward-Lucy engagement was still deemed essential. To shut Lucy out would be to risk inciting her spite, potentially leading her to reveal the secret in a public, damaging way. A risk Elinor could not take for Edward, however unworthy of her sacrifice he currently seemed. Lucy's visits were an exercise in calculated psychological torture. She arrived daily, always dressed with meticulous, though sometimes vulgar, attention to the latest fashion, and settled in the drawing room with an air of settled ownership. She would invariably begin by paying lip service to Marianne's illness, often stating with a heavy sigh that poor dear Miss Marianne is so very sensitive, not like some of us who are forced to have a little more command over our emotions due to circumstances. The word circumstances was always delivered with a meaningful sidelong glance at Elinor, a silent reminder of the shared painful knowledge that bound them. Her conversations were focused exclusively on two intertwined subjects: her own impending marriage to Edward and the perceived superiority of her family's connections over the Dashwoods. She chronicled Edward's every brief, formal visit to her, detailing his mother's coldness and his sister's open disdain. "Oh, Miss Dashwood," Lucy confided one afternoon, leaning close as if sharing a sacred trust, "you cannot imagine the trials I endure for my beloved Edward. His family are so terribly proud, and his sister, Miss Fanny, she treats me so poorly. But Edward assures me that once we are married, his fortune will secure us from all her petty jealousy. He says I must only hold on to my dear secret a little longer, and then we shall triumph." Elinor was forced to listen, offering nothing more than quiet, monosyllabic encouragements. Each detail, Edward's reliance on Lucy for comfort, the crude hope of triumph, the naked ambition of Miss Steele, was a knife twisting slowly in her own wound. She did not love Edward blindly, she loved the man she thought he was. Now, facing the reality of his weakness, she had to endure the fact that this vulgar, vain, and calculating woman was the repository of his solemn promise. Elinor's sense was severely tested not by her own sorrow, but by the sheer effort required to conceal her revulsion toward Lucy. She saw in Lucy the very antithesis of the honor and delicate feeling she cherished. Lucy's expressions of affection for Edward were always laced with heavy references to his wealth and prospects. Her complaints about his family were merely boastful statements about the high social standing she was about to obtain. "He is a gentleman, of course, Miss Dashwood," Lucy declared once, while carefully rearranging a lock of her dark hair. "And though I shall be forced to sell the miniature I have of him, it is very old-fashioned, you know. I shall keep the letters. They are too precious to part with, proving his first true attachment." Elinor felt a momentary, sharp need to scream. That Lucy could equate the memory of Edward's affection with the price of an old miniature, and then used the word true attachment in the very house where Marianne lay broken by a far more passionate, though false, declaration, was a testament to her profound lack of feeling. But Elinor merely managed a small, contained smile. "I am sure you will make the most prudent choices, Miss Steele." The profound loneliness of her situation settled upon Elinor like a crushing weight. She could not confide in her mother, who was entirely consumed by Marianne's fate. She could not confide in Colonel Brandon, to whom she felt grateful but distant. She was sealed off from sympathy, forced to use her sense not merely as a shield against the world, but as a cage for her own emotions. Her suffering was unique. She was forced to be the confidant of her rival, the curator of her own heartbreak, and the sole witness to her own silent, emotional immolation. In the midst of this domestic tension, Mrs. Jennings insisted upon a public appearance. She argued that Elinor's perpetual seclusion was causing unnecessary speculation and that a change of scene might distract her. Elinor reluctantly agreed to attend a card party at the home of one of Mrs. Jennings's more distant acquaintances. It was a tedious, crowded affair, dominated by the repetitive chatter of society and the clinking of porcelain. It was here that Elinor had to perform her most challenging feat of self-control. Edward Ferrars was also present. He looked even more miserable than he had during his brief call. He spoke only when spoken to, his usual conversational enthusiasm replaced by a listless, absent air. He made no attempt to seek out Elinor, and when they were momentarily placed near each other by the whims of the seating arrangement, their dialogue was restricted to the most general, socially acceptable platitudes. Elinor watched him, her heart aching with a mixture of pity and severe judgment. She saw his pain, the clear mark of his regret and his sacrifice, yet she could not forgive his passivity. His was the failure of courage, the choice of ease and obedience over the active, painful fight for true feeling. He was enduring his misery, not conquering it, and that weakness condemned them both. During a break in the card playing, Lucy Steele seized her opportunity. She approached Edward with an aggressive, proprietary affection, leaning on his arm and talking in a low, constant murmur. She occasionally glanced triumphantly at Elinor, ensuring that the older sister observed their intimacy. Elinor forced her gaze to remain steady, focusing on the intricate pattern of the carpet. She felt the scrutiny of the room, the subtle, knowing glances exchanged by those who had discerned the complex triangle. She was aware of Colonel Brandon standing nearby, watching her with a quiet, profound concern that she refused to meet. Though the juxtaposition of the two relationships, Marianne's tragic, explosive failure with Willoughby and Elinor's cold, drawn-out suffocation with Edward, was now strikingly clear. Marianne's pain, for all its intensity, had been a sharp, clean break. Elinor's was a slow, systemic poisoning, administered drop by the presence of Lucy Steele and the constant, silent disappointment in the man she loved. Though the moment finally arrived when Edward, seeming desperate to escape Lucy's tenacious grip, made his way towards Elinor. He looked genuinely distressed. "Miss Dashwood," he began, his voice barely audible, I trust your sister. She is recovering well." "She is still very weak, Mr. Ferrars," Elinor replied, keeping her tone cool and measured. "She requires quiet and time. The shock was considerable." Edward's eyes held hers for a brief, genuine moment of shared understanding, the silent acknowledgement of the source of the shock. He seemed about to say something more personal, perhaps even a word of apology or regret, when Lucy's hand clamped down firmly on his arm. "Edward, my dear," Lucy interjected, her voice artificially sweet, "we must go. Mrs. Ferrars requires your presence, and you know how impatient she becomes when she is kept waiting. Miss Dashwood will excuse us, I am sure. Such a long day has exhausted my poor Edward." Edward offered a stiff, almost defeated nod to Elinor and allowed himself to be led away, Lucy's hold possessive and triumphant. Elinor watched them go. The image of Edward being drawn off, passive and miserable, by the woman who now owned his future was the final crystallization of her hopelessness. The card party dissolved around her, but Elinor felt utterly alone. She realized that the true test of her sense was not simply enduring her own pain, but learning to live in the knowledge of Edward's weakness without allowing that disappointment to destroy her own capacity for integrity. She returned home, prepared to resume her post by Marianne's side, the fortress of her composure fully reinstated, ready for the next day's ordeal. In Chapter 15, The Public Slight and the Quiet Ally, Marianne's grief settled into a profound, almost terrifying stillness. She moved through the London residence like a ghost, her beautiful eyes holding a remote, distant misery that resisted all attempts at comfort. She had ceased to weep hysterically. Now her suffering manifested as an absolute refusal to engage with the world, a self-imposed exile from hope and joy. Her constitution, once vibrant and robust, began to suffer under this prolonged siege of the spirit, a silent testimony to the devastating power of her sensibility. Elinor continued her dual imprisonment, the confinement of nursing her sister and the far more torturous confinement of Lucy Steele's company. Lucy, sensing that Mrs. John Dashwood, Fanny, had arrived in London, began to employ her most ambitious and calculated social moves. Fanny, ever alert to any threat to the Ferrars family prestige and fortune, had not failed to observe Elinor's quiet dignity and Edward's persistent misery. She quickly concluded that Elinor Dashwood represented a lingering, dangerous attachment that needed to be surgically removed. Fanny, now in town, made a point of calling on the Dashwood sisters at Mrs. Jennings's residence, but her visit was not born of familial affection. It was a mission of social intelligence. She entered the room with an exaggerated show of distant politeness, her movements radiating an implicit judgment against the shabbiness of the house and the emotional turmoil she clearly perceived. When Fanny discovered Lucy Steele already seated there, Lucy, who was known to Fanny only as a distant, undesirable connection to her mother's family, Fanny's coldness intensified. She subjected Lucy to the most frigid, condescending stare, a silent appraisal of her vulgarity and social unsuitability. Lucy, however, was prepared. Instead of shrinking, she utilized Fanny's snobbery to her advantage, demonstrating a brazen, tactical persistence. She subtly positioned herself as the confidant of Edward, speaking of his future prospects with a confidence that bordered on arrogance, carefully omitting any direct mention of their secret engagement, but dropping enough possessive pronouns to imply a deep, established right to his time and attention. Fanny, recognizing the commonality of their goal to eliminate Elinor as a threat, began, ironically, to subtly favor Lucy. Not out of respect, but out of the belief that Lucy was a known, lesser evil and a useful tool. She was certain that the mere presence of Miss Steele was sufficient to repel any gentleman of Edward's standing. During one particularly painful drawing-room encounter, Fanny deliberately orchestrated a slight against Elinor. She spoke with effusive warmth about a large social event she was planning, detailing the list of distinguished guests and the exclusivity of the gathering. She then paused, turning to Elinor with a chilling smile. "I must apologize, dear Elinor, that I cannot include you. My mother, you see, insists on keeping the numbers strictly limited to those of the most established acquaintance. It is such a dreadful bother, this necessity of maintaining one's circle. But I am certain you will understand." Though the implication was brutally clear, Elinor and Marianne were not of the established circle. They were temporary guests in London, lacking the necessary wealth and connections to merit entry. Elinor felt the blood rush from her face. The slight was public, deliberate, and entirely undeserved. It was a calculated attempt to make her feel the crushing weight of her family's poverty and dependence. Her sense, the internal mechanism that usually absorbed all shocks, struggled momentarily to maintain its composure against this venomous attack on her dignity. She met Fanny's gaze with unflinching steadiness, her voice betraying not a trace of the inner turmoil. "Of course, Fanny, the demands of society are indeed taxing, and I should not wish to trespass upon your mother's wishes. My sister's health, in any case, requires my full attention." It was during this moment of isolated humiliation that Colonel Brandon performed a quiet act of loyalty. He had been standing near the window, apparently engaged in observing the street traffic, but his awareness of the room's atmosphere was acute. As Fanny delivered her cruel slight, Brandon turned, his face etched with rare but profound sympathy. He walked over to Elinor, completely disregarding Fanny's theatrical presence, and spoke in a low, resonant voice. "Miss Dashwood, I have been remiss in informing you that the library at De Lafford has just acquired a most exquisite new volume, a collection of ancient sonnets, perfectly suited to your scholarly tastes. When you have a moment away from your important duties with Miss Marianne, I would be honored if you would consider a small excursion to my estate, where you might peruse them at your leisure. It is a quiet place, a perfect retreat from the exertions of London." His invitation was not a romantic gesture. It was a deliberate act of chivalry, a public countermove against Fanny's rudeness. He used the concept of retreat and scholarship, concepts Fanny could neither appreciate nor refute, to restore dignity to Elinor. It subtly indicated that Elinor's interests lay in realms superior to Fanny's superficial social posturing, and that she was esteemed by a man of substantial standing, if not by the immediate Ferrars connection. Elinor accepted with genuine gratitude. "You are too kind, Colonel. Such a quiet distraction would be a great relief when the time allows." This interaction was not lost on Lucy Steele. Lucy watched the exchange with a narrowed, calculating gaze. She saw Colonel Brandon not as a potential suitor, but as a wealthy, stable asset. She observed the respect he showed Elinor and the quiet dignity of their connection, and immediately filed this information away. If the Ferrars connection should fail, Colonel Brandon, the eligible, stable bachelor, might represent a highly attractive alternative. For Elinor, Brandon's kindness served as a necessary psychological anchor. He was an ally who understood the subterranean currents of polite cruelty and quiet sorrow. Yet she kept him at an emotional distance, maintaining the same careful reserve she used for everyone. Her private world was still dominated by the impossible entanglement with Edward. Edward, meanwhile, continued his miserable visits to London society, invariably attending the same functions as Lucy. He appeared pale and perpetually distracted, his eyes frequently seeking Elinor across the crowded rooms with an expression of helpless despair. His suffering was manifest, public, and ineffective. He was bound by honor, but the sight of his misery served only to increase Elinor's disappointment. She understood his dilemma, but she could not forgive his failure to fight. His passive acceptance of ruin was a constant, excruciating reminder that his sense was defined by duty to a childish promise, rather than courageous fidelity to his own adult heart. Elinor spent her evenings staring into the fire, the image of Lucy Steele's triumphant, possessive grip on Edward's arm burning in her mind, juxtaposed with the fragile, ghost-like form of her sister in the next room. Both her sense and her sensibility were under continuous siege. She endured the slow erosion of her hopes, protected only by the cold, steel cage of her own unyielding composure. The silence of her own heart was now louder than the tumultuous grief of Marianne. She knew the ordeal in London was far from over. It was merely the prelude to a far greater, unforeseen catastrophe waiting for the right moment to strike. Chapter 16: The final, fraught visit to Harley Street. The winter in London was now drawing to a close, and with it, the ordeal of social confinement and emotional siege. Marianne's physical condition had stabilized. The fever of her grief had cooled into a manageable, albeit profound, sadness. She began to venture downstairs, though her participation in conversation remained minimal, her eyes perpetually fixed on a horizon of irrecoverable memory. For Mrs. Jennings, this stability was a sign of immediate recovery. For Elinor, it was merely the cessation of the acute crisis, leaving the long, weary work of healing to begin. Elinor was desperate to leave London. The city, once a place of hesitant hope, had become a mausoleum of disappointment. Every street corner, every social call, was a reminder of Willoughby's treachery and Edward's silent, crushing entanglement. Yet the final, unavoidable meeting with Edward Ferrars was still to come, an event she braced herself for with grim resolve. Edward's visit finally occurred on a wet, miserable afternoon. He called alone, an unusual circumstance that immediately heightened the room's tension. Mrs. Jennings was present, bustling with the premature excitement of a matchmaker who felt a last chance to intervene. Lucy Steele, however, was already installed in the drawing room, a picture of determined patience, having arrived early in anticipation of Edward's call. Though the atmosphere was instantly awkward, Edward entered looking even more subdued than usual, his face etched with a fatigue that seemed intellectual rather than physical. He greeted Mrs. Jennings and Marianne, who offered a brief, strained courtesy before turning to Elinor. His greeting was formal, but his eyes held a depth of conflict that Elinor could not misinterpret. He was suffering, and that suffering was a direct result of his proximity to her. The conversation immediately stalled. Mrs. Jennings attempted to rally the spirits, but her cheerful inquiries about Edward's mother and his future clerical prospects were met with evasive apathy. It was Lucy who seized control of the moment. She performed a masterful display of proprietary intimacy designed entirely for Elinor's benefit. "My dearest Edward," Lucy began, her voice dripping with an affected solicitude, "you look so dreadfully worn. I told you, did I not, that your attendance upon your family's endless calls would exhaust you? You must save your strength, for you know how much your mother relies on you, and I rely on you too to remain well." She moved closer, casually adjusting the knot of his neckcloth, a gesture so overtly domestic, so completely suggestive of marital rights that it acted as a physical shock to Elinor. Lucy made sure her hand lingered on his shoulder for a moment, her eyes deliberately meeting Elinor's over Edward's head, challenging her to contradict the performance. Edward endured the touch with a visible flinch of discomfort, a reaction that only Elinor, in her heightened state of observation, fully registered. He offered a non-committal response, seemingly incapable of either accepting Lucy's possession or definitively shaking it off. His inability to act was in itself a form of action, the passive surrender that had defined his relationship with Lucy. Elinor watched, her internal control reaching its painful zenith. She felt a burning contempt for Lucy's calculated vulgarity, but a far deeper, colder disappointment in Edward. His passive acceptance of this public humiliation confirmed her earlier judgment. He was a man capable of honorable sacrifice, but not of courageous independence. Mrs. Jennings, observing the scene, merely took it as proof of a deep and certain attachment, and mistakenly increased her efforts to draw Edward into a conversation about the logistics of marriage. "Well, Edward, you must tell me, when is the day to be set? Barton is far too quiet for a wedding, I think, but if you choose a spring wedding, I have a cousin who could host, and I insist on buying the bride's lace." Edward's face flushed a deep crimson. He cast a quick, despairing look at Elinor, seeking her intervention. Elinor, despite her own pain, felt a familiar wave of protective pity for him. She intervened swiftly, her voice calm and authoritative. "Mrs. Jennings, I believe Mr. Ferrars has matters of delicacy to arrange with his family that make a premature discussion of his plans quite unwelcome. We must allow him peace and time." Edward offered her a look of profound, silent gratitude, a fleeting connection across the abyss of their separate miseries. For a brief, agonizing moment, Lucy was silenced, but she quickly recovered, turning to Edward with an expression of devoted concern. "Miss Dashwood is quite right, my love. We have our secrets and our necessary diplomacy. But you must not forget that you promised to read my letter to my sister Nancy, detailing all the troubles that Mrs. Ferrars gives me." This was her final, brutal move. It was a public declaration that, while Edward might exchange meaningful glances with Elinor about delicacy and peace, it was Lucy who had access to his time, his attention, and his capacity for intimacy. Edward, utterly defeated, stood up, his face pale. "I must take my leave. I have an engagement." He managed to bid a formal farewell to Mrs. Jennings and offered Marianne a brief hope for her recovery. His eyes rested on Elinor last. It was an appeal, a confession, and a final farewell, all contained in a single desperate moment. Elinor returned the look with controlled sadness. She offered a simple, non-committal phrase, "Goodbye, Mr. Ferrars. I wish you well in all your prospects." Though the word prospects was deliberately double-edged, encompassing both his professional future and his dreadful domestic arrangement. As soon as he was gone, Mrs. Jennings exploded into a fit of excited interpretation, convinced that their marriage was imminent and that all the secrecy was merely to avoid Mrs. Ferrars's interference. Lucy merely preened, secure in the visible triumph she had just demonstrated. For Elinor, the meeting was cathartic. It had been painful, but it had stripped away the last lingering remnants of her hope. She had seen Edward not as the victim of fate, but as the victim of his own inability to resist pressure. This clarity, though devastating, gave her the final psychological license to close that chapter of her life. She was free to mourn the loss of an ideal rather than the loss of a person who might yet be saved. She immediately pressed their mother on the necessity of returning home. Marianne's need for the restorative tranquility of Barton Cottage was now evident, and Elinor's need to escape Lucy Steele's oppressive company was absolute. The preparations for their departure began swiftly. Colonel Brandon, hearing of their plans, called immediately, his face expressing a quiet, earnest concern that offered a soothing contrast to the chaos of the past weeks. He spoke of the pleasure their company had given him and offered the kindest wishes for Marianne's recovery. He did not ask to accompany them, nor did he press any proprietary claim. He merely offered a promise of enduring respect and support, a reliable beacon in the foggy aftermath of their romantic shipwrecks. The morning of their departure was crisp and cold. Elinor surveyed the chaos of packed trunks and farewell notes with a profound sense of relief. London had exacted a heavy toll. It had broken Marianne's heart publicly and shattered Elinor's hopes privately. But in return, it had given them the invaluable, if painful, gift of truth. As the carriage pulled away from the bustling, indifferent city, Marianne, wrapped in heavy shawls, stared blankly out the window, lost in the dramatic memory of Willoughby. Elinor, sitting opposite her, was equally lost, but in a different kind of contemplation. She looked towards the open fields, seeing not the landscape but the road ahead. She had endured the cold slight of Fanny, the calculated malice of Lucy, the brutal indifference of Willoughby, and the agonizing weakness of Edward. Her sense had survived, though not without scar tissue. She recognized that the life of quiet, prudent endurance awaiting them at Barton, far from being a defeat, was their only chance for genuine recovery. She was returning home not with the romantic passion of Marianne, but with the weary, profound wisdom that comes from surviving betrayal. Though the great test of their sense and sensibility was over, but the quiet, arduous journey of rebuilding their lives had just begun. The peace of Devonshire was their only hope. Chapter 17, The Quiet Desolation of the Return Journey. Though the journey back to Devonshire was a process of psychological decompression, a slow shedding of the corrosive atmosphere of London. It was a pilgrimage back to the familiar, less treacherous landscapes of Barton, but the peace they sought was elusive. The carriage which had rattled them excitedly toward the metropolis months before, now carried them with a heavy, deliberate pace filled with the ghosts of shattered hopes. Marianne sat wrapped in her sorrow, a figure carved from grief. She spoke little, only gazing out at the passing landscape, which in the full bloom of spring seemed to mock her internal barrenness. Her sensibility, once the source of her deepest joys and sharpest pleasures, had become her deepest prison. Every greening field, every blossoming hawthorn, every sight of a happy, industrious laborer was a bitter reminder of the future Willoughby had promised her and then brutally snatched away. She saw beauty only as a backdrop to her personal tragedy, a stage where she was the sole suffering performer. Elinor, by contrast, watched the scenery with a quiet, analytical eye. The fields, the hedgerows, and the distant hills of the West Country represented security and sanctuary. She was exhausted not by a single catastrophic blow, but by months of continuous psychological self-discipline. London had been a war of nerves, and she had won by rigid suppression. Now the quiet of the journey allowed her to acknowledge the immense cost of that victory. Her heart ached not with Marianne's frantic, operatic grief, but with the cold, persistent ache of an amputated hope. The first day of the journey was dominated by the inevitable well-meaning chatter of Mrs. Jennings. She recounted every social success they had missed, every piece of gossip they were now ignorant of, and with maddening persistence attempted to draw Marianne into a discussion of future eligible bachelors, as if a replacement could be ordered like a new set of gloves. "Now, my dear Miss Marianne," she said, bouncing slightly on the seat, "there is the young Mr. Davies, cousin to the baronet in Somerset, who I hear has just inherited a very fine library. He is rather fond of poetry, I am told. A change of scenery is all you need, you know. And as for that villain Willoughby, well, the less said the better. Out of sight, out of mind, as my dear husband always used to say." Marianne offered no reply, merely tightening her shawl around her and turning her head further towards the window. Elinor felt a wave of sharp resentment towards Mrs. Jennings, tempered only by the knowledge that the woman meant no harm. The inability of society or even familial affection to understand or respect the depth of true suffering was a constant, wearying battle. Elinor finally intervened, her voice low but firm. "Mrs. Jennings, Marianne is still unwell. She needs quiet more than conversation. Please allow her this time to rest her mind." Mrs. Jennings, surprised by Elinor's unusual sharpness, was momentarily subdued. The silence that followed was a precious gift to Elinor, who used it to re-examine the ruins of her own heart. Though the clarity she had achieved in the final moments with Edward, the knowledge of his profound passivity remained. Yet, as the London streets receded, the judgment softened into a sorrowful pity. She no longer hated Lucy Steele with the same intensity. Lucy was merely a predatory force of nature. It was Edward's self-condemnation she mourned, the destruction of a good man by his own lack of courage. She recalled Colonel Brandon's steady, respectful presence. His farewell had been so unlike Edward's, no fraught glances, no shared secrets, just a quiet, enduring promise of friendship. He was the only man whose reputation had emerged from the London trials completely untarnished. He represented the quiet, enduring sense that could support a life, even if it lacked the initial, dazzling fire of sensibility. Elinor found herself dwelling on his kindness more and more, not out of nascent affection, but out of a deep respect for his integrity. As the carriage traversed the final miles toward Barton, the landscape became familiar. Though the rolling green hills, the winding lanes, the distinct smell of damp earth and sea air signaled their return. Marianne, for the first time in days, showed a flicker of awareness, but it was a painful awareness. This was the landscape of her greatest joy, the very valleys and woods she had explored with Willoughby. Each known tree and familiar field was a fresh dagger, a reminder of the intoxicating false paradise she had inhabited. When they finally arrived at Barton Cottage, the contrast with London could not have been more pronounced. Though the cottage stood small and quiet, its windows reflecting the fading light, Mrs. Dashwood greeted them with tears of relief, immediately throwing herself into the task of comforting Marianne. The first few days back were difficult. Marianne did not actively seek solitude, but retreated into an internal one. She refused to go on her beloved walks, claiming the sight of the familiar spots was unbearable. She spent her days at the piano, playing the music Willoughby had admired, but her playing was no longer joyful. It was a tempestuous, agonizing lament, a powerful release of her raw sensibility that often drove the rest of the household to distraction. Elinor found herself struggling to transition from the role of the besieged fortress to the role of the gentle healer. She had been so accustomed to guarding her emotions against the world that she found it difficult to relax her rigid control. One evening, as Marianne was playing a particularly wild, mournful piece, Mrs. Dashwood turned to Elinor, her eyes filled with maternal distress. "Oh, Elinor, this sadness is destroying her. She must find some distraction. She must cease this excessive indulgence of her grief." Elinor, leaning back in her chair, felt a familiar weariness. "She is suffering, Mama. Her grief is real and it is natural. We cannot rush the healing process of such a heart. If we attempt to stifle it, it will only manifest itself in a more dangerous way. Marianne must be allowed her mourning, however dramatic." "But your own sorrow, my dear Mrs. Dashwood countered, her voice dropping. "You bore your disappointment with such fortitude. You never allowed yourself such extremes." Elinor offered a small, internal sigh. "Our temperaments are different, Mama. My heartbreak is perhaps less visible, but not necessarily less profound. I simply choose not to make my pain the business of the world. It is a matter of sense, not the absence of feeling." This conversation was a painful summary of her new reality. Her composure was constantly misinterpreted as coldness, and Marianne's volatility was seen as the only measure of true depth of feeling. Elinor realized that her quiet endurance would never win the same immediate sympathy as Marianne's despair. She was condemned to be the strong one, the reserved one, the one who was presumed not to need comfort. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the influence of the Devonshire quiet began its work. The routine of Barton, the simple meals, the long evenings of reading aloud, the unpretentious visits from Sir John and Mrs. Jennings provided a steady, undeniable anchor. Mrs. Jennings, now back in her element, was less focused on matchmaking and more on local gossip and simple country pleasures, offering a constant, if noisy, distraction. Marianne began, reluctantly, to walk again. Her first few excursions were painful acts of self-inflicted torture, revisiting every cherished location. But as the weeks wore on, the places began to lose their sharp, personalized sting. They became simply places again, not memorials to Willoughby. This was the first vital step of her recovery, the slow separation of the landscape from the man. Elinor continued her quiet observation, her sense acting as the family's internal barometer. She watched Marianne cautiously, encouraging the smallest sign of renewal while maintaining her own emotional vigilance. She knew that Willoughby's betrayal, though the first great trauma, had merely concluded the first movement of their story. The return to Barton was a fragile lull before the next inevitable conflict between the harsh realities of the world and the delicate expectations of the heart. Though the future lay ahead, uncertain and daunting, requiring more of the quiet strength that Elinor had so painstakingly cultivated in the tumultuous salons of London. She was ready to meet it, armed with the wisdom of her newly fortified, though heavily scarred, sense. In Chapter 18, the awkward spectre of the past. Through the quietude of Barton Cottage, having served its purpose of stemming Marianne's initial torrent of grief, now settled into a monotonous routine that bordered on psychological stagnation. The absence of great excitement was welcome, but the absence of any excitement left a void where hope once resided. Elinor, ever the realist, found solace in the routine. It was a structure that allowed her to contain her own enduring sorrow. Marianne, however, chafed under the stillness, mistaking the lack of stimulation for a lack of life. The tranquility was shattered one damp afternoon by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. A solitary gentleman rode up the drive, dismounting with a weary, unfamiliar slowness. It was Edward Ferrars. His arrival was a shock that rippled through the cottage like a physical current. Mrs. Dashwood was thrilled, immediately interpreting it as a testament to his deep and unbreakable attachment to Elinor. Marianne was indifferent, only mildly curious, as her own romantic focus remained entirely fixed on the memory of Willoughby. For Elinor, the shock was immense, laced with a familiar, chilling dread. His presence brought back the suffocating atmosphere of London, the memory of Lucy Steele, and the agonizing clarity of his unhappy situation. Edward's greeting was profoundly awkward. He was paler, thinner, and looked palpably less happy than when they had last seen him in the turmoil of Harley Street. Though there was a desperate earnestness in his eyes when he looked at Elinor, but every word he spoke was guarded, restrained, and painfully polite. He seemed more like a conscientious acquaintance paying a required call than a man visiting the woman he supposedly loved. Mrs. Dashwood immediately embarked on a mission to put him at ease, filling the silence with effusive, pointedly leading questions about his future, his family, and implicitly his intentions towards Elinor. "You have found the journey taxing, I am sure, my dear Edward," she began, seating him by the fire. "But the air of Devonshire is so restorative, is it not? Far better than the unhealthy clamour of London. I am certain you will find a quiet country living far more conducive to true happiness than any position in the city, especially when one is considering a future establishment of one's own." Edward merely mumbled a vague agreement, glancing nervously at Elinor, who maintained an almost stony composure. Marianne, noticing the universal tension, finally spoke, her voice still ringing with the raw honesty of her sensibility. "Mr. Ferrars, you look profoundly miserable. Has some misfortune befallen your mother or your brother?" I cannot imagine any other reason for such palpable gloom after a journey into the restorative air of the country. Edward hesitated, forcing a weak smile. No, Miss Marianne, my family is quite well. I assure you, my gloom is merely the result of a tedious journey and a lack of proper rest. Elinor interjected smoothly, seeking to spare him Marianne's uncompromising scrutiny. Marianne, Mr. Ferrars has had a tiresome day. We must not subject him to our provincial cross-examinations. Tell us, Edward, how did you find the Colonel's old residence? Did you pass through the grounds of De Lafford? Though the conversation shifted, but the undercurrent of strain remained. Edward's politeness extended to a meticulous avoidance of any topic that might lead to a mention of Lucy Steele, his mother, or any plans beyond the immediate future. He stayed for dinner, and the meal was consumed in a strange atmosphere where every member of the family was performing a carefully constructed role. Mrs. Dashwood, the hopeful mother, Marianne, the dramatic mourner, and Elinor, the meticulously indifferent observer. Elinor's internal conflict was agonizing. She watched Edward with a clinical, detached eye, confirming all her suspicions. He was miserable, yes, but it was a misery born not of passion, but of duty and weakness. He had come to Barton, she believed, because he felt an obligation to acknowledge their past affection before his secret marriage to Lucy forced a final public separation. His visit was a sad, futile gesture of atonement. She felt no flicker of hope, but a profound, overwhelming sadness. The man she had loved was being destroyed by his own sense of honor towards an ill-conceived, adolescent promise. Her sense dictated that she treat him with cool, rational kindness, demanding nothing, revealing none of her own pain, and certainly offering no opportunity for him to betray Lucy's secret. She had learned too well in London the cost of indiscretion. The evening was punctuated by long, uncomfortable silences, which Edward often broke with forced, trivial observations about the weather or the local crops. He seemed acutely conscious of Lucy's secret, and every moment spent near Elinor was clearly an act of painful self-restraint. Marianne, however, began to observe Edward with a new level of critical engagement. Her own heartbreak had sharpened her perception of emotional integrity. She compared Edward's quiet, constrained visit with the fiery, impulsive devotion Willoughby had displayed. She found Edward wanting. Later that night, as the sisters prepared for bed, Marianne voiced her damning assessment. Elinor, I find Mr. Ferrars greatly altered. He is duller, more listless, and his conversation is entirely devoid of that spark of intellectual energy he once possessed. If he is suffering, it is not the magnificent suffering of a great disappointment, but the dreary, ordinary suffering of boredom. He is weighed down by his responsibilities, Marianne, Elinor said, calmly folding a shawl. He has been under great pressure from his family. Pressure should sharpen the mind, not dull it, Marianne exclaimed, her sensibility rebelling against the notion of passive endurance. He is a cold comfort to his friends, and I cannot imagine he would make any woman happy with such a profoundly resigned temperament. I confess, I can no longer understand what you ever saw in him, Elinor. Elinor felt a quiet sting at this direct, brutal assessment. She knew Marianne's words were fueled by her own highly romanticized view of love, but they contained a kernel of truth. Edward was fundamentally lacking the courageous passion she admired. I saw a good man, Marianne, struggling between honor and inclination, Elinor replied, her voice low. It is a struggle that requires its own kind of quiet courage, though perhaps not the kind that excites the imagination. I hope, for his sake, that he finds peace in his future, wherever that may entail. She did not wait for a reply, extinguishing the lamp and turning her back to the room. She lay in the dark, her mind consumed by Edward's visit. His misery had been real, undeniable, and yet entirely self-imposed. She grieved for the potential of his character, for the man he might have been if he had possessed the strength to defy his family and secure his own happiness. Elinor knew that this visit was merely the preamble to the final act of his departure from her life. He would stay for a few uncomfortable days, pay his duty to her mother, and then leave, taking his secret with him. And she, Elinor, would continue to bear the crushing weight of that secret alone, a testament to her unshakable sense, a quality that protected her from social ruin but condemned her to emotional solitude. The brief, awkward specter of Edward Ferrars had been enough to reopen old wounds, reminding her that even in the quiet sanctuary of Barton, heartbreak could still call unannounced. Chapter 19: The Lingering Guest and the Shared Silence. Edward Ferrars's stay at Barton Cottage stretched into a miserable continuum of strained politeness. He remained not because of any active pleasure or joy he found there, but from a profound inability to tear himself away from the last vestiges of true companionship. He was a man suspended between two irreconcilable duties, and the atmosphere at Barton, though awkward, was infinitely preferable to the calculated coldness of his own family circle or the stifling, possessive intimacy of Lucy Steele. The days followed a pattern of agonizing familiarity. Edward would accompany the ladies on their shorter walks, yet he seemed unable to truly see the scenery he admired, his attention perpetually drawn inward to his own predicament. He spent hours in the small parlor, ostensibly reading, but often merely staring into the fire, lost in a brown study that Elinor understood too well. Marianne continued her frank assessment, finding Edward's subdued manners an affront to her ideals of spirited courtship. She would often comment to Elinor in private with a weary impatience on his lack of conversational vigor. "He is entirely indifferent to everything of consequence, Elinor," she lamented one morning, after Edward had failed to engage passionately in a discussion about a new volume of poetry. "He has no energy for true feeling. He merely exists, moving through life as if weighed down by some ordinary clerical responsibility, not by the profound, life-altering decisions a man of feeling must face." Elinor defended him with the mechanical loyalty of a duty, her own heart aching with the accuracy of Marianne's critique. "He is a man of honor, Marianne, and honor is often a silent burden. He feels bound by the promise he gave. That very constancy, though misplaced, is what makes him worthy of respect." But even as she spoke the words, Elinor knew that Edward's honor was simultaneously his virtue and his tragedy. It was a crippling quality that prevented him from achieving genuine happiness. During his stay, the two sisters observed a subtle yet profound shift in Edward's behavior toward them. While his reserve with Elinor remained absolute, he dared not risk a single word that could be construed as flirtation or renewed affection. He began to seek out Marianne's company with a peculiar kind of desperation. It was a companionship born of safety, not passion. Marianne, in her dramatic grief, was utterly safe. She was openly obsessed with Willoughby, making her unavailable and posing no threat to his impending marriage. He sought her out as a listener, not a lover. As a symbol of the sensibility and life he felt he had lost, not as a woman he could pursue. One afternoon he found Marianne at the piano, playing a mournful air with more technical precision than emotional fire. He stood silently for a long time before finally speaking. "Miss Marianne," he said, his voice husky, "that is a very affecting melody. You feel music profoundly, I know. I envy you that capacity for expression. For those of us who are less eloquent, less able to articulate the complex state of our minds, music must be a great solace." Marianne stopped playing, turning to him with a flicker of genuine interest. "But surely, Mr. Ferrars, your thoughts are your own. Why can you not articulate them?" Edward looked away, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on Elinor, who was mending lace by the window. He spoke softly, but his words were clearly intended for Elinor's ears. "It is not always permitted, Miss Marianne. Sometimes a man may find himself in a position where the most necessary truths are also the most forbidden. He may desire with all his heart to speak, to confess his circumstances, to seek relief, but is prevented by a prior binding obligation. When inclination and duty diverge so completely, silence becomes the only available virtue, though it is a virtue that slowly consumes the heart. Elinor did not lift her eyes from her work, but the blood pounded in her ears. This was the closest Edward had come, or perhaps would ever come, to a confession. He was speaking of Lucy Steele, of his promise, and of his crushing internal struggle, using Marianne as an unwitting intermediary. It was a desperate, almost pitiful attempt to communicate the depth of his suffering to the one person who truly understood his dilemma. Her heart ached for him. She saw the profound self-condemnation in his pale face and averted eyes. He was not a villain, merely a weak man tangled in a promise made during a moment of youthful folly, now unwilling to face the social and financial ruin that breaking that promise would entail. His honor, so rigid and so misplaced, was the true antagonist of their story. Later, in a quieter moment, Edward sought Elinor out specifically. He approached her as she was arranging some books, his manner tentative and uneasy. "Miss Dashwood," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, "I believe I should be departing tomorrow. My mother expects me back in town, and I have engagements that cannot be postponed indefinitely." Elinor met his gaze calmly. "That is perfectly understandable, Mr. Ferrars. We have greatly enjoyed your company, short though it was." There was a long silence, pregnant with unsaid words. Edward wrestled visibly with himself, his hand hovering over the spine of a book, tracing its worn leather. "I only wish," he finally managed, his voice strained with emotion, "that I could leave you with a greater certainty of my prospects. I wish that I could offer you any reasonable hope for my future contentment." Elinor knew this was her moment to offer absolution, to provide the quiet, final release he was seeking. She put down the book she was holding and looked directly at him, her face composed. "Mr. Ferrars, you should not distress yourself on our account. We understand that your situation is complicated, and that your path is laid out by obligations you feel bound to respect. You have done the honorable thing by coming here and by leaving when your duties call you away. We only desire your ultimate peace, and we hope that your future commitments, wherever they may be, will ultimately provide you with happiness." She had spoken carefully, using the neutral language of duty and commitment, ensuring her words could apply equally to his mother's wishes or to his engagement with Lucy. She had given him permission to leave, and confirmation that she understood his position without demanding the explicit, dangerous confession. The relief that washed over Edward's face was instantaneous and profound. It was not the relief of a lover released from a rival, but the profound gratitude of a burdened man whose yoke had momentarily been lightened. "Thank you, Miss Dashwood," he said, his voice thick with unexpressed feeling. "Your kindness, your understanding is always a comfort. It is more than I deserve." He lingered for only a moment longer, offering a final, lingering look of grateful despair before withdrawing to complete his preparations. Elinor remained by the bookshelves, listening to the silence he left behind. She felt drained, yet strangely fortified. She had completed the painful performance required of her sense. She had protected Edward's honor and her own dignity. The door was now officially closed on their past, sealed shut by the very obligations he was too honorable to break. The final, silent farewell had been exchanged, and now the long work of healing her own quiet heartbreak could truly begin, unburdened by false hope. Chapter 20: The Arrival of Mrs. Palmer and the Distraction of Noise. The departure of Edward Ferrars left behind a palpable vacuum in the small, tightly knit world of Barton Cottage. For Elinor, it was the final, definitive click of a lock on a door she had long known was closing. The initial relief of having navigated the dangerous visit with her dignity intact was slowly replaced by a profound, desolate loneliness. She no longer had the immediate, anxious task of concealing her knowledge or protecting Edward's secret. And in the absence of that active duty, her own sorrow was left exposed, raw, and impossible to distract. Though the quiet, which had initially been a balm after the intensity of London, now felt heavy and isolating. Mrs. Dashwood was left clinging to the vague, polite optimism of Edward's farewell, interpreting his sad glances as unspoken devotion. Marianne, recovering slowly from the physical effects of her own trauma, regarded the whole affair with a critical pity, confirming her belief that all emotional experiences short of her own grand passion were merely trivial. The necessary interruption arrived in the form of Mrs. Palmer, the married daughter of Mrs. Jennings. She was the mistress of a large and rather showy estate named Cleveland, not far from Barton, and she arrived with her husband in a splendid carriage, bringing with her a tumultuous noise and an unquenchable stream of chatter. Mrs. Palmer was a woman whose good humor was so absolute, so undiscriminating, that it failed to connect with any actual circumstance. She was perpetually delighted, regardless of the topic, and her spirits were always high, regardless of the mood of her company. Her presence was a relentless contrast to the deep, complex melancholy that pervaded Barton Cottage. She seemed constitutionally incapable of recognizing unhappiness. She greeted her mother and the Dashwoods with an effusion of pleasure, her voice ringing with the joy of someone who had just won a lottery. "My dearest mamma, I am so delighted to see you. And Miss Dashwood and Miss Marianne, how pale you look. It is only the London air, I am sure, but you are back now, and we must have you at Cleveland very soon. Colonel Brandon, you know, has been telling us all about you, Mr. A. Palmer says you are very quiet, Miss Elinor, but I told him that was nonsense." She rattled on without pause, entirely unaware of the painful implications of her words. She mentioned Willoughby's marriage with the same cheerful indifference as she discussed the weather, utterly missing the sharp intake of breath from Mrs. Dashwood and the rigid stillness of Marianne. Mr. Palmer, her husband, was her exact opposite, a man of profound apathy and consistent ill humor. He was handsome, but possessed a chilling reserve and an evident disdain for all social intercourse, especially that of his wife's family. He found everything ridiculous or tiresome and communicated mainly through grunts or short, cynical observations. Elinor, observing this mismatched pair, found her sense immediately engaged. Mrs. Palmer's unwavering happiness, juxtaposed against her husband's persistent misery, was a study in marital misalignment. Though the woman was utterly deaf to his cruelty, thriving on her own internal cheerfulness, while Mr. Palmer used his silence as a weapon of passive aggression. "Mr. Palmer is so amusing, Miss Dashwood," Mrs. Palmer confided in Elinor, leaning forward excitedly. "He is always finding fault with everything I say, which is precisely why I love to tease him. He is cross today, you know, because my bonnet ribbon came untied on the drive. Was that not a silly thing to be cross about?" Elinor managed a polite smile, thinking that Mr. Palmer's ill humor was far less rooted in a bonnet ribbon than in a deep-seated contempt for his wife's superficiality. This marriage, based on wealth and indifference rather than genuine affinity, provided a cautionary tale, a counterexample to the passionate but ultimately ruinous affair of Marianne and Willoughby. During the visit, Mrs. Palmer extended a formal invitation. "Mama insists we must take you all up to Cleveland before you return to town next season, if you ever do. We have so much space, and Mr. A. Palmer says the hunting is tolerable. My sister, Miss Steele, is with us now, you know. She keeps me company while Mr. Palmer is away. Oh, you know Miss Steele, do you not? She was with you in London." The shock of hearing Lucy Steele's name was almost physical for Elinor. The mention of her secret tormentor residing so close, now a permanent fixture in the Palmers' grand house, instantly dissolved the fragile peace of Barton. The thought of being in the same house with Lucy, forced to endure her sly insinuations while maintaining her composure, was deeply unsettling. It was the return of the London psychological warfare right on her doorstep. Elinor's face, practiced in the art of concealing dismay, remained perfectly composed. "Indeed, we had the pleasure of meeting Miss Steele in town," she replied, her voice steady. Marianne, overhearing the conversation, expressed her profound disdain. "If that person, Miss Steele, is to be present, Elinor, I certainly shall not go. I find her company entirely tiresome and her attempts at wit positively painful." Mrs. Palmer merely laughed, patting Marianne's arm. "Oh, but Miss Lucy is a prodigious gossip. And you must meet her sister, Miss Anne. She is such a simpleton, it is quite amusing. Besides, Mr. Palmer has been cross all day. He needs more people to distract him." Mrs. Dashwood, sensing an opportunity for social advancement and a change of scene for her melancholy daughters, quickly accepted the invitation on their behalf. The visit was settled. The two sisters, chaperoned by Mrs. Jennings, would soon spend a week or more at Cleveland. Elinor spent the remainder of the evening wrestling with this new anxiety. The prospect of facing Lucy Steele in a domestic setting, where the demands of intimacy were greater and the chances of escape fewer, filled her with apprehension. She knew the entire time would be spent on a razor's edge, guarding every look, every word, lest she reveal her knowledge or, worse, betray Edward's long-held secret. She felt a fresh wave of resentment towards Edward himself. His weak, constrained honor had not only ruined his own life but had indirectly handed his betrothed a powerful weapon, the ability to torment Elinor with impunity. That night, alone in her room, Elinor walked the floor, unable to sleep. She realized that sense was not merely about self-control, but about perpetual, exhausting vigilance. She had managed the grand, public disasters of London, but the true test of her strength lay in the tedious, relentless private irritations of daily life. The Cleveland visit promised to be a subtle domestic torture. Lucy Steele, the keeper of the secret, would be there, armed with the knowledge of Elinor's heartbreak and Edward's misery. Elinor knew she would have to perform the most difficult role of her life, that of a woman who was perfectly at ease, entirely indifferent to Edward's fate, and possessing no knowledge of the impending marriage that dominated her heart. She looked out the window at the quiet Devonshire night, reflecting on how quickly the world had shifted. One day, a final, sorrowful farewell from a man she loved. The next, the loud, insistent arrival of a woman whose simple invitation carried the threat of profound psychological pain. Elinor clenched her hands, drawing on the deep reservoir of fortitude she had cultivated. Sensibility might suffer in storms, but sense had to survive the long, grinding siege of ordinary existence. She would go to Cleveland and she would endure. Chapter 21: The Siege of Cleveland. Though the journey to Cleveland, the Palmer estate, was undertaken with a distinct lack of enthusiasm from the Dashwood sisters. For Marianne, it was merely an unwelcome interruption to her grief, a societal obligation imposed by Mrs. Jennings. For Elinor, it was the crossing of a psychological frontier, a deliberate entry into the theater of her own concealed misery, where Lucy Steele now held the stage. Mrs. Jennings and Mrs. E. Palmer maintained a relentless stream of chatter, oblivious to the deeper anxieties of their companions. Mrs. Palmer, ever delighted, found the rain prodigiously fine and the bumpy roads quite a diverting obstacle, while Mrs. Jennings kept up a running commentary on local gossip, constantly attempting to pair off Elinor with any eligible bachelor she could recall. Upon their arrival at Cleveland, a grand and somewhat ostentatious house, Elinor's immediate fears were confirmed. Lucy Steele, the guest of the house, immediately asserted a proprietary claim over her. Lucy's manner had subtly changed since London. She possessed a quiet, venomous confidence, having understood that the stability of her secret gave her undeniable power over Elinor. The moment they were alone in their assigned chamber, Lucy sought out Elinor with the practiced inevitability of a hunter. "My dearest Miss Dashwood," she cooed, her eyes wide and falsely innocent, "how fortunate that we should be thrown together again. I feel we have so many delightful little secrets to share from our time in London, secrets which naturally only we two possess." Elinor maintained her rigid composure, recognizing that every word Lucy spoke was a calculated probe. "I cannot recall any secrets, Miss Steele. Our acquaintance in London was purely social and entirely unremarkable." "Ah, but you forget." Lucy lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, leaning uncomfortably close. "The dear, sweet man whose happiness we both pray for, Mr. Ferrars, of course. I have such a great weight on my conscience, Miss Dashwood, knowing that I can speak of his goodness only to you. You see, I am constantly hearing from him." This was Lucy's strategy, not overt malice, but a relentless, intimate siege. By constantly referencing Edward's letters, his devotion to her, and his family's impending acceptance of their match, Lucy ensured that Elinor could never escape the reality of her loss, even within the supposed sanctuary of a private room. Every cheerful remark was a dagger, every shared confidence a psychological attack. Elinor found the presence of Miss Anne Steele, Lucy's elder sister, a momentary, if ridiculous, distraction. Miss Anne was the embodiment of harmless silliness, her conversation composed entirely of vapid observations and an unwavering admiration for her younger sister. Anne's inability to grasp the nuance of any situation served as a natural buffer, often disrupting Lucy's attempts at sophisticated psychological warfare. Lucy has such a clever way with words, hasn't she, Miss Elinor? Anne would chirp, watching her sister with dog-like devotion. And she is always so very particular about her handwriting, especially when she writes to, well, you know who. She says it's vital to be clear when one is conveying such tender emotions. Elinor could only reply with polite noncommittals, her internal monologue a constant, desperate effort to maintain control. She is using her happiness as a weapon. I must not allow the visible evidence of my suffering to become her ultimate victory. The true test came during the quiet evenings. Lucy, feigning a need for female intimacy, would often pull her chair close to Elinor's, insisting on discussing her wedding plans. She would describe the imaginary life she and Edward would lead, the small parish, the necessary frugality, the comfort of their shared, secret love. It will be very simple, you know, Lucy sighed dramatically one night. Edward is determined to take orders immediately, just as soon as his mother is brought round, or he decides he can afford to live without her help. He is so eager to make me his wife. Only think, Miss Dashwood, a parson's wife. I know you are used to higher circles, but happiness is found in the heart, not in a grand establishment. Elinor had to listen, to nod occasionally, and even to offer advice on dress fabrics and household arrangements. Her sense was pushed to its absolute limit. It was an exercise in pure self-discipline. To appear interested in the details of the very future she had once hoped for, a future stolen by the woman sitting next to her, who was now using it as the theme of their forced intimacy. Marianne, who had no understanding of the secret that bound the two women, watched their sudden closeness with undisguised contempt. She observed the hours Elinor spent in private consultation with Lucy and drew the worst possible conclusion: that Elinor, despite her good judgment, was wasting time and kindness on a person entirely undeserving of it. Elinor, I simply cannot comprehend your patience, Marianne declared one evening. That woman, Miss Steele, is insipid and calculating. Why do you spend hours enduring her trivial company? I should be entirely unable to contain my disgust. Elinor looked at her sister, unable to reveal the true complexity of her burden. Marianne, we are guests here. Decorum demands that I be civil to the lady of the house's guests. And perhaps, Elinor added, looking deeply into her sister's eyes, perhaps I am not so quick to judge the hearts of others as you are. I see a young woman who, despite her lack of refinement, is genuinely attached to a man she values. Elinor's carefully neutral phrasing was another layer of defense. By acknowledging Lucy's attachment, she gave no quarter to her own pain, satisfying her sister's curiosity while maintaining the secret. The days at Cleveland passed in this manner, a relentless psychological siege. Elinor was forced to confront the wreckage of her hopes daily, minute by minute, while maintaining an outward facade of calm indifference. Though the irony was that the very discipline required to protect Edward's secret was simultaneously destroying her own peace. She realized that sense was not a state of being, but a daily grueling battle against the natural inclination to scream the truth. She was winning the battle of appearance, but losing the war for internal tranquility. Chapter 22: The Great Revelation and the Iron Fury. The precarious and tedious equilibrium of the Cleveland visit was violently shattered by the arrival of an unexpected party. Mrs. Ferrars and her younger son, Robert. They had traveled to a neighboring estate, and upon hearing of the Palmers' hospitality and Mrs. Jennings' presence, decided to pay a formal call. A gesture intended more to assert social dominance than to offer genuine warmth. Mrs. Ferrars was a woman carved from granite and social convention, possessing a will so rigid it permitted no deviation from her own high standards of family status and wealth. Her entire being conveyed an implicit judgment against anyone less fortunate or less well-bred than herself. Her very presence in the drawing room felt like a cold, silent inspection. Robert Ferrars, her favorite son, was a miniature embodiment of her superficiality, vain, frivolous, and profoundly concerned only with the style of his waistcoat and the proper arrangement of a room. He possessed none of Edward's quiet integrity, yet he was the one destined to inherit the bulk of the Ferrars' fortune. Elinor watched the scene unfold with a detached fascination, her anxiety quickly escalating to dread. She knew instantly that the presence of Mrs. Ferrars posed an existential threat to Edward's secret. The mother's eagle eye, trained to detect any social transgression, immediately fell upon Lucy Steele, whom Mrs. Palmer had rashly attempted to introduce with an air of casual pride. Lucy, despite her calculated efforts to appear refined, was undone by her own nervousness and the sheer social terror of confronting such powerful disdain. Her curtsies were too deep, her attempts at witty small talk too strained, and her self-consciousness visible in the frantic darting of her eyes. Mrs. Ferrars observed her for barely a minute before dismissing her entirely, turning her attention to Elinor with an air of almost clinical assessment. "Miss Dashwood, I understand you were acquainted with my son Edward during his stay at Norland?" Mrs. Ferrars asked, her voice an icy, controlled monotone. "I was, madam," Elinor replied, meeting the formidable woman's gaze with the perfect composure of one who had mastered the art of passive resistance. "And you found him agreeables?" "Exceedingly so, madam. He possesses remarkable integrity." Elinor deliberately chose a word that spoke of character, not charm, subtly affirming the strength that was Edward's undoing. The tension intensified during the dinner. Robert Ferrars, seated opposite Elinor, prattled endlessly about his own superior taste in architecture and landscaping, contrasting loudly with Edward's simple and genuine love of learning. Mrs. Ferrars sat like an immovable sculpture, occasionally issuing a sharp, dismissive comment that silenced the entire table. The true antagonist of the evening, however, proved to be Miss Anne Steele. Goaded by Mrs. Jennings' continuous clumsy attempts to praise Lucy's good fortune, Anne, fueled by wine and the intoxicating grandeur of the Ferrars name, finally succumbed to her constitutional silliness. While attempting to whisper a secret to Mrs. De Palmer, Anne's voice rose hysterically above the general murmur. "And I told her, you know, that Edward, Mr. Ferrars, I mean, that she should wear the little garnet pin he gave her just to show everyone." "Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Ferrars, I didn't mean to say that out loud. But he is so very good to her, and they have been engaged for so many years, 4 years, madam. And I just think it is such a shame he has to be so quiet about it for fear of upsetting certain people." The drawing room descended into a silence so absolute, so profound, that Elinor felt the beating of her own heart resonate in the stillness. Mrs. Ferrars' face, already stern, froze into an expression of utter, terrifying incredulity. The ensuing scene was not one of loud operatic drama, but of cold, aristocratic fury. Mrs. Ferrars did not raise her voice. She merely commanded the attention of the room, her control absolute. She turned to Lucy, whose face had gone a mottled red and white. "Miss Steele," Mrs. Ferrars pronounced, the name itself sounding like an insult, "is this impertinent accusation true? Do you dare to claim a formal engagement to my eldest son, Edward?" Lucy, caught in the snare of her sister's foolishness, tried to recover, managing only a pathetic, tearful nod. "Yes, madam, it is a promise, sacred and binding, made 4 years ago when we were so young." Mrs. Ferrars turned to Robert, who looked merely annoyed that his dinner had been interrupted. "Robert, you are to go immediately to town, find Edward, and tell him to present himself to me here without delay." Then the formidable woman turned back to the room, her voice gaining the metallic edge of a final decree. "Let it be known in this house and everywhere my name carries weight, that if Edward Ferrars fails to appear and immediately renounce this low, disreputable connection, he is no longer my son. He will be instantly and irrevocably disinherited. Every shilling, every promise of patronage, and every hope of a good living shall pass immediately to my younger, more sensible son, Robert." She looked directly at Lucy Steele, her eyes narrowed with glacial contempt. And as for you, Miss Steele, you have, by this disgraceful conduct, ensured that you have ruined the future of both my sons. I forbid you to remain in my presence." The Palmers' drawing room had been transformed into a cold, merciless court of law. Lucy Steele was dismissed in disgrace, dissolving into silent, hysterical tears and being quickly ushered away by the terrified Mrs. Palmer. The entire incident, though brief, felt to Elinor like hours of grinding psychological torture. Elinor retreated to the farthest corner, her internal response a bewildering mixture of conflicting emotions. Though the shock of the public exposure was immense, but beneath the surface a dangerous, treacherous thread of hope began to weave itself through her heart. Edward was ruined, yes, but he was also potentially free. His promise, which had been the iron chain binding him to Lucy, was now broken by the far stronger, more terrible chain of maternal authority and financial ruin. She felt a deep, wrenching sympathy for Edward, knowing that his honor, the very quality she admired, had forced him into a position where he had to choose between love and utter poverty, or a life of wealth purchased by dishonesty. When the room eventually cleared, leaving only Mrs. Jennings, Mrs. Dashwood, and Elinor, the conversation turned immediately to Edward's character. "Poor, dear Edward," cried Mrs. Dashwood, weeping softly. "Such a good heart, ruined by a moment of indiscretion. How brave he is to hold to his word. He will refuse to renounce her, I know he will." Elinor listened, her face pale but composed. Mrs. Dashwood's romantic sensibility found nobility in Edward's ruin. Elinor's sense saw the tragedy of a man destroyed by the very constraints he had felt honor-bound to uphold. Yet the hope, the small, illicit hope that now burned in the quiet recesses of her soul, was the most difficult emotion to control. She was heartbroken for his loss of fortune, but dangerously, desperately thrilled by his impending freedom. The world had turned upside down, and Edward Ferrars was now a man stripped of everything but his honor. Chapter 23: The Noble Patronage and the Cost of Honor. The morning following the seismic event at Cleveland dawned gray and melancholic, reflecting the mood of the inhabitants. The great upheaval, the public exposure and immediate disinheritance of Edward Ferrars, left behind a heavy silence, a void usually filled by Mrs. Palmer's gaiety and Mrs. Jennings' chatter. The two elder ladies were subdued, speaking only in hushed, moralistic tones about the cruelty of Mrs. Ferrars and the noble sacrifice of the dutiful son. Marianne, though still consumed by her own sorrow, found a temporary distraction in the drama. Her sensibility was stirred by Edward's plight, viewing him as a romantic martyr ruined by maternal tyranny and the rigid expectations of wealth. She praised his constancy with a fervor that overlooked the true object of that constancy, Lucy Steele. Elinor, meanwhile, bore the weight of complex knowledge. She knew that Edward's honor was simultaneously the source of his ruin and the quality that made him worthy of her love. She found herself oscillating between despair over his impending life of poverty with Lucy, and a terrible, secret admiration for his unwavering commitment to his word. It was a torture of the purest kind, knowing that he had chosen integrity over fortune, yet that integrity still separated him from her forever. She had barely finished dressing when Colonel Brandon, having arrived late the previous night, requested a private moment with her. His arrival was quiet, devoid of drama, yet his purpose was weighty. He did not seek to gossip or console, he sought action. They met in a small, seldom-used parlor. Colonel Brandon's face was grave, etched with a quiet sympathy that surpassed the mere pity offered by others. "Miss Dashwood," he began, his voice low and firm, "I cannot stand idly by and watch a man of true honor be utterly destroyed. Mr. Ferrars has behaved with a steadfastness rarely seen in this world, especially when confronted with such a formidable threat as Mrs. Ferrars' wrath." Elinor felt a flush of pride mixed with pain. "He has chosen the path of duty, Colonel." "Indeed, and duty in this case has stripped him of his future, but there is a small provision I can offer. I possess the living of the parish church at De Laford. It is not a great income, perhaps £200 a year, but it is enough to live simply and independently. Should Mr. Ferrars proceed with his honorable engagement and be fully ordained, I intend to offer him that position immediately." Elinor was stunned into silence. It was a gesture of profound, practical kindness, a demonstration of sense married to true benevolence. It was also so deeply ironic. The man who secretly loved Marianne was providing the means for the man Elinor loved to marry another woman. Colonel Brandon, Elinor managed, her voice trembling slightly, "This is generosity beyond measure. It is a lifeline, not merely an offer. But are you certain this is what you wish? It is a valuable piece of patronage." "It is precisely what I wish, Miss Dashwood. My aim is not to benefit myself, but to assist a man whose moral courage I respect. I ask you only to convey this news to your mother and sister, and perhaps, when the moment is appropriate, to Mr. Ferrars himself. But let him be aware that the offer stands without conditions, save that he take orders and fulfill his promise." The Colonel's noble act became the central topic of discussion. Mrs. Dashwood cried over the angelic compassion of the Colonel, while Mrs. Jennings immediately began calculating the frugality required to live on £200 a year. The final blow, the official confirmation of Edward's fate, arrived 2 days later via a messenger who brought news from Mrs. Ferrars' London solicitor. Edward had presented himself to his mother as commanded, and when given the ultimatum, renounce Lucy Steele or face utter destitution, Edward had formally and definitively chosen Lucy. He had refused to betray his word. He was, as of that moment, stripped of all inheritance and favor. Robert Ferrars was the new heir. The news landed heavily upon Elinor's heart, extinguishing the tiny, reckless spark of hope that had ignited in the aftermath of the disinheritance. He was ruined, but he was not free. His promise, made in youthful folly, had become a sacred, unbreakable vow in the face of absolute adversity. Elinor felt a great well of pity for him and a deep, gnawing sorrow for herself. The possibility of him being free had been terrifying, but the reality of his honorable bondage was devastating. Now the focus of the emotional drama shifted to Lucy Steele. Stripped of the promise of a Ferrars fortune, Lucy's value lay solely in her continued hold over Edward's honor. Elinor observed Lucy closely in the days that followed. The initial tears of disgrace were gone, replaced by a calculating, cold reflection. Lucy received the news of Brandon's offer with a greedy, though carefully masked, satisfaction. £200 a year was vastly inferior to the Ferrars estate, but it was certainty. It was a fixed income, a home, and the social status of a parson's wife. A far cry from the terrifying prospect of a broken engagement and social disgrace. Lucy, ever the pragmatist, immediately set about consolidating her position. She sent a secret letter to Edward, reinforcing her commitment and praising his honor, a praise that served more to hold him captive than to celebrate his virtue. To Elinor, Lucy's manner changed again. The aggressive confidence was replaced by a wounded, martyred air, subtly seeking Elinor's pity, which she interpreted as respect. "Imagine Miss Dashwood," Lucy whispered one afternoon, dabbing at her eyes with a lace handkerchief, "living on a mere £200 a year. It is all his mother has left us. But my dearest Edward says that happiness is all we need. I am so lucky to have such a faithful man. It is a dreadful disappointment, of course, but his honor is everything. I only wish Mrs. Ferrars could see the pain she has inflicted upon her own son." Elinor listened, forcing her voice to express polite sympathy for their circumstances, while internally recoiling from Lucy's mercenary calculation. Lucy's performance solidified Elinor's understanding. The commitment was real, the affection was questionable, and the financial ruin was merely an obstacle to be endured, not a reason to release her grip. Elinor understood that the ultimate test of Edward's character, his refusal to abandon his promise despite overwhelming pressure, had secured his ruin. He was now honorably bound to a woman who, while clinging to him with tenacity, viewed his fate with calculation, not compassion. The de Lafford living was a noble gift, but it was also the final necessary scaffold upon which Edward's life with Lucy would be built, forever out of Elinor's reach. Chapter 24: The Sudden Malady and the Test of Fortitude. Though the day of departure from Cleveland was overcast, mirroring the atmosphere of lingering tension. Though the drama of Edward's ruin had subsided, replaced by the grim reality of his choice. Lucy Steele, having secured her impoverished future, departed with her sister, leaving Elinor with a feeling of profound, though unspoken, relief. The sheer exhaustion of maintaining her facade in the face of Lucy's psychological warfare had worn down her spirit to a brittle thread. The return journey to Barton was to be undertaken with Mrs. Jennings. Marianne, still fragile from the emotional devastation of London and Willoughby's betrayal, displayed a new, disconcerting indifference to the world around her. She was silent, withdrawn, and seemed to regard the passing landscape with the listless gaze of a prisoner being transported. The first signs of trouble were subtle, easily dismissed as mere fatigue from the journey and the lingering effects of grief. Marianne complained of a chill, a headache that pounded behind her eyes, and a general malaise that she refused to acknowledge as anything more than the inevitable consequence of her shattered heart. Elinor, ever the watchful sentinel, observed these symptoms with increasing anxiety. She noted the unnatural flush on Marianne's cheeks, the dryness of her skin, and the sudden, intense shiver that would convulse her frame despite the warmth of the carriage. "Marianne, you must wrap yourself more closely in your shawl," Elinor urged, her voice quiet but insistent. "You have caught a cold. We must ask Mrs. Jennings to stop at the next inn for some hot posset and rest." "Nonsense, Elinor," Marianne murmured, her voice thin and irritable. "It is merely the atmosphere. I am perfectly well, do not fuss. My current ill is of the mind, and no draught or shawl can cure that." However, by the time they reached a small, solitary coaching inn late that afternoon, the symptoms had advanced beyond a simple cold. Marianne was unsteady on her feet, her eyes shone with an unnatural brilliance, and her breathing was quick and shallow. Mrs. Jennings, whose robust health had always made her insensitive to the fragility of others, finally recognized the severity of the situation. "Mercy on us, the child is truly sick," Mrs. Jennings exclaimed, her cheerful voice now laced with genuine alarm. "Miss Dashwood, we cannot proceed. We must stay here tonight and send for the physician immediately." Elinor, her own fears now confirmed, moved with the quiet, efficient determination that only extreme urgency could summon. She settled Marianne into a private room, insisted on darkness and quiet, and began administering the simple remedies available. Cool cloths for the burning forehead and sips of weak tea. The fever, however, was relentless. By midnight, Marianne was delirious, tossing restlessly and murmuring broken, incoherent phrases about Willoughby, Norland, and the cruel frost that had shattered her life. Elinor sat beside the bed, a silent, unmoving figure, her hand clasping Marianne's burning one. Though the true agony of the night was not the fear of disease, but the intense, raw grief of her sister, which the fever stripped bare and forced Elinor to witness without the veil of Marianne's conscious restraint. Every moan was a confession, every whispered name a searing reminder of the pain she had tried so hard to protect Marianne from. The physician, a kindly but weary old man, arrived in the pre-dawn hours. His examination was brief and confirmed Elinor's darkest fear. Marianne was suffering from a severe, highly dangerous putrid fever, a serious malady of the time that threatened life itself. "Miss Dashwood, your sister is gravely ill," the physician stated, his expression solemn. "The physical malady is complicated by profound mental distress. She requires constant care, absolute quiet, and the application of every remedy known to us. This will be a long and uncertain battle, miss. Her life hangs upon your vigilance." The weight of this responsibility settled upon Elinor like an unbearable physical burden. She had always been the stronger, the more rational, but now she was the only one standing between Marianne and the ultimate silence. Mrs. Jennings, though compassionate, was too noisy and too easily flustered to be an effective nurse. Elinor knew she could not rely on others. She sent a desperate note to Barton, informing her mother and Margaret of the delay, carefully minimizing the danger so as not to cause undue panic. The next few days were a blur of exhausting, lonely vigilance. Elinor rarely left the room. She measured medicine, adjusted the blankets, and spoke in gentle, soothing tones to the delirious figure on the bed. Sleep became a luxury she could not afford, surviving on moments of rest stolen while Marianne was momentarily quiet. Her sense, her cherished self-control, was now her only tool for survival. It allowed her to suppress her own terror, to measure the dosage with a steady hand, and to maintain the orderly rhythm of care that offered the only chance of recovery. She did not weep. She could not afford the dissipation of energy that tears would bring. Every ounce of her strength was dedicated to the single, urgent purpose of keeping Marianne alive. Yet in the deepest part of the night, when the fire was low and the fever raged highest, the emotional burden threatened to overwhelm her. She would look at Marianne's distorted, suffering features and feel a terror so complete it was a physical numbness. All her life, she had believed that sense was superior to sensibility, but watching Marianne's near-death struggle, she realized that sensibility, when pushed to its extreme, could be a mortal threat. The crisis point arrived on the fourth night. Marianne's fever peaked, her breathing became ragged, and her pulse was alarmingly weak. Elinor, alone with her sister, felt the cold hand of despair close around her heart. She remembered the physician's words, a long and uncertain battle. She knelt beside the bed, her calm exterior finally cracking, and she allowed a brief, silent prayer to escape her lips. It was not a prayer for herself, but for the one person whose existence defined her own. She pleaded not with her voice, but with the full force of her exhausted will, for the life of the sister who was her opposite, her counterpart, and her deepest connection to pure, unbridled emotion. As the first faint light of dawn seeped through the window, the crisis broke. Marianne's breathing eased, the unnatural heat began to recede, and she fell into a deep, natural sleep. Elinor watched, trembling with exhaustion, as the color of health slowly returned to her sister's lips. The battle was not yet won, but the immediate, terrifying danger had passed. Elinor allowed herself a single, deep, shuddering sigh of relief, leaning back against the cold stone of the fireplace, finally permitting the fatigue she had so fiercely repressed to claim her. She had been tested not by social slight or hidden sorrow, but by the relentless, brutal indifference of nature, and she had prevailed through the sheer, disciplined force of her sense. Chapter 25: The Tide Turns and the Arrival of Solace. Though the deep, life-sustaining sleep that finally claimed Marianne was the most beautiful sight Elinor had witnessed since the sisters had left Norland. It was a sleep born not of sedation or exhaustion, but of the body's victory over the fever's cruel aggression. And as the morning light grew stronger, painting the walls of the dreary inn-room with a faint, hopeful gold, Elinor remained kneeling, unable to move, afraid that any sound or shift in the air might recall the relentless illness. It was Mrs. Jennings who finally found her hours later, draped against the bedpost like a discarded garment. The good woman, though often tiresome and intrusive, possessed a genuine depth of kindness. She immediately saw not the composed Miss Dashwood, but a young woman driven to the absolute brink of endurance. "And child, you look like death itself," Mrs. Jennings whispered, her tone stripped of its usual cheerful vulgarity, replaced by a deep maternal pity. Go to bed in the next room. I shall sit here. I shall not make a sound, I swear it, but you must rest, or you will follow your sister into the grave." Elinor could not resist. The permission to collapse, delivered by a voice of authority, was all that was needed. She allowed Mrs. Jennings to lead her to the adjacent chamber, where she fell onto the bed, fully dressed, and sank instantly into a sleep so profound it was almost a momentary death. When she woke, the room was dark and a fire crackled merrily in the grate. The clock on the mantelpiece informed her that 12 hours had passed. A strange sense of profound guilt mixed with overwhelming relief washed over her. She was restored, yet she had been absent from her post. She found Mrs. Jennings still beside Marianne's bed, knitting with quiet diligence. Marianne was awake, pale but lucid, accepting a small basin of broth. "Elinor," Marianne whispered, her voice a reedy shadow of its former vibrancy, "I have caused you so much trouble. I know I was ill, but I am better now. Oh, please tell me you have rested." The recovery would be slow, the weakness profound, but the danger was definitively past. Elinor felt the immense flood of gratitude and relief, the first truly unmixed happiness she had permitted herself in months. However, the quiet joy of their immediate family was soon disrupted by the sound of carriage wheels crunching gravel outside the inn and the firm, authoritative tread of boots in the hallway. Elinor's first thought was of her mother. Her second, more alarming thought was of Willoughby. But the door opened to reveal neither. It was Colonel Brandon standing tall in the doorway, his features pale with concern, his clothes dusted from hard travel. He had ridden through the night, having received Elinor's terse note hours after it had been sent. The note, which had merely mentioned a delay due to indisposition, had been enough to stir his anxieties and spur him into immediate action. "Miss Dashwood," he said, his voice unusually strained, "I apologize for this intrusion, but your note gave me cause for alarm. Mrs. Jennings' maid informed me of the gravity of Miss Marianne's condition. I pray I am not too late." The sight of him, solid, dependable, and genuinely distressed, brought a sudden, unexpected flood of tears to Elinor's eyes. She had held back her sorrow during the terrifying crisis, but in the presence of this quiet ally, her long-held control finally fractured. She wept not out of renewed fear, but out of immense, overwhelming gratitude. Colonel Brandon did not attempt to soothe her with hollow words or effusive gestures. He simply allowed her to weep, waiting patiently for the storm to pass. When she finally raised her head, mortified by her momentary lapse, he offered only the most practical form of comfort. "You have done wonderfully well, Miss Dashwood," he said, his voice regaining its steady tone. "You have nursed your sister back from the brink. Now you must allow others to assist. I have brought my own man, a reliable and discreet servant, who can run errands and stand guard at night, freeing Mrs. Jennings and yourself for essential rest." He was a silent storm of efficiency. Within the hour, his servant had secured superior lodgings in the inn, brought nourishing broth and wine, and dispatched a new, more detailed message to Mrs. Dashwood. ensuring she would arrive quickly and without unnecessary fear. His presence was a profound psychological balm to Elinor. She realized how deeply she had felt the isolation of her struggle. The Colonel, by simply appearing and quietly taking charge of the external concerns, demonstrated a sense of responsibility and compassion that surpassed all the loud pronouncements of feeling in the world. He treated her not as a fragile young woman in distress, but as a competent commander who had completed a difficult mission and now required proper support. Over the next 2 days, as Marianne gained strength, Colonel Brandon remained a constant, discreet fixture. He occupied himself downstairs, reading, writing letters, and ensuring the smooth running of the household. He rarely intruded, yet Elinor knew he was ready to assist at a moment's notice. During one of his brief calls to inquire after Marianne, Elinor took the opportunity to thank him again, her sincerity profound. "Colonel, I do not know how I can ever repay your kindness. You have saved not just Marianne's health but my sanity. I have felt so utterly alone." Colonel Brandon sat down, his gaze fixed on the fire. "Miss Dashwood, there is no need for repayment. Your sister's illness and the potential tragedy reminded me of my own deepest regrets. You know a fraction of my history. It is enough for you to understand that I have failed to protect those I cared for deeply in the past. If I can be of service to your family now, it brings me a measure of peace." His frank, quiet confessions spoke volumes about the depth of his character. He saw in Marianne a reflection of the young Eliza, whose life he had been unable to save from ruin. His devotion to Marianne was rooted not in the giddy, demanding passion of Willoughby, but in the steadfast, enduring desire to prevent suffering, a noble expression of sense informed by a painful sensibility. As Marianne continued to improve, her thoughts, now lucid, returned to the great themes of her life: Willoughby and the nature of happiness. The fever had burned away some of the hyper-romantic idealization, leaving behind a raw human grief. "Elinor," she confessed weakly one evening, her hand resting on her sister's. "During the delirium I spoke of him, did I not? I called his name, I know I did." "You did, dear Marianne. You spoke of Norland and of him. And you listened, and you never judged." Marianne sighed, a frail, tremulous sound. "I have been so wrong, Elinor. Wrong to judge you for your composure. Wrong to believe that happiness can only be found in a world as dramatic as my own imagination. I have ruined my health and nearly broken our mother's heart for a man who did not value me. You watched the world destroy your hope, and yet you remained standing, saving me while silently saving yourself." Elinor took her sister's hand, the quietest of victories warming her heart. "We will both find a way to stand again, Marianne. We have each other." And we have learned a terrible truth, that true constancy is found not in grand gestures, but in the quiet endurance of daily life. The long, difficult days at the inn were drawing to a close. The ordeal had brought a profound, necessary understanding between the sisters. Marianne's sensibility, so nearly fatal, was now being tempered by a nascent, painful sense. And Elinor's sense, so often perceived as cold, had proven to be the most powerful, life-preserving force of all. The road back to Barton and to a new beginning now lay before them. Chapter 26, The Homecoming and the Silent Reckoning. The day the Dashwood sisters finally departed from the isolated inn near Cleveland was marked by a quiet, subdued air of solemn gratitude. The sun, pale and hesitant, managed to break through the autumnal haze, casting long shadows across the empty roads. Colonel Brandon, having ensured that Marianne was strong enough for the journey and that every detail of comfort had been attended to, took his leave with a quiet dignity. His final glance at Elinor was one of deep, shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the crucible they had passed through together. Mrs. Jennings and Elinor fussed over Marianne with gentle, unrelenting care. Marianne herself was an entirely altered being. The passionate, defiant spirit that had previously scorned every precaution was replaced by a gentle, almost timid acquiescence. Her near-death experience had stripped away the fierce pride that fueled her sensibility, leaving her receptive to the quiet power of sense she had once dismissed. The journey back to Barton Cottage was long but profoundly peaceful. For the first time since their arrival in Devonshire, Elinor felt the quiet joy of her sister's company, unclouded by romantic distraction or emotional extremity. Marianne spoke little, but when she did, her words were marked by a humility and self-reflection that was entirely new. "How selfish I have been, Elinor," she murmured one afternoon, gazing out at the passing hedgerows. "I allowed my feelings to consume not only myself but you. While I lay there, convinced I was dying, I thought only of him and of my own drama. I never considered the quiet, relentless torture I inflicted on you." Elinor pressed her hand, feeling the fragile bones beneath her fingers. "We are past it, Marianne. Do not dwell on what is past. You must only look to your recovery." "You know," Marianne insisted, turning her luminous, pale eyes toward her sister, "I must dwell on it just for a moment. I must understand the distinction. You bore your sorrow, the sorrow of Edward, the burden of Lucy Steele, in silence with strength. That strength saved my life. My noise nearly killed me. Elinor, teach me how to be sensible." Elinor felt a profound emotion, not triumph, but a deep, protective love. "There is nothing to teach, Marianne. Your heart is too generous to require discipline. Only temper your judgment. Do not reject the world because it is imperfect. except the quiet kindness like that of the Colonel. That is where constancy resides. The final miles to Barton were emotionally charged. The reunion with Mrs. Dashwood and Margaret was an overwhelming torrent of relief, tears, and confused joy. Mrs. Dashwood, having arrived in a state of carefully contained anxiety, collapsed into unrestrained weeping upon seeing her frail daughter alive. Margaret, confused but thrilled, clung tightly to Marianne's hand. The cottage itself seemed different. It was smaller, cozier, and somehow safer than the grand house of Norland or the chaotic city of London. It represented stability, the steadfast center of their lives. Elinor observed the homecoming with her usual calm vigilance. She saw the quiet pleasure of her mother, the renewed devotion of Colonel Brandon, who called immediately, bearing gifts of rare Portuguese wine for recovery, and the gentle acceptance of their reduced circumstances. Life settled into a new, disciplined rhythm. Marianne was confined to the sofa, slowly regaining her strength. She spent her days reading, drawing, and crucially listening. The constant piano playing and singing, the outward expression of her former sensibility, had ceased. She now sought out Elinor's company, listening with quiet intensity as her sister read aloud or discussed the mundane details of estate management with her mother. The central source of their private anxiety, Edward Ferrars' plight, remained a heavy, unspoken truth between the sisters. Marianne, now viewing Edward through a clearer lens, lamented his fate, acknowledging the tragedy of his honor. "He is a good man, Elinor," Marianne mused one afternoon, her voice still weak. "A very good man, bound by a foolish promise to a woman utterly beneath him. Oh, it is a dreadful waste. Do you not pity him, Elinor?" Elinor stirred the fire, her back to her sister. "I pity any person bound against their will, Marianne, and I pity any woman who must rely on pity for a husband's fidelity." She spoke with a carefully measured detachment, revealing nothing of the deep, cold sorrow that still lay within her heart. Edward was living proof that duty, when blindly followed, could be as destructive as uncontrolled passion. He was lost to her not through wickedness, but through a virtue that had become a fatal flaw. The ultimate psychological reckoning was silent, belonging only to Elinor. She had saved Marianne, endured Willoughby's betrayal, survived Edward's rejection, and navigated the cunning of Lucy Steele. She had proven the superiority of sense in crisis, yet her reward was not happiness but a profound loneliness. She was the one who knew everything, the depth of Marianne's pain, the full extent of Edward's obligation, the mercenary nature of Lucy, and this knowledge had to be locked away. She was the bastion, but the bastion was weary. The return to Barton was not a return to innocence, but a return to endurance. The sisters were bound closer than ever, but their paths were sharply delineated. Marianne was learning to find joy in quiet reality, while Elinor was condemned to find strength in silent suffering. Their shared life was now an exercise in subtle self-control and quiet, necessary compromise. The great drama of London was over, but the quiet, agonizing struggle of acceptance was just beginning. In Chapter 27, The Unexpected Visit of the Vain Brother. The weeks passed in the quiet sanctity of Barton Cottage. The autumn winds gave way to the early dampness of winter, and life settled into a rhythm dictated by Marianne's slow but steady recovery. The great emotional crises seemed to have been confined to London and the distant inn. Here, the greatest demands were patience and the acceptance of monotony. Elinor excelled in both, finding in the routine a shield against the anxieties that still churned beneath her calm exterior. Marianne, now physically restored, dedicated herself to the quiet, painful process of intellectual re-evaluation. She read serious books, listened to her mother's pragmatic discussions, and in a manner almost shocking to Elinor, began to express a cautious, measured admiration for Colonel Brandon's character. Her sensibility had not died, but it was being painfully re-educated by sense. The quietude was shattered one bleak, gray afternoon by the sound of an unfamiliar, ostentatious carriage and the announcement of a visitor, Mr. Robert Ferrars. Elinor was instantly gripped by a tremor of alarm, quickly suppressed. The name Ferrars alone was enough to conjure a host of agonizing memories. But the sight of the man who entered relieved her alarm only to replace it with a cool, professional annoyance. Robert Ferrars was the younger brother of Edward, but utterly dissimilar in temperament. Where Edward was awkward, conscientious, and inwardly struggling, Robert was supremely self-satisfied, impeccably dressed, and completely vacuous. He carried himself with the air of a man constantly aware of his own superior fashion. And his conversation was nothing but a string of calculated opinions on taste, architecture, and social standing. He had come, he announced, on a brief tour of the West Country, and felt it was his duty to call upon the ladies of Barton, if only to display his boundless energy and impeccable manners following his mother's recent, regrettable difficulties. Miss Dashwood, I assure you, it is quite delightful to see you in this picturesque setting, Robert began, glancing around the modest sitting room with a look of polite condescension. Though I must say the proportions here are terribly unsuited for elegant conversation. The ceiling is shockingly low. One feels almost compressed, do you not agree? Elinor managed a neutral smile. We find it perfectly adequate, Mr. Ferrars. It is a very comfortable home. Comfortable, yes, perhaps, he conceded, dismissing the word with a flick of his wrist. But utterly lacking in air, that essential quality of space and light without which true taste cannot flourish. You see, I have been discussing with several friends the necessity of banishing the rustic entirely. Though the picturesque is merely vulgarity in disguise, don't you think? He prattled on, utterly oblivious to the quiet suffering his every utterance caused Elinor. He spoke of London, of the absurdity of their mother, Mrs. Ferrars, and of course of Edward, his once favored, now disgraced elder brother. The way Robert spoke of Edward's ruin was particularly grating to Elinor. It was not with genuine fraternal sorrow, but with a kind of fascinated, scandalized enjoyment, as if Edward's misfortune were merely the most interesting piece of gossip of the season. Poor Edward, Robert sighed dramatically, leaning back against the arm of the sofa, a position he clearly considered artistic. Such a pity, a truly dreadful waste of talent, to throw away £20,000 for that young woman, Miss Steele. There's such a common connection, Miss Dashwood. Really, one cannot comprehend the depth of his folly. Elinor maintained her composure with Herculean effort. Mr. Ferrars is bound by his word, sir. His honor dictated his choice. Robert laughed, a short, condescending sound. Honor, my dear Miss Dashwood, that is precisely the sort of sentiment Edward always indulged in. High-flown, romantic notions utterly detached from reality. Honor is important, yes, but not at the expense of one's entire future. He should have simply paid her off. It's what any sensible man of the world would have done. My mother, I assure you, would have applauded the transaction. His sheer lack of feeling was a sharp, clarifying contrast to Edward's own agonizing integrity. Edward, for all his failings and fatal indecision, had suffered deeply for his mistake. Robert, conversely, saw only the monetary loss and the social embarrassment. Of course, Robert continued, oblivious to Elinor's stiff posture, Mother has behaved impeccably. Disinheriting him was absolutely necessary to send a message to the rest of us. Robert must marry well, you see. That responsibility now falls to me. He paused, as if expecting congratulations for having been forced into wealth. Marianne, who had been sitting quietly, recovering, finally found her voice, a low, controlled tone that still carried an intense moral weight. I find it difficult to reconcile myself to a necessity that demands such cruelty towards one's own son, Mr. Ferrars. If integrity is now considered a folly worthy of impoverishment, the world is indeed a darker place than I imagined. Robert looked at Marianne with bewildered pity. Ah, Miss Marianne, still recovering, I see. Such enthusiasm. You have not yet learned the necessity of practicality. Edward's honor is a beautiful sentiment for a poet, perhaps, but quite destructive for a man of property. Though the rest of his visit was dedicated to a tiresome discourse on the superiority of his own taste in furniture. His detailed plans for a hypothetical future residence, plans which seemed to exist only to demonstrate his refined sense of expense, and a condescending critique of the Dashwoods' current modest furnishings. He spoke with great enthusiasm about how he would have furnished Norland had it been his, unknowingly inflicting a fresh, small wound upon Mrs. Dashwood, who was forced to listen to her treasured memories being dissected by a tasteless fop. Elinor realized with chilling clarity that this vain, shallow creature was now the future master of the Ferrars' fortune, while Edward was left clinging to the meager hope of a country parsonage. The unfairness of the world driven by Mrs. Ferrars' iron will and Robert's vapid ambition was never more apparent. When Robert finally took his leave, promising to call again if his travels brought him near any further picturesque inconveniences, Elinor sank into her chair with a sigh of exhaustion that felt more profound than her fatigue at Cleveland. "What a tiresome, empty man," Marianne declared, her lip curling with pure Austenian disdain. The very embodiment of hollow superficiality. How utterly fortunate Edward is that he is no longer tied to his family through a common interest, if that interest must be shared with him. Elinor nodded slowly, grateful for the shared moment of contempt. But her mind was spinning. Robert's comments had inadvertently confirmed what she already knew. Edward's suffering was real, profound, and utterly misunderstood by his own blood. Furthermore, Robert's sudden interest in the Dashwood sisters, however fleeting, suggested that Edward's situation was still the subject of intense, often cruel, discussion in the larger world. The visit, intended by Robert as a mark of high social courtesy, had instead served as a bitter reminder to Elinor of her hopeless love, the man she had lost, and the profound, cold injustice that ruled the world of property and connections. Her endurance had been tested not by tragedy, but by pure, unadulterated banality. And she had passed the test, but the victory felt utterly empty. Chapter 28, The Shocking Exchange, The Bride of the Air. The visit of Robert Ferrars, though short, left a lingering, unpleasant residue in the atmosphere of Barton Cottage. He was a tangible link to the wealth and influence that had destroyed Edward's life and Elinor's happiness. His visit served only to confirm Elinor's belief in the profound injustice of the world, solidifying her sense of resignation. Life continued in its measured, quiet way, until an invitation arrived from Sir John Middleton to join them at their London house for a few weeks in the spring. Mrs. Dashwood, eager for a distraction and noting Marianne's fragile but steady recovery, readily accepted, seeing a chance for both daughters to find a new equilibrium in a less charged environment. The return to London was vastly different from their first journey. There was no feverish anticipation from Marianne, only a quiet, almost fearful compliance. Elinor, too, was without hope, but also without crippling fear. The worst had happened, and her heart had survived. She only dreaded the possible, inevitable encounter with Edward and the calculated malice of Lucy Steele. One afternoon at Sir John's bustling residence, Mrs. Jennings rushed into the drawing room, her face alight with an extraordinary mix of shock, amusement, and self-importance. She was rarely capable of keeping a secret, and this one was clearly tearing her apart. Elinor. Child, you will never believe the news, never. It is the most monstrous, the most delightful piece of wickedness I have heard all season. Marianne, pale and composed, looked up from her book with quiet curiosity. Elinor merely raised an eyebrow, bracing herself for another round of Mrs. Jennings' characteristic exaggerations. It is about young Ferrars, Edward, no, not Edward, the other one, Robert, Mrs. Jennings clapped her hands together, a sound like two blocks of wood colliding. The solemnity, the sheer nerve of it, he is married, Elinor, married. Elinor felt a cold stone drop in her stomach, married. But to whom, Mrs. Jennings? Surely not so quickly. She thought immediately of Robert's vanity. He must have found some foolish, wealthy woman to indulge his architectural fancies. To whom indeed, Mrs. Jennings shrieked with delight, unable to contain the dramatic climax. Why, to Miss Steele herself, to Miss Lucy Steele. The room spun. The sounds of the street outside, the laughter of Sir John, the ticking of the clock all dissolved into a strange, ringing silence in Elinor's ears. Lucy and Robert. Not Edward. The reality of the news struck Elinor with a physical force. It was so unexpected, so completely overturning of every pain, every quiet sacrifice she had made over the last 6 months, that her carefully constructed world momentarily shattered. It was a paradox of freedom and shock. Her love was free. Edward was free. And all the suffering, the honor, the silent martyrdom had been rendered completely unnecessary by the calculated opportunism of a woman she despised. She managed to speak, her voice a hollow whisper. Lucy Steele has married Robert Ferrars? Are you absolutely certain, ma'am? Certain. Why, it is known throughout London. She followed him to London. She courted him, not Edward. She saw where the wealth had gone, and she simply swapped one brother for the other. The audacity. The sheer, glorious, wicked audacity. Marianne was the first to grasp the implications, her composure finally breaking into a cry of sheer relief. "Elinor, Edward is free. He is free of her, Elinor. You are free. Oh, my dearest sister, the weight is gone. How selfish I was to think only of Willoughby's freedom. But Edward, he can be happy now." Marianne rushed to her sister, hugging her tightly, her own joy unmixed and pure. Elinor allowed herself to be held, but her own emotions were a riot of conflicting forces. There was elation so potent it felt like vertigo. There was a flood of overwhelming, intoxicating hope for Edward's future and consequently her own. But beneath it all was a terrible, sharp sting of guilt. She had suffered, yes, but Edward had been destroyed, disinherited, scorned, and sent away. All because of his unflinching loyalty to a woman who had abandoned him the very moment a richer alternative presented itself. "He lost everything, Marianne," Elinor murmured, pulling back slightly. "Everything for a woman who did not wait even a month after he was ruined. What an indictment of her characters. But what a salvation for his," Marianne countered passionately. "He kept his word and his integrity survived the test, and Lucy, by being a scoundrel, has saved his life and yours. Oh, it is the most wonderful irony." The next few hours were dedicated to extracting the full story from Mrs. Jennings, who, having been sworn to secrecy by the initial source of the gossip, now felt compelled to share every lurid detail. It transpired that Lucy Steele, having arrived in London under the care of the Middletons, had quickly grasped the new reality. Edward was poor, Robert was rich. Her mercenary nature, always her driving force, had effortlessly switched targets. She had used Edward's refusal to break their engagement as leverage to gain access to the Ferrars family circles, then charmed the vain, shallow Robert Ferrars, appealing precisely to his weakness for flattery and his need for a woman who considered him a man of taste. The marriage had been hurried and secretive, performed only a few days before the news broke. Robert, delighted by the attention and convinced he was pulling off a sophisticated elopement, had secured the marriage, only to find himself instantly cut off from his mother's affection and from her significant movable wealth, though he retained the bulk of the estate through legal means. The family reaction was immediate and profound. Mrs. Ferrars, enraged by the public disgrace and the failure of her scheme, was left without a favorite son, having disinherited the honorable one and being betrayed by the vain one. She now had 2 disgraced sons, and the knowledge that she had elevated the very woman she despised into a permanent family connection. For Elinor, the true emotional consequence came when the drawing room was quiet again. She walked to the window, gazing out at the chaotic grandeur of London, feeling utterly transformed. Her suffering had been self-imposed, a monument to her sense of duty and her belief in Edward's honor. She had grieved for a loss that, it turned out, was not a loss at all, but a delayed liberation. She felt a kind of exquisite, bittersweet pain. Relief that Edward was free, shame that she had silently doubted him, and pure joy that the path to a future was suddenly, blindingly clear. The only question now remained, where was Edward? And what would he do now that the chain of honor was broken and his loyalty had been so cruelly yet fortunately scorned? He was free, but he was still poor, living on the meager stipend from Colonel Brandon's parish. The great emotional storm had finally passed, not with a bang, but with the quiet, calculated click of a marriage license signed by the wrong brother. Elinor's sense had told her to endure and believe in constancy. Her sensibility now surged forward, demanding to know the final outcome of this unbelievable reversal of fortune. The game was suddenly, gloriously, and terrifyingly back in play. Chapter 29, The Unspoken Question and the Honest Answer. The news of Lucy Steele's shocking exchange of Edward for Robert Ferrars swept through the Dashwood sisters' circle like a gale wind, leaving behind a profound sense of exhilaration and disbelief. For Marianne, the relief was instant and noisy. For Elinor, the joy was a slow, overwhelming realization that her carefully contained hope had suddenly been validated. Yet the essential question remained unanswered. Where was Edward, and what were his intentions now that the burden of his honor had been so cruelly, yet fortunately lifted? Mrs. Jennings and Sir John were convinced that Edward would rush to Elinor immediately, but days turned into a week and the silence was agonizing. Elinor, trying to apply sense to the situation, reasoned that Edward was bound by the respect he owed to Colonel Brandon, who had provided him with the living at De Lafford. He would surely attend to his duties first, making his circumstances secure before daring to approach a woman whose family deserved a man of means, however modest. The meeting, when it finally occurred, was utterly devoid of the dramatic flourish that Marianne would have designed. Yet it possessed a quiet power that was infinitely more compelling to Elinor's heart. It happened one crisp spring morning. Elinor had escaped the drawing-room noise and the endless commentary of Mrs. Jennings to seek refuge in a small, seldom-used parlor. She was attempting to sketch a view of the park, her mind distracted by the constant, low thrum of nervous anticipation. The door opened quietly. Not an announcement, not a rush, just a silent entrance. Elinor looked up, her hand freezing above the paper. It was Edward. He was thinner, worn by the long ordeal of maintaining an impossible promise, but his expression held a gentle, profound relief that mirrored her own. He was dressed in the simple, sober attire of a country clergyman, a sharp contrast to the lavishness of Robert Ferrars, and yet to Elinor he looked precisely as he should. He closed the door behind him and stood there, momentarily unable to bridge the gap of months of heartbreak and of astonishing reversal. "Miss Dashwood," he said, his voice husky, the simple formality of the address betraying the turmoil of his emotions. "Mr. Ferrars," Elinor replied, standing quickly, the pencil dropping soundlessly onto the carpet. Her composure, which had survived the treachery of Willoughby and the malice of Lucy, now threatened to dissolve completely under the pressure of profound, unexpected joy. She forced herself to breathe, her sense desperately clinging to control. I have been here for 2 days," Edward admitted, looking at the floor, then back at her with painful directness. "I came as soon as I could arrange leave from De Lafford. I had to speak to you before I dared speak to anyone else. I had to know if I was too late." The unspoken question hung heavily between them. "Too late to hope for your heart after all the pain I caused." Elinor's voice was steady despite the wild hammering of her pulse. "Mr. Ferrars, I was only informed of your change of circumstance a week ago, your freedom. We were astonished." He took a hesitant step closer. "I knew that the world would pity me for the loss of my fortune, but I only ever feared one loss. I feared that you would mistake my silence for indifference or my adherence to my honor as a lack of true regard for you." His gaze was searching, anxious. It was the moment of complete honesty that neither of them had ever dared to have. Elinor finally allowed the floodgates to open, but only fractionally. Her eyes filled with unshed tears, the only visible concession to the overwhelming emotion. "Mr. Ferrars," she said, her voice dropping to a low, intense murmur, "you kept your word. You risked total poverty and familial abandonment for the sake of an obligation you despised. I have always believed in the integrity of your character. That integrity was the one thing that never wavered. I understood, and I did not doubt your true sentiments. My admiration for you, even during the deepest period of my belief that you were lost to me, was complete." This was the truth she had suppressed for months, the private pain she had never voiced. The acknowledgement was enough to break the last of his own reserve. "Elinor," he whispered, moving closer still, "I came to tell you that the living at De Lafford is all I have. It is a humble independence. I have no expectation of my mother's favor. I am a poor man, bound only by my duty to my parish. I offer nothing but a life of quiet stability and a heart that has been yours since Norland, but which I was dishonorable enough to bind elsewhere." He looked completely vulnerable, the pressure of years of self-control finally gone. Tell me, Miss Dashwood, tell me honestly, can you accept so little? Can you forgive so much?" The quiet heroism of his confession, the honest assessment of his humble means, broke through the last of Elinor's sense-driven reserve. She did not need grand pronouncements or dramatic gestures. She needed this simple, deeply felt truth. She reached out, placing her hand gently on his arm. It was the first physical contact of deep affection they had ever shared. "Edward," she said, her voice trembling now, "I accept everything. The past is gone and the future is our own. I ask for nothing but what you have just offered, quiet stability and a heart that is true." The dam finally broke. Edward's face, etched with anxiety, dissolved into an expression of radiant, overwhelming relief. He took her hand, pressing it to his lips, his shoulders shaking slightly. The silence that followed was filled, not with the chaos of sensibility, but with the profound, quiet peace of two souls finally aligned and safe. The dramatic reversals, Willoughby's wickedness, Lucy's opportunism, Mrs. Ferrars' fury, had all been necessary precursors to this simple, perfect moment. The sense had enabled Elinor to endure until the storm had passed, and sensibility, purified by experience, could now finally claim its earned reward. A love rooted in mutual respect, honesty, and enduring constancy. In Chapter 30, the triumphant revelation. The parlor, moments before filled with the charged silence of two hearts finally finding sanctuary, now echoed with the low, earnest murmur of planning. For Elinor and Edward, the transition from confession to consideration was immediate. Their love was one of practical reality as much as sentiment. "The living at De Lafford," Edward repeated, holding Elinor's hands tightly, his face alight with a joy that had never been possible before. "Colonel Brandon's generosity is boundless. It is modest, Elinor, perhaps £200 a year, but it is a secure home, a parsonage we can call entirely our own." Elinor, her composure beautifully restored, her eyes still sparkling with the remnants of her tears, nodded. "And my share of the £10,000 when I come of age next year will surely furnish it with all that is necessary. We shall be poor, Edward, but we shall be comfortable, and more importantly, free." Their poverty was not the grand, tragic ruin Marianne had once envisioned, but a quiet, manageable constraint. It was a life built not on expectations of wealth, but on the solid foundation of mutual respect and enduring affection. The first person Elinor needed to tell was Marianne. The task filled her with an anticipation that was almost as profound as the joy of the engagement itself. It was the moment where sense finally claimed its right to sensibility's celebratory fervor. She found Marianne alone in the small library, attempting to read a didactic essay, a sure sign of her newfound discipline. "Marianne," Elinor said, her voice unusually soft, a note of deep, satisfied happiness woven through it. Marianne looked up, instantly sensing the change in her sister's aura. She rose slowly, her brow furrowed with curiosity. "Elinor, you look illuminated. Did the mail bring some news of a miracle? Did you perhaps hear of Mrs. Ferrars offering Edward his fortune back?" Elinor smiled, a full, unreserved smile that Marianne had not seen since Norland. "No, my dear, the miracle is simpler and far more real. Edward Ferrars just left. And he came to tell me that the engagement to Lucy Steele is permanently broken. Not by him, but by her own choice of Robert." Marianne stared, her lips parting slightly. "I know that, Elinor. We celebrated that a week ago, but why do you look like this?" Elinor took a breath, the joy bubbling over the edges of her control. "Because, Marianne, Edward is free. And he came to me. He came to offer me the living at De Lafford and his heart, and I accepted both." For a moment Marianne was utterly silent, a rarity. Then the full force of her passionate sensibility exploded. "Elinor," she cried, a sound half gasp, half sob. She rushed forward, embracing her sister with a force that momentarily threatened Elinor's composure. "Oh, my darling, perfect sister, I knew it. I knew your strength, your virtue would be rewarded. It is the most just, the most beautiful ending. You have been miserable for so long, and I, in my selfish grief, scarcely noticed the depth of your endurance. Forgive me. But oh, I am so happy, so indescribably happy." Marianne wept freely, burying her face in Elinor's shoulder, tears of pure, unadulterated, vicarious joy. It was not the silent, reserved tears of Elinor, but a dramatic, cleansing torrent, paying tribute to the pain Elinor had suppressed. Elinor held her tightly, allowing the warmth of Marianne's emotional outburst to wash over her. It was the public vindication of her private struggle. "Hush, my love, there is nothing to forgive, and it is true. It is finally, truly true." The commotion soon drew Mrs. Dashwood. Marianne, unable to contain the news, stumbled toward her mother, practically shouting the glorious intelligence. "Mama, Elinor is engaged. And to Edward, they are to be married and live at De Lafford." Mrs. Dashwood's reaction was a perfect blend of maternal pride and Austenian practical romance. She sank onto a chair, overcome by the sheer, improbable happiness of the moment. Her tears were of relief and gratitude. "My Elinor, my beautiful, strong daughter, you bore it all so quietly. I always knew, I always hoped that his character would prevail, but De Lafford. The living, oh my dearest child, it is so little, but he is so good, we must make the best of it. we must ensure your furnishings are of the highest standard. Mrs. Dashwood, having instantly moved past the emotional climax, was already planning the logistics of the modest wedding and the necessary purchases. She was thrilled by the constancy of the attachment, even if she was slightly dismayed by the lack of acreage. The final and loudest reaction belonged to Mrs. Jennings, who, upon hearing the news, let out a celebratory huzzah that shook the chandeliers. "Well, I knew it. I always said Edward Ferrars was a slow burner but a sure one. And that wicked little Lucy Steele, she has done us the greatest favor in the world. To think, throwing away £20,000 for a mere parsonage. The girl must be mad, but thank heaven for her madness. De Lafford, Elinor, a charming little parish. I shall come down and visit every spring. And what of the wedding clothes? We must begin immediately. The whole of London must see the reward of your exemplary patience." Mrs. Jennings, in her usual intrusive way, provided the perfect social seal of approval. The news, being so delightfully scandalous and yet so morally satisfying, would soon be the talk of London, a triumphant vindication for the quiet, enduring love that sense had protected. Edward returned later that evening to share dinner with the ecstatic family. He was received by Mrs. Dashwood with open affection and by Marianne with almost reverent adoration. He explained that he could not delay his return to De Lafford further as his duties awaited, but he promised to return soon to begin the formal wedding plans. "I must establish myself, Mrs. Dashwood," Edward said, his eyes resting lovingly on Elinor, "and the distance must be shortened. I need to be ready to bring Elinor to our home as soon as possible." The wedding was provisionally set for late summer, allowing time for Edward to settle his affairs at De Lafford and for Elinor to come of age and secure her portion. As Edward said his final farewell that night, the contrast between this moment and their last sorrowful meeting at Norland was absolute. Then they were divided by a secret promise. Now they were united by a public one. Elinor stood by the window, watching him ride away under the silvery light of the spring moon, feeling an internal peace that was more precious than any estate or fortune. Her long, quiet trial of sense was over. The reward was not wealth, but truth, integrity, and the promise of a life shared with the man whose character she had always believed in, even when hope was all but extinguished. The story of her quiet suffering had found its happy, well-earned resolution. Chapter 31, The Dawning of a New Sense. The announcement of Elinor's engagement acted as a powerful tonic to the entire Dashwood household. For Marianne, the sheer joy of her sister's happiness became the final, necessary stage in her recovery. The passionate, uncompromising sensibility that had driven her to the brink of despair now found a positive outlet, celebrated in a way that was entirely consistent with her character. Marianne no longer spent hours at the pianoforte playing mournful tunes or pacing the room with feverish despair. Her suffering had been dramatic and exhaustive. Her recovery, while quieter, was equally profound. She had learned a crucial, if painful, lesson: that virtue and constancy could and did triumph, albeit quietly, and that endurance was a form of strength she had previously scorned. Through the deep shame she felt for her own past excesses, her public display of affection for Willoughby, her bitter condemnation of Edward's apparent dullness, her rash judgment of the world, now manifested as a sincere desire for self-improvement. She continued her reading of didactic essays, not with forced compliance, but with genuine curiosity about the nature of a regulated mind. For Elinor, the piece was a luxurious, almost overwhelming change. The constant need for reserve, the self-imposed prison of silence, was gone. She could speak of Edward, of de Lafford, and of their future with an open, quiet delight that was a revelation even to her mother. The burden lifted was immense, and her health and spirits bloomed in response. The attention of the family was now focused entirely on the practical details of the marriage. Mrs. Dashwood became absorbed in the selection of linens and china, while Mrs. Jennings took on the role of chief wedding consultant and gossip distributor, ensuring that the tale of Lucy Steele's magnificent folly and Elinor's quiet reward was known throughout their social circle. During this period of preparation, Colonel Brandon became a frequent and increasingly necessary fixture. His role evolved from a silent, melancholy admirer of Marianne to a practical, trusted friend to the entire family. He discussed the de Lafford parish with Edward in minute, serious detail, ensuring the young couple had every advantage possible. Marianne, in her newfound humility, began to see the Colonel not through the lens of her old romantic ideals, but through the clear, unromantic vision of reality. She saw the depth of his kindness, his unwavering loyalty, and the steady, quiet strength that had rescued her sister's beloved. One afternoon, Marianne found the Colonel alone in the garden, supervising the repair of a low stone wall. It was a mundane task, yet the earnest attention he gave it spoke volumes about his character. He was a man who saw to his duties, great or small. Marianne approached him slowly, a rare moment of introspection showing in her eyes. "Colonel Brandon," she began, her voice soft, "I hope you know how much we owe you, not merely for the living you have bestowed upon Edward, but for the comfort you offered Elinor during my illness at Cleveland." Though the Colonel turned, his usual reserve momentarily softening under the directness of her gaze. Miss Marianne, your sister's presence was the greatest comfort. My small efforts were merely the duties of a friend whose kindness I failed to recognize for too long," Marianne admitted, a flush rising on her pale cheeks. "I was so consumed by my own suffering, so blind to everything that did not fit my extravagant notion of passion, that I dismissed the virtue of constancy. I judged you unfairly, Colonel. You are not old nor dull, but a man of profound honor. Honor which Edward himself exhibited, but which I was too self-absorbed to appreciate. It was the most direct apology, the most honest confession of fault Marianne had ever made." Though the Colonel listened intently, his expression one of gentle understanding. "Miss Marianne, you were suffering a loss that few can endure. Your feelings are your strength. You must only learn to temper them with the prudence your sister possesses. To forgive yourself is the last act of healing. My sister possesses sense," Marianne concluded, looking towards the house where Elinor was presumably discussing budgets with her mother. "But you, Colonel, possess a form of constancy that is superior even to hers. It is the unyielding kindness that endures without reward. I see that now, and I respect it." Though the conversation was not one of romantic declaration, but of mutual respect and newly awakened understanding. It was the first true bond formed between Marianne and the Colonel, a bond rooted in her recent painful maturity and his enduring, patient virtue. Marianne had finally begun to learn the lesson of sense and sensibility. That sensibility must be guided by reason, but that sense itself must be sweetened by emotion. She was no longer seeking a copy of the passionate romance she had shared with Willoughby, but a deeper, more substantial connection with a character she could truly admire. The quiet, domestic world of Barton began to settle into a new rhythm. Though the focus had shifted entirely, Edward's marriage secured Elinor's happiness, and now the family's attention began to gently, subtly turn towards Marianne. Her newfound respect for Colonel Brandon, though currently only friendship, offered the first true glimmer of hope that her dramatic heart might one day find a secure and deserving harbor. Though the journey to the full resolution of the sisters' intertwined fates was far from over, but the path ahead was clear and illuminated by the steady, unpretentious light of de Lafford. Chapter 32, The Quiet Dignity of Preparation. Though the summer months at Barton Cottage were characterized by an atmosphere of bustling domestic contentment, the chaos and uncertainty of the London season, the feverish anxiety of Marianne, the suppressed torment of Elinor, had been replaced by the quiet, purposeful energy of preparing for a wedding. Mrs. Dashwood, having reconciled herself to the modest nature of her eldest daughter's match, threw herself into the task with the same vigor she might have applied to a grander occasion. She approached the furnishing of the de Lafford parsonage as a heroic quest for comfort and propriety within the constraints of their budget. Elinor, relieved of her emotional burden, enjoyed the process immensely. It was a tangible creation of her future, piece by piece, an act of building that reflected the solid, unpretentious nature of her relationship with Edward. Their wedding was to be quiet, a necessary simplicity given the recent drama surrounding the Ferrars family and Edward's disinheritance. It was a union consecrated by character, not by connections. For Marianne, the wedding preparations served as both a distraction and a valuable lesson. She watched Elinor handle the necessary, often tedious details, the budgeting, the coordination with Edward, mostly through correspondence, and the endless conversations with Mrs. Jennings, with an unwavering calmness that she now admired rather than scorned. Marianne was learning that genuine happiness did not require a dramatic flourish. Elinor's joy was profound, precisely because it was built on endurance and realistic expectation. The quiet rustle of linen being folded and the soft click of porcelain being chosen were the real sounds of love, not the thunder of horses' hooves or the passionate verses of poetry. Her new focus manifested in a renewed connection to her studies. She found herself revisiting the very authors she had once read solely for dramatic effect, now seeking the moral and philosophical lessons within them. She often retired to the small, sunlit library, sometimes accompanied by Colonel Brandon, who found himself increasingly drawn to the presence of the Dashwood sisters. The Colonel's friendship with Marianne deepened slowly, organically, and with an entire lack of romantic pressure. He knew she was not ready for love, and Marianne knew that he understood her past pain without ever having voiced judgment. Their conversations were no longer about the immediate weather or the trivialities of Barton Park society, but about topics of substance, literature, ethics, and the duties of life. One cool afternoon, they were discussing a recent essay on the nature of duty. "I once believed," Marianne confessed, her gaze fixed on the ancient leather binding of a book, "that duty was a cage, a cold obligation designed to crush true feeling. That one should only ever act upon the dictates of an ardent heart." Colonel Brandon leaned back, his usual melancholy reserve slightly lifted by the depth of the discussion. "And what do you believe now, Miss Marianne?" "I believe," she said, looking up, her eyes clear and honest, "that duty is often the vessel that preserves the fragile spirit. Edward's duty to his promise, however regrettable, saved his honor. Elinor's duty to her reserve saved her from public ruin and despair. and my own duty to recover to my family has saved my soul from ruin. The heart, when ardent, must be protected by the mind, or it will consume itself." The colonel nodded slowly, his approval profound and visible. "That is a wisdom few acquire so young, Miss Marianne. I have spent my life bound by honor and obligation, often at great personal cost. But I can attest that the peace found in having acted rightly, even when painful, is the only true solace that endures." It was a quiet moment of profound connection. Marianne was no longer seeking a hero. She was recognizing a kindred spirit who understood the true cost of moral integrity. The colonel was not Willoughby. He offered no thrill of the chase, no poetry of exaggerated passion, but he offered a solid, unwavering harbor where her spirit could anchor itself. The routine was interrupted by a visit from Lady Middleton, who, always eager for novelty and gossip, arrived with her carriage filled with new trinkets and old news. She found the quiet preparations for Elinor's wedding to the disinherited clergyman quaint, but ultimately dull. Lady Middleton, ever observant of superficial detail, commented on Marianne's improved appearance. "You look much better, Miss Marianne, far less melancholy. I assume the air at Barton suits you now that the excitement of London is past." Marianne met her gaze without flinching, a feat impossible 6 months prior. "I have found that one's contentment, Lady Middleton, depends less on the air one breathes and more on the principles by which one governs oneself." The polite but firm statement, delivered without a hint of sensibility or drama, completely disarmed Lady Middleton, who was unequipped to handle a philosophical reply. She retreated quickly to discussing the patterns of the new silk she had purchased. Elinor observed the exchange with deep pride. Her sister's transformation was not just external, it was fundamental. The journey from the volatile, romantic girl to the thoughtful, measured woman was progressing steadily. The impending marriage of Elinor and Edward now served as the gentle pressure that gradually turned Marianne's attention outward. She began to see the necessity of a stable match, the value of a steady income, and the blessing of a character that would endure. When Colonel Brandon discussed the necessary upkeep of de Lafford, Marianne listened intently, recognizing that this was the language of true, enduring affection, the willingness to assume responsibility and provide for a shared future. Her admiration for his character was quietly, irreversibly turning into something warmer, something that was prepared to be content. Her heart, once demanding fireworks and instant rapture, was beginning to find deep, sustainable comfort in the enduring, unpretentious light of the Colonel's constancy. The quiet dignity of Elinor's preparation for the life of a country parson's wife was in itself the most compelling argument for the triumph of sense. Chapter 33, The Quiet Vows at the Altar. The long-awaited day of Elinor and Edward's marriage arrived in late August. It was not a day of dramatic spectacle or grand society, but of quiet, profound satisfaction. The ceremony was kept deliberately private, a conscious choice by Elinor to avoid the attention that any remaining scandal from the Ferrars family might draw, and a preference by Edward for sincerity over show. Only the immediate family, Mrs. Dashwood, Marianne and Margaret, along with Mrs. Jennings and Sir John Middleton, who served as the necessary witnesses, attended the service at the local parish church. The Dashwood sisters wore simple, elegant dresses of white muslin chosen by Elinor for their unpretentious charm. Marianne, standing beside her sister, was a portrait of quiet dignity. The impulsive girl who once demanded passionate rapture now watched the measured, solemn ceremony with a newly matured understanding. She observed the deep, unwavering calmness in Elinor's expression and the quiet resolve in Edward's eyes as he spoke his vows. There were no tears of joy or dramatic gasps from Elinor, only a profound internal peace that shone brighter than any bridal jewels. As the vows were exchanged, the simple, powerful promises of loyalty and devotion, Marianne finally understood the core difference between the love she had felt for Willoughby and the love that bound Elinor and Edward. Willoughby's passion had been a firework display, brilliant, breathtaking, and ultimately fleeting and self-destructive. It demanded everything instantly. Edward and Elinor's bond, however, was like the deeply rooted ancient oak outside the church. Slow to grow, tested by storms, but ultimately immovable and built to last generations. Marianne felt a deep, purifying grief for her past self, the self who had dismissed Edward as dull and Elinor's calm patience as cold. She realized that true, enduring love was found not in the heights of emotional frenzy, but in the shared silence, the moral integrity, and the mutual respect that characterized her sister's journey. Her heart, once so contemptuous of sense, now paid silent homage to its triumph. The wedding breakfast at Barton Cottage was modest but cheerful. Mrs. Dashwood was in her element, serving as the dignified yet emotionally effusive hostess. Mrs. Jennings, incapable of being quiet, entertained everyone with endless, well-meaning chatter, congratulating Elinor on her lucky escape from the clutches of the unprincipled little minx, Lucy Steele. In a corner of the room, Marianne found herself speaking with Colonel Brandon. He had watched the ceremony with his usual somber intensity, but today his gaze was softened by a deep, genuine pleasure for the couple. "They are perfectly suited, Miss Marianne," the colonel commented, watching the newly married couple exchange a quiet, meaningful glance. They possess a rare balance of character. Edward's integrity, though once a source of pain, is now her security, and her composure provides the necessary structure for his sometimes overwhelmed spirit. "I see that now, Colonel," Marianne replied softly, her eyes thoughtful. "I used to believe that one must only seek happiness through the most ardent, dramatic channels. I see now that happiness can be found in the assurance of worth. Edward's worth and my sister's steadfast recognition of it is their fortune." It was a crucial, defining moment in Marianne's maturity. She was no longer speaking of love in abstract, poetic terms, but in the language of character and moral substance, the very qualities the Colonel embodied. The Colonel simply nodded, understanding the profound personal meaning behind her words. He did not press her for romantic feeling. His patience was absolute. He was content to witness the steady, quiet development of her soul. After the breakfast, the moment of farewell arrived. Edward and Elinor Dashwood Ferrars prepared to leave for their new home, the parsonage at De Lafford. Their travel was swift and unassuming. Elinor hugged her mother and sisters, her eyes finally glistening with emotion, but her composure remained intact. "Do not mourn us, Mama. De Lafford is not so far, and we shall return soon. We are content. And you will visit us often." When she embraced Marianne, the hug was long and silent, a non-verbal acknowledgement of the shared crucible they had endured. "Be happy, Elinor. You deserve this peace more than anyone I know," Marianne whispered, her voice thick with emotion. As the small carriage pulled away, carrying Mr. and Mrs. Ferrars to their life of dignified simplicity, Mrs. Dashwood wept tears of mixed joy and melancholy. Margaret waved enthusiastically. Marianne watched the carriage disappear down the lane, not with tears of despair, but with a wistful smile. She felt a profound sense of closure. Her sister's sense had achieved its reward. Now a deep, introspective silence fell over her own heart, one that was no longer empty, but open to the possibility that contentment, not rapture, might be the greatest happiness. The story was moving on. Elinor's fate was sealed. The remaining question was Marianne's. In Chapter 34, the quiet cultivation of contentment. With Elinor and Edward settled into their new life at De Lafford, a curious sense of quiet settled upon Barton Cottage. It was a stillness that was no longer oppressive, but rather offered a canvas for Marianne's internal reshaping. The great drama of her life, the fire of Willoughby, the fever of despair, had burnt out, leaving behind a profound clarity. Marianne no longer sought excitement. Her days were now marked by purposeful routine. She dedicated mornings to reading and study, tending to the flower garden in the afternoons, and reserving her evenings for her mother and sister Margaret. Her musical performance was less frantic, less an outpouring of agony, and more an act of appreciation for the structure and harmony of the composition itself. Mrs. Dashwood observed her daughter's transformation with a mixture of pride and wistfulness. She mourned the passionate girl, but she respected the thoughtful woman Marianne was becoming. She still hoped for a brilliant match, a man who could ignite the intellectual and emotional fervor she cherished in Marianne, but even Mrs. Dashwood began to quietly acknowledge the sterling worth of Colonel Brandon. The Colonel continued to be a frequent visitor at Barton, his visits now utterly devoid of the romantic tension that had once made Marianne uncomfortable. His purpose seemed simple: to provide a steady, reliable presence and engage the family in meaningful conversation. He brought books from his extensive library, discussed the agricultural advancements in the county, and displayed a quiet, paternal fondness for Margaret. His respect for Marianne was tangible. He never minimized her past suffering, but treated her with the serious intellectual esteem that only a mature, discerning man could offer. He challenged her opinions gently, encouraging her to apply sense to her expansive sensibility, creating a dialogue that sharpened her mind and deepened her humility. One afternoon, while discussing the morality of a popular novel, Marianne expressed a critical view of the heroine's excessive public display of grief. "I find," Marianne said, closing the book thoughtfully, "that such exaggerated suffering is almost a performance. It is selfish, Colonel, because it demands the constant emotional labor of those who must endure it. Those who, like my sister, endured their pain in silence for the sake of others." Colonel Brandon inclined his head slowly. "A harsh, yet honest assessment, Miss Marianne. It takes greater strength, I believe, to endure without a public audience than to collapse under the gaze of sympathy. That discipline is the true measure of character." Marianne met his gaze, a rare blush warming her cheeks. She knew he was speaking of her own past behavior, but his tone was not accusatory. It was simply a statement of fact that she had earned the right to understand. "It is a strength I am learning to cultivate," she admitted quietly. "I am beginning to see that true, enduring connection is not forged in fire, but in the sustained, steady warmth of mutual regard. Passion consumes, regard sustains." This was the pivotal shift. Marianne was articulating the philosophical basis for a stable, lasting affection, a basis that was the very foundation of the Colonel's character. She was defining the conditions under which she might find peace, and those conditions were met perfectly by the man sitting opposite her. The family often visited Elinor and Edward at De Lafford Parsonage. Though the sight of her sister, deeply content in a home built on virtue and modest comfort, was the final persuasive argument for Marianne. The de Lafford parsonage was small but exquisitely furnished by Elinor's careful management. It was a haven of quiet domesticity. Edward, relieved of the crushing burden of his secret and the demands of his ambitious family, was visibly happier. He was a good parson, a thoughtful husband, and a man who had chosen honor over fortune. During one of these visits, Colonel Brandon was there too, overseeing some improvements to the garden. As the group walked together, Marianne noted how effortlessly the Colonel integrated himself into their lives. He was supportive of Edward, respectful of Elinor, and deeply interested in Mrs. Dashwood's well-being. He was the protector of their entire circle, yet asked nothing in return. One evening, as the shadows lengthened over Barton, Mrs. Dashwood spoke with Marianne about her future. "My dearest child," Mrs. Dashwood said, taking Marianne's hand, "I know your heart has suffered greatly. But you are young, and your life must not be spent in solitary reflection. You deserve to be loved truly and fully." "I do not fear solitude, Mamma," Marianne replied gently. "I fear only another mistake. I am in no hurry. I must ensure that any future affection is one that my sense approves of, not merely one that my sensibility demands." "And what of Colonel Brandon, my love?" Mrs. Dashwood asked with a knowing glance. "He is steady, kind, and his devotion to you, though subtle, is beyond question. He has asked nothing of you, only offered his enduring friendship." Marianne paused, looking towards the window where the Colonel's carriage could just be seen departing. "He is the finest man I know, Mamma. He is built of the integrity that I now admire above all things. But my heart is not yet ready to offer him what he deserves. It must be a heart whole, Mamma, not one seeking mere refuge. And so the steady, quiet courtship, a courtship of character, respect, and enduring friendship, continued. It was a beautiful, anti-dramatic second chapter for Marianne, a slow cultivation of contentment that was infinitely more meaningful than the dizzying rush of her first romance. The greatest barrier now was not external scandal or another man's betrayal, but Marianne's own humility and the necessity of her heart to fully heal before daring to love again. Chapter 35, The Maturing Heart and the Proposal of Worth. The steady progress of Marianne's emotional recovery continued into autumn. She no longer considered her life to be a tragedy. Rather, she viewed it as a stern but necessary education. The quiet rhythms of Barton Cottage, previously dismissed as tedious, now provided the peace essential for her healing. Her conversations with Colonel Brandon had become the intellectual and emotional highlight of her week. They discussed the poor tenants in the district, the practicalities of estate management, and the duties owed by the landed gentry, topics that spoke directly to the Colonel's deep-seated sense of responsibility and Marianne's newly awakened social conscience. She was no longer just seeking beautiful poetry. She was seeking a beautiful life defined by usefulness and integrity. One crisp October morning, Colonel Brandon arrived at Barton Cottage and requested a private conversation with Mrs. Dashwood. His usual somberness was replaced by a visible, quiet resolution that signaled the seriousness of his intent. Mrs. Dashwood received him in the drawing room, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement for Marianne and a protective fear for her delicate, recovering spirit. She knew that if the Colonel were to propose, it would be done with the utmost honor, and she trusted his character entirely. "Mrs. Dashwood," the Colonel began, his voice low and firm, "I am aware that I must appear a poor prospect for a young woman of Miss Marianne's spirit, burdened as I am by my years and a past that is not unclouded. But my intentions are to provide a life of absolute security and unchanging devotion." He spoke not of passionate love or rapture, but of profound respect and enduring stability, the very qualities Marianne had learned to prize. He laid out the provisions he would make for her, the estate at De Lafford, and his determination to ensure her intellectual and personal freedom. "I seek not a bride to ignite my passion, but a companion whose worth I understand, whose mind I respect, and whose happiness I consider the single most important remaining purpose of my life. I know she has suffered, and I would dedicate myself to providing the peace she deserves." Mrs. Dashwood, deeply moved by his sincere and noble address, gave her wholehearted consent. "Colonel, your worth is known to us all. My daughter's heart is still tender, but her understanding is now sound. I believe she is capable of recognizing and valuing your goodness, which is more precious than any fortune or fire." It was decided that the Colonel would address Marianne that very afternoon. The conversation that ensued between the Colonel and Marianne was fittingly not marked by soaring declarations, but by quiet, careful sincerity. They walked together along the path to the cliff overlooking the sea, the same path where Marianne had once found comfort in her solitary despair. "Miss Marianne," the Colonel began, stopping near a bench, "I have sought and received your mother's permission to address you on a matter of the most serious nature. My proposal will not be couched in the language of dramatic romance, for I know that language has brought you only pain." Marianne listened, her face pale but composed. The fear that once gripped her at the thought of any emotional commitment was now replaced by a humble, deep gratitude. "I offer you my hand, Miss Marianne, and with it the entirety of my estate and my life's care. I ask only for your friendship, your respect, and the promise of a shared future. I know I cannot offer you the fervor of your youthful ideal, but I can offer you constancy. I offer you a home where your intellect will be nourished, your person cherished, and your peace will be absolute. He paused, giving her time to absorb the magnitude of his proposal, a proposal based on the triumph of sense over sensibility. Marianne did not weep or swoon. She looked out at the turbulent gray sea and then back at the solid, immovable man beside her. She remembered her fevered collapse, the betrayal by Willoughby, and the quiet endurance of Elinor and Edward. "Colonel Brandon," she said, her voice steady and clear. "When I first met you, I dismissed you as old and melancholy. My youth was too selfish to recognize the quiet dignity of your character. I have learned through terrible suffering that the qualities I once pursued, ardent passion and dramatic spectacle, are transient and often cruel." She turned fully towards him, her gaze meeting his with solemn honesty. "My heart is healed, but it is sobered. I cannot offer you the giddy enthusiasm you might deserve, but I can offer you my whole, conscious regard. I offer you my respect, my gratitude, and the firm resolution to be the devoted mistress of your house and the companion to your life." She did not say, "I love you," but she offered a commitment of character that was infinitely more valuable to the Colonel than 1,000 passionate declarations. It was a union of two bruised souls, healed by time and united by shared principles. The Colonel took her hand, his grasp gentle but firm. "That, Miss Marianne, is all I ask. We shall build our happiness not upon the shifting sands of impulse, but upon the solid rock of mutual regard and established worth." And so the second engagement of the Dashwood family was sealed, not with a stolen lock of hair or a shared volume of poetry, but with a quiet understanding of life's profound and lasting values. Marianne had traded the beautiful illusion of romantic love for the beautiful reality of enduring commitment. The triumph of sense was complete. Chapter 36. The Public Seal of Worth. The morning after Marianne accepted Colonel Brandon's proposal, a quiet, almost domestic joy pervaded Barton Cottage. Though the news, though expected by Elinor, was received by Mrs. Dashwood with a mixture of tears and fervent emotion. Marianne, displaying a composure that was entirely new to her, was the one who delivered the news. She spoke not with the ecstatic passion of a girl proclaiming her first love, but with the quiet dignity of a woman making a life-altering choice rooted in deep respect. Mrs. Dashwood embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her face. "My dearest, dearest child, I am overcome. It is all that I could wish for you, truly. Such worth, such honor, such a fortune, all that your poor sister Elinor achieved, but without the agonizing uncertainty. I confess the age difference gives me a moment's pause, but his character, my love, his character is an entire security." Marianne smiled, a genuine, tranquil expression. "Mama, the age difference is a security, not an obstacle. He offers me guidance, not control, constancy, not frenzy. I am building my life on substance now, not merely the shadow of rapture." Elinor and Edward, hearing the news shortly after, hastened from de Laford to offer their congratulations. Elinor's satisfaction was profound. Her sister, the ardent worshipper of sensibility, had chosen the path of sense not through obligation, but through hard-won wisdom. "My dear Marianne," Elinor said, holding her sister's hands, her eyes expressing the depth of her relief, "I rejoice for you. Colonel Brandon is a man whose worth only deepens with acquaintance. You have chosen well, and I know you will find a quiet, enduring happiness." Marianne returned the gaze with humility. "I have learned from you, Elinor. I have learned that the greatest love is not the most visible, but the most reliable. I am content, truly content, and that I find is a profound and stable joy." Edward's congratulations to the Colonel were equally genuine. "Brandon, I am the happiest of men to see my two closest friends united. You deserve this happiness for your own honor, and Marianne deserves it for the goodness of her own heart, which she has spent the past months rediscovering." When the news reached the wider social circle, the reactions were predictable and provided a fitting epilogue to the themes of the story. Mrs. Jennings, naturally, was thrown into a state of exuberant frenzy. "Well, well, well, I always said the Colonel was smitten. And to think, Miss Marianne, you played such a clever game. First the dramatic Willoughby, then the quiet Colonel, all leading to a fine estate. Though I must say I am disappointed there will be no duel or elopement in the wedding story." Sir John Middleton simply bellowed his approval. "A glorious match. De Laford is a fine place, and Brandon is a good soul, though a bit gloomy. But Miss Marianne will soon cheer him up. She is too much spirit for a sad man to resist." The greatest validation of Marianne's choice came inadvertently from her sister-in-law, Fanny Dashwood. Upon hearing that Colonel Brandon had proposed and that Marianne had accepted, Fanny sent a short, chilly note of congratulations. Her primary relief was that Marianne was marrying a wealthy man of good standing, thereby removing the threat of Marianne falling into poverty and becoming a financial burden on her and John. The fact that the Colonel was generally esteemed meant the match was respectable, which was all Fanny ever cared for. Mrs. John Dashwood, with her typical lack of tact, commented to her husband, It is a surprisingly good match for Miss Marianne, considering her past indiscretions. It proves that wealth and standing can, in the end, cover a multitude of sins. Marianne overheard the comment, but instead of the furious, dramatic retort she would have offered a year ago, she merely smiled calmly at the Colonel. Her reaction was the final, definitive victory of sense. She realized that the empty opinions of the world, based on superficiality and self-interest, no longer held power over her genuine happiness. In the final quiet moments before the wedding plans commenced, Marianne sat with her mother and sister, the glow of her diamond ring catching the firelight. "Elinor," she mused, leaning back contentedly. "I used to believe that love was the force that broke down all boundaries and demanded the impossible. I now understand that true affection is the force that respects and strengthens the boundaries of character. I chose the constancy of a heart that I can trust over the spectacle of a heart that I could only hope to control." "You have chosen wisely, my dearest sister," Elinor replied, a rare, profound smile gracing her lips. "You have at last truly embraced both sense and sensibility. The groundwork for the future was now firmly laid." The two sisters, once so opposed, were united in their contentment, and the final stage of their journey towards lasting happiness could begin. Chapter 37, The Calm Before the Nuptials, De Lafford and the Fulfillment of Sense. The announcement of Marianne's engagement to Colonel Brandon shifted the atmosphere at Barton Cottage from one of quiet recovery to one of purposeful activity. Mrs. Dashwood, thrilled by the wealth and status that De Lafford represented, threw herself into the preparation with the passion she had once reserved for poetic rapture. Though the difference between this wedding and Elinor's was striking. Elinor's marriage to Edward had been a quiet, almost secret affair, modest in circumstance to suit the parsonage and their limited means. Marianne's marriage, however, was to a man of considerable estate, and though the Colonel wished for simplicity, Mrs. Dashwood insisted on a dignity appropriate to the future mistress of De Lafford. Marianne, surprisingly, tolerated the flurry of activity with patience. She still disliked the show of extravagance, but she recognized that her choice was not merely a personal one. It was a societal contract that required certain observances. She deferred to Elinor on all matters of taste and necessity, finding comfort in her sister's steady judgment. A week before the wedding, the Colonel suggested that Marianne visit De Lafford House to inspect the arrangements. It was essential for her to feel acquainted with her future home. The De Lafford House was not a grand, modern mansion, but a venerable, solid, and comfortable country seat. It was built with an old-fashioned dignity, surrounded by extensive, well-managed grounds, a testament to the Colonel's long line of ancestry and his own conscientious care. As Marianne walked through the quiet rooms, she contrasted them vividly with the youthful, unrestrained dreams she once held, dreams of a wild, ivy-covered ruin or a dramatic Italianate villa fitting for a grand romantic passion. De Lafford was neither. It was a place of stability, warmth, and peace. The library was the heart of the house. It was vast, lined from floor to ceiling with serious, leather-bound volumes reflecting the Colonel's deep and wide-ranging intellect. Marianne spent the longest time there, running her hand along the spines of the books. It was here, surrounded by the quiet wisdom of centuries, that she felt her acceptance of the Colonel was most profound. This house promised not fleeting excitement but a lasting education. "It is a home, Colonel," Marianne said, turning to him with sincerity. "A true home built not on show but on endurance. It is a home that promises peace, and I find that is what I value most." Colonel Brandon smiled, his expression conveying deep contentment. "I built it for that, Miss Marianne. I hope it will be a haven where your mind can find nourishment and your heart can rest." The contrast between her sister's home, De Lafford Parsonage, and her own, De Lafford House, provided Elinor and Marianne with a final, contemplative moment on the nature of happiness. The sisters met for tea in Elinor's modest drawing room at the parsonage one afternoon. The room was small but perfectly ordered, radiating Elinor's neatness and taste. "We are both De Lafford wives now, Marianne," Elinor mused, pouring the tea, "though our prospects could not be more different in fortune." "They are perfectly alike in merit, Elinor," Marianne corrected her, her voice firm. "Your home is smaller, but it is built on the same foundation as mine: worth, honor, and constancy. You and Edward chose poverty for integrity's sake. I am merely blessed that integrity came with a large fortune." "And you are happy, Marianne?" Elinor asked, a question she had needed to ask since the engagement was announced. Marianne placed her hand over her sister's. "More than happy, Elinor. I am settled, I am at peace. I loved Willoughby with a blinding, selfish passion. I demanded that he fit my ideal, and when he failed, I was ready to die. That was the fever of sensibility." She paused, looking out at the calm, ordered garden Edward tended. "I marry Colonel Brandon with sense, with a clear knowledge of his goodness, his steadfastness, and his profound capability to make me a better person. He offers me a love that I am not afraid will abandon me when the poetry ceases. It is a love that promises not fireworks, but a hearth that will never burn out." "My dear, you have found the perfect balance," Elinor said, tears pricking her eyes, tears of genuine, profound joy, something Elinor rarely permitted herself. "You have achieved sense guided by sensibility, the best of both worlds. As the focus shifted entirely to the upcoming wedding, Mrs. Dashwood faced a renewed uncertainty, her own future. With both her eldest daughters married and settled, Barton Cottage would feel desperately empty. Colonel Brandon, ever observant and practical, addressed this concern to Mrs. Dashwood privately. "Madam," he said, "I know your attachment to Barton Cottage and that you and Miss Margaret plan to remain here for the short term. However, upon my marriage to Miss Marianne, de Laford House will naturally become her primary residence. She will need her mother's company. I hope you will consent to spend a great deal of your time at de Laford. I assure you, you and Miss Margaret will always have your own wing, and your happiness will be entirely unconstrained." Mrs. Dashwood accepted the offer with deep gratitude, recognizing the kindness that lay beneath the Colonel's reserved demeanor. This arrangement secured not only her comfort but also the continued companionship of her daughters. Margaret, too, was overjoyed. She had grown deeply fond of the Colonel, viewing him with the adoration of a niece for a kind uncle. She looked forward to the vast library and the freedom of the de Laford grounds. The final family unit was thus stabilized, prepared for the transition of Marianne to her new, enduring role as mistress of de Laford. The triumph of sense had secured the happiness of the entire family. Chapter 38: The Nuptials of Enduring Value. The day of Marianne Dashwood's wedding to Colonel Brandon arrived with a quiet, autumnal dignity. It was a clear, crisp day, the air scented with damp earth and the distant smoke of wood fires. A fitting atmosphere for a union built on substance and tranquility, rather than the brilliant but fleeting heat of summer passion. Though the ceremony was held in the small, ancient parish church near Barton, attended only by the immediate family, Mrs. Dashwood, Elinor and Edward Ferrars and Margaret. The scale of the event was a conscious choice by the Colonel, mirroring his reserved nature and Marianne's newfound distaste for unnecessary spectacle. Marianne wore a simple, elegant gown that suited her mature beauty. As she stood beside the Colonel, she carried none of the feverish intensity that she might have brought to an altar with Willoughby. Instead, there was a sense of profound peace, of a spirit finding its long-sought anchor. As the vows were exchanged, Elinor watched her sister closely. She saw not the tragic heroine, but a woman who had fought a fierce battle with her own nature and emerged victorious. When Marianne repeated the words of commitment, her voice was steady and clear. A voice that had once trembled with grief now spoke with the conviction of sense. Edward, standing beside Elinor, squeezed her hand, sharing the silent triumph. Their own happiness, modest and hard-won, was now complete in witnessing Marianne's security. The Colonel, for his part, looked years younger. His face, usually marked by a gentle melancholy, was alight with quiet joy. He was marrying a woman he had loved with silent fidelity for a long time, and he cherished her not for her poetic fervor, but for the inherent goodness and promise of future contentment he saw in her. The most poignant moment was the exchange of rings. Though the colonel's touch was respectful, his eyes conveying a promise of steadfastness. Marianne accepted the ring not as a symbol of romantic conquest, but as the final seal on her journey from impulsive sensibility to rational, sustained affection. After the ceremony, they returned to Barton Cottage for a simple, elegant wedding breakfast. The atmosphere was intimate and warm, free from the gossip and scrutiny of the wider social world. During the meal, Mrs. Dashwood, ever the romantic, raised her glass. "To my dearest daughter and my esteemed son-in-law, may your path be one of unchanging prosperity and deep, devoted love. May the ardor of youth be tempered by the wisdom of constancy." Marianne looked across the table at the colonel. "My dearest mamma," she said gently, "my ardor has been fully tempered. My devotion is all the stronger for the journey." Later that afternoon, as the newly married couple prepared for their journey to Delaford House, just a short distance, symbolizing the lack of unnecessary flight, Elinor and Marianne shared a final private moment. "I am leaving Barton now, Elinor," Marianne said, embracing her sister tightly. "But I am leaving as a different person than the one who came here. Barton healed me. And I leave without the slightest regret for what I lost, only gratitude for what I have found." "I believe you, my love," Elinor replied, returning the embrace with rare warmth. "Your sorrow has purchased your wisdom, and your marriage is the truest reward for your recovered sense." Though the colonel stood waiting by the carriage, a symbol of the solid, dependable world he offered, he approached Marianne and extended his hand, his movement deliberate and kind. "Ready, Mrs. Brandon?" he asked, the new title pronounced with quiet satisfaction. "Ready, Colonel," she replied, her smile radiant with tranquility. As they drove away, Elinor watched them go, her heart filled with satisfaction. Her sister had found happiness not by denying her deep feelings, but by learning to direct them toward an object of proven, enduring worth. Though the fate of the Dashwood sisters was sealed, Elinor, the champion of sense, had found love through perseverance and principle, married to the poor but honest Edward. Marianne, the champion of sensibility, had found a richer, more settled happiness through a painful, yet ultimately successful conversion to maturity, married to the benevolent and constant Colonel Brandon. The family now prepared to follow Mrs. Brandon to Delaford, fulfilling the promise of stability and closeness that their new unions had secured. Chapter 39, Settled Life at Delaford, The Two Houses. The quiet transition of the Dashwood family to De Lafford began immediately following Marianne's wedding. De Lafford House, the imposing and respectable seat of Colonel Brandon, now became the center of their domestic world, replacing the rustic simplicity of Barton Cottage. For Marianne, the initial days of being Mrs. Brandon were filled not with the expected rush of passionate bliss, but with a profound, almost luxurious sense of calm. The Colonel was a husband of the highest consideration. His attention was not effusive but deeply present. His kindness was practical, anticipating her needs before she voiced them. He made no attempt to stifle her love for music or books, but instead actively fostered it, giving her complete freedom over the renowned De Lafford Library. She quickly found that the domestic peace she had once scorned was, in fact, the most fertile ground for genuine happiness. She began to appreciate the subtle beauty in the rhythm of the seasons, the quiet order of the house, and the deep satisfaction of intellectual companionship. She often found the Colonel in the library, not absorbed in melancholic thought, but in managing his estate's affairs or reading serious, enriching volumes. A week after the wedding, Mrs. Dashwood and Margaret arrived. Colonel Brandon had arranged a comfortable, private wing for them, ensuring they felt both independent and fully integrated into the household. Mrs. Dashwood was ecstatic. The comfort and elegance of De Lafford House far surpassed anything she had known at Norland, and she delighted in the vicarious prosperity. Her only complaint was the Colonel's determined lack of drama. She sometimes wished for a burst of temper or a romantic gesture to match her imagination, but she soon found herself succumbing to the gentle stability of his character. Margaret blossomed in the environment. The Colonel, though reserved, possessed a quiet sense of humor that Margaret adored. He taught her how to fish and ride, engaging her in activities that were both practical and educational, encouraging her energy instead of merely indulging her emotions. The family unit was now situated across two neighboring, yet distinct households. De Lafford House, presided over by the wealthy and steady Brandons, and De Lafford Parsonage, the modest, yet perfectly ordered, home of the poor, principled Ferrars. The daily walk between the two homes became a cherished ritual. Elinor and Marianne, now sisters-in-law and neighbors, were closer than ever, their relationship finally balanced. One crisp November morning, Elinor walked over to the house, intending to consult Marianne on a matter of charitable giving for the parish. She found Marianne sitting in the morning room, not playing a dramatic piece on the pianoforte, but diligently working on her accounts, her brow furrowed in concentration. "My dear Marianne, I hardly recognize you," Elinor teased gently. "Accounting? I thought that was a duty to be scorned, suited only for cold-hearted women like myself. Marianne looked up, her expression serene. I have learned, Elinor, that managing one's income is not a cold duty but a moral one. The Colonel is wonderfully patient, and it is a fascinating challenge. It is the practical application of sense. And more importantly, she added, placing the ledger aside, it is a way to appreciate the generosity of my husband and to ensure I do not waste the means he provides. Elinor sat down, a deep contentment settling over her. I am so glad to hear you say that, Marianne. You have not sacrificed your feelings, but you have found a worthy channel for them. Later that day, the two couples gathered for dinner at the parsonage. The parsonage dinner was simple, good food, a smaller room, and less formality. The conversation flowed easily, marked by the comfortable give and take of four people who knew each other's worth. Edward, whose happiness radiated from his newfound ease, raised a question to his brother-in-law. Brandon, I confess I sometimes look over at your fine house and your estates, and then at my own humble living, and wonder how two men of such disparate fortunes can feel the same contentment. Colonel Brandon smiled, a rare, genuine expression. My dear Ferrars, your contentment is rooted in your integrity. You chose poverty over dishonor. You have a wife whose value is beyond measure and a calling you fulfill with zeal. My estate merely provides a larger scale for the same moral contentment. The wealth is secondary. If our situations were reversed, our happiness would remain equal. The foundation of both our marriages is the triumph of character over circumstance. Marianne nodded, looking at Elinor. Indeed, Elinor and Edward's happiness is the truest victory, for it was purchased at the highest price, the sacrifice of worldly advantage. Mine was merely the reward for finally valuing that principle. As the evening ended, the two couples walked out together, momentarily uniting the great house and the small house in shared laughter. They represented the final perfect harmony of sense and sensibility, a harmony that promised long, quiet years of fulfillment in the Devonshire countryside. Chapter 40, The Brotherhood of Integrity, Edward and the Colonel. With the two Dashwood sisters settled in their neighboring homes, a new, unexpected bond began to deepen. The quiet friendship between Edward Ferrars and Colonel Brandon. The association was initially driven by proximity and courtesy, but it soon developed into a genuine mutual respect based on shared values and an intrinsic moral gravity that both men possessed. They were, at first glance, a study in contrasts. Colonel Brandon was the seasoned military man, reserved, possessed of significant worldly knowledge and wealth. Edward was the contemplative scholar, initially diffident, lacking fortune but rich in principle. Yet in their essential nature, in their honor, their constancy, and their aversion to affectation, they were profoundly alike. Their daily interactions were devoid of the boisterous enthusiasm that had characterized Willoughby's acquaintance with every man he met, and free from the triviality that marked the social exchanges of men like Robert Ferrars. Their conversations often took place in the Colonel's expansive library or during long, contemplative walks across the De Lafford estates. One chilly afternoon, the two men were discussing the management of the parish poor, a subject Edward addressed with the zeal of a dedicated clergyman. "It is a burden I take seriously, Brandon," Edward said, adjusting his spectacles. "I find that charity is often misdirected by sentimentality rather than administered by sound judgment. Sentiment often relieves the giver more than the recipient." Though the Colonel nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant fields. "You speak of sense in the application of sensibility, Ferrars. I appreciate that. I have often been criticized for my reserved method of giving, yet I believe a sound plan for long-term self-sufficiency is a greater kindness than a momentary gift." Edward smiled. "Your example has been invaluable to me. Your offer of the parsonage while I was bound to Lucy was an act of quiet, unadvertised honor, the sort of true generosity that asks for no public applause. Many men would have offered only sympathy, but you offered a future. I merely wished to preserve your freedom to act with integrity," the Colonel replied, turning his gaze to Edward. "I recognized in you a man who understood the value of a promise. That is a rare virtue, and one I would not see sacrificed to circumstance. Their shared history, the fact that both had loved Elinor and both had been in different ways betrayed by the world's machinations, created a powerful, unspoken understanding. Marianne often observed their companionship with reflective pleasure. She had once dismissed the Colonel as too old and Edward as too reserved. Now she recognized that their quiet strength was the very quality that provided the stability her life desperately needed. "They are a perfect contrast to the men we used to admire, Elinor," Marianne commented one evening, watching the two men discuss the latest agricultural reforms. "Indeed," Elinor agreed. "Willoughby and Robert Ferrars represented charm and style without substance. Our husbands represent substance without needing to boast of style. They seek not to impress but to endure. And it is their endurance that secures our happiness," Marianne concluded, leaning back contentedly. Edward stood by his promise, though it cost him everything. The Colonel stood by his virtue, though it cost him happiness for many years. They are two forms of the same powerful honor. The friendship between Edward and the Colonel also served as a subtle, positive influence on the community. They collaborated on local improvements, sharing resources between the wealthy house and the humble parsonage to ensure the welfare of the tenants and the parish poor. The stability of the De Lafford parsonage, funded by the house, became a symbol of responsible land ownership and clerical duty. The Men's Association was a quiet, living testament to the superiority of moral character over mere worldly advantage, and of sense working in harmony with human concern. In this peaceful alliance, Edward found the fraternal support he had always lacked from his own family, and Colonel Brandon found a young man whose unwavering principles reminded him that integrity could indeed thrive in the modern world. Their quiet, firm brotherhood became the bedrock of the entire family's contentment. The two men, once rivals for a time, were now united as pillars of the Dashwood family's hard-won tranquility. Chapter 41, The Inevitable Call, Worldliness Visits De Lafford. The quiet, well-ordered existence at De Lafford was, perhaps inevitably, destined to be interrupted by the world they had successfully withdrawn from. The intrusion came in the form of a carriage bearing the Ferrars crest, carrying Mrs. Ferrars, accompanied by her newly married son, Robert, and his wife, the former Miss Lucy Steele. The purpose of the visit, ostensibly, was to offer a strained congratulations to Colonel Brandon on his marriage, and to examine the estate that Edward had so foolishly forfeited. Its true intent, however, was to showcase the superior match Robert had secured and to implicitly criticize Edward's impoverished yet principled choices. Edward was at the parsonage when the carriage arrived at the house, leaving Elinor and Marianne to receive the party. Though the atmosphere in the drawing room was instantly thick with a complex mixture of resentment, pride, and awkward formality. Mrs. Ferrars, still rigid and imposing, treated Elinor with cold civility and Marianne with grudging, distant respect, a recognition of the Colonel's wealth outweighing his age. She barely glanced at the tasteful, antique furnishings of De Lafford House, which she privately deemed less fashionable than her own London residence. The focus quickly shifted to Robert and Lucy. Robert, more affected and vain than ever, talked incessantly about the superior design of his new town carriage and his plans for renovating his inherited property. He spoke of Edward only to pity him. "Poor Edward is quite lost in that little cottage," Robert declared, examining his perfectly tied cravat. "Such a tragedy that a man of his background should be reduced to a mere country clergyman. One must pity his lack of ambition." I offered him advice, of course. Told him he should have taken up the law, but alas, he is quite set on this humble path. The Lucy now misses. Robert Ferrars sat beside him, radiating a triumphant, self-satisfied smugness. She was dressed in the height of fashion, a little too richly perhaps, but clearly eager to flaunt her success before Elinor. "I often think of you, Miss Dashwood, when I am arranging my new drawing room," Lucy said, addressing Elinor with affected sweetness. "I know you have such a fine eye for decoration. But really, what can one do with a country parsonage? It must be quite cramped." Elinor met her gaze with cool composure, her sense fully deployed. "The parsonage is perfectly suited to its purpose, Mrs. Ferrars. It is small but comfortable, and it allows Edward and me to live within our means, which is a greater comfort than any spacious room could provide." Lucy was momentarily nonplussed by the lack of emotion in the reply. She had hoped for tears, or at least a visible sign of envy. Marianne, who had observed the scene with a profound change of heart, finally spoke, her voice laced with quiet authority that only her newfound stability could provide. "The most important room in any house, Mrs. Ferrars, is the one where true contentment resides," Marianne said calmly. "And in that respect, I assure you, the parsonage has all the necessary space." The arrival of Colonel Brandon and Edward at the height of the awkwardness brought a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The Colonel, though courteous to Mrs. Ferrars, had an air of reserved dignity that implicitly rebuked her critical attitude. Edward, now a man defined by his own choices, was completely at ease. He greeted his mother and brother with politeness, but without any trace of his former subservience. When Edward inquired about the details of Robert's inherited estate, Robert's voice suddenly lost its confidence. Robert, who had always defined himself by his superior status, found himself strangely intimidated by Edward's unshakable moral foundation. A foundation which the Colonel now visibly supported. The Colonel raised a toast, raising his glass not to wealth or status, but to enduring character. It was a silent, pointed victory for the virtues that Mrs. Ferrars least valued. The Ferrars party departed swiftly after a luncheon marked by Robert's exaggerated pronouncements and Lucy's thinly veiled resentment toward the deep, unforced happiness radiating from the two Dashwood sisters. Elinor and Marianne watched the carriage disappear and then looked at each other and laughed, a sound of pure, unburdened relief. The visit, designed to wound, had only confirmed the superiority of their hard-won choices. The world had come to De Lafford, and sense and sensibility in their perfected balance had easily triumphed over its vanity. Chapter 42. The Sisters' Reflection on Sense and Sensibility. The departure of the judgmental Ferrars party left behind a profound sense of affirmation for Elinor and Marianne. The following morning, The two sisters met in the sunny morning room of De Lafford House, the tranquility of the setting contrasting sharply with the turbulence of the previous day. They were now on equal footing, both happily married, their contentment secured by the principles they had respectively struggled to uphold or to learn. Their conversation, once marked by Elinor's cautious advice and Marianne's impassioned rebuttal, now flowed with the easy reciprocity of true companionship. Though the greatest blessing of yesterday's unpleasantness, Marianne began, stirring her tea, was the clarity it provided. To see Robert and Mrs. Robert Ferrars, their vanity, their superficiality, was to be given a perfect measuring stick against the profound goodness of our own husbands. Elinor smiled, leaning back in her chair. Indeed, dear Marianne, they were a necessary evil. I found myself thinking, as Lucy spoke of her drawing room, that her idea of contentment lay entirely in appearance, while ours lies entirely in reality. She chose a rich fool over an honest man. We chose honest men regardless of their immediate riches. And I, Elinor, Marianne confessed, her voice soft with genuine humility, was nearly drawn to the rich fool who possessed superficial charm. I believed that happiness could only be found in the intense excitement of sensibility, in the grand passion, the spontaneous drama. Now I see that enduring happiness requires a foundation of sense. She rose and walked to the window, looking out over the manicured grounds of De Lafford. Willoughby loved me for the romantic thrill I provided him, but he loved his own interest more. He would have drained my fortune, then tired of my tears. Though the Colonel, however, loves my worth. He saw the potential for good in me, and he cherishes the peace and happiness I bring to his home. Elinor, recognizing the depth of her sister's evolution, spoke with gentle wisdom. Your sensibility was never the flaw, Marianne. It was your judgment that was faulty. You directed the intensity of your feelings toward an unworthy object. Now your feelings, that deep capacity for love and joy, are directed toward a man whose character is truly deserving. And you, my dearest sister, Marianne countered, turning back to Elinor, your sense was perfect, but you paid such a heavy price for it. You endured such prolonged suffering in silence for Edward's sake and for ours. I wonder if you had allowed yourself a little of my sensibility, if you had permitted yourself to be more openly distressed, would you have been spared some pain? Elinor considered this deeply. Perhaps a little less concealment might have eased my heart momentarily, but it would not have altered the reality of Edward's obligation to Lucy. My concealment was not simply a matter of character, but of honor. I could not, for my own relief, betray his secret or add to Mother's already excessive anxieties. My sense was truly a tool of preservation, ensuring the integrity of our family, even at the cost of my own temporary comfort. Then Marianne concluded, approaching Elinor and taking her hand, a rare gesture of respectful affection. We have both learned the truth. Your sense required the occasional release of sensibility to protect your health, and my sensibility required the constant restraint of sense to protect my life. The highest form of happiness, I believe, is found precisely on the border of those two qualities. And in our husbands, Elinor added with a quiet, joyful finality. Edward is governed by sense but acts with the deepest sensibility toward others. The Colonel is the embodiment of controlled sense, but his past reveals a heart that was once violently passionate. They, like us, are the final balance of the two qualities. Though the sisters sat together in comfortable silence, their long journey from Norland and Barton now culminated in this shared understanding. Their individual contentment secured the stability of their new, intertwined lives at De Lafford, promising many years of affection and mutual support. Chapter 43, The Promise of a New Generation. Life at De Lafford settled into a rhythm of quiet, deep happiness. The days were measured not by the drama of social intrigue, but by the turning of the seasons, the duties of the parish, and the comfortable flow of affection between the two intertwined households. Within a year of their marriage, the parsonage was preparing for its most profound event, the birth of Edward and Elinor's first child. Elinor faced the anticipation with her characteristic calm, yet Edward, now free from the burdens of his past, exhibited an openly nervous excitement that was both endearing and amusing to his wife. Marianne, now Mrs. Brandon, spent her time between De Lafford House and the parsonage, her assistants quiet, effective, and deeply loving, a demonstration of how her sensibility had matured into practical, controlled devotion. The event arrived on a crisp autumn morning. The news, carried across the estate by a breathless housemaid, was a quiet, celebratory ripple, the birth of a healthy baby boy. The parsonage, though small, was instantly filled with a joy so deep it felt monumental. Colonel Brandon, arriving shortly after the birth, behaved with the sensitive reserve that made him so dear. He offered Edward his profound, sincere congratulations, and then stood as a solid, comforting presence, ensuring all practical needs were met while the new father was lost in a haze of overwhelming emotion. Edward, holding his tiny son, looked up at Elinor with tears in his eyes, a public display of emotion he would never have permitted himself a few years earlier. "Elinor," he whispered, "I have nothing in the world to call my own but my principles, and now this. You have given me everything I never dared hope for." We have everything, my love," Elinor replied, her face radiant with a soft happiness that surpassed all her former reserve. "And it is all built on the honesty and patience we both maintained." Marianne was the first to visit after Edward, entering the room with a gentle solemnity. She looked at the child, now named Henry after their father, with a reflective tenderness. There was no wild theatrical display of emotion, but a deep, controlled sense of wonder. "He is beautiful, sister," Marianne murmured, her voice steady. "He is the perfect proof that patience is a virtue rewarded, and I shall spoil him with every possible kindness." Her eyes then met the Colonel's, standing quietly by the fire. She understood that her own healing was complete, solidified by the stable affection of her husband, which allowed her to appreciate this new life without the disruptive yearning for romantic drama. The next day, Mrs. Dashwood arrived from Barton Cottage, and the true test of the sense of the new order began. Mrs. Dashwood arrived in a flurry of maternal anxiety and grandmotherly ecstasy. "My darling Elinor, my sweet little man. Oh, such a tiny image of Edward, yet with your serene eyes. This is a moment of pure, unadulterated sensibility," she exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Elinor, then demanding every detail of the birth with dramatic concern. Elinor managed the deluge of emotion with her usual grace, and Marianne, rather than being swept away by their mother's excess, gently interjected with practical details about the nursery and the baby's feeding schedule. "Mother, please sit down. Edward, hand Mama some wine. Everything is perfect. Elinor is well and Henry is thriving. There is no need for such excessive alarm, I assure you," Marianne said, her tone being a perfect mirror of the advice Elinor had often given her. Mrs. Dashwood paused, momentarily taken aback by her younger daughter's new, calm authority. She looked at Elinor, who offered a knowing, affectionate smile. Mrs. Dashwood finally allowed herself to sit, and her genuine joy, now moderated, became a true pleasure to witness. The two couples, watching their mother's affectionate but subdued adoration of the baby, realized that their happiness had done more than save them. It had provided a stable anchor for the entire family. The small parsonage, illuminated by the love and integrity within, became the true, unwavering heart of the de Lafford estates. Though the quiet dignity of sense, coupled with the profound affection of sensibility, had borne its first beautiful fruit, promising a future of secure, enduring contentment. Chapter 44: The Seeds of the Next Generation. Time, the great healer and establisher, flowed gently over de Lafford. 6 years passed in the quiet dignity of domestic happiness. The parsonage was no longer merely a humble cottage, but a true home, echoing with the lively footsteps of Henry Ferrars, a boy now 6 years old, inheriting his father's gentle nature and his mother's observant eyes. Marianne and Colonel Brandon had been equally blessed with a daughter, named Elinor after Elinor, who was 3 years younger than Henry, and whose joyous spirit was a contained reflection of her mother's former sensibility. The two households existed in perfect harmony. Every morning, the Colonel and Marianne, or Edward and Elinor, walked the short distance between the house and the parsonage, ensuring no day passed without communication. The children were raised almost as siblings, dividing their time between the solemn libraries of the house and the modest, cheerful gardens of the parsonage. The stable routine of De Lafford was subtly altered one early summer when Colonel Brandon brought home his ward, Miss Eliza Williams. The young Eliza, now 12, was the daughter of the unfortunate Miss Williams, whose story had once darkened the Colonel's past, and served as a warning against Willoughby's reckless character. The Colonel, having dutifully supervised her education away, decided it was time for her to live under his direct, fatherly care at De Lafford House. Eliza was a quiet, delicate girl, inheriting none of the rashness of her mother, but possessing a deep, reflective seriousness that spoke of a childhood marked by separation and reliance on others. She was instantly fascinated by the lively, bustling energy of the De Lafford community. Her first formal introduction to the parsonage children was predictably awkward. Henry, usually the master of his domain, stood shyly behind Elinor's skirts, examining the serious-looking older girl with apprehension. Elinor, meanwhile, treated the newcomer with the immediate, fearless affection of a younger child. "This is Miss Williams, Henry," Elinor introduced gently. "She will be living here at De Lafford House now." Henry took a step forward, driven by politeness, and offered his hand. "You look very solemn, miss," he stated with a child's brutal honesty. Eliza managed a small, hesitant smile. "I am very happy to be here, Master Henry. Your garden is beautiful. The Colonel has told me much about it." This garden became the silent, common ground where the foundations of a meaningful relationship were laid. Henry, whose imagination had been nurtured by his mother's love of poetry and his father's gentle lessons on nature, found an eager audience in Eliza. She listened to his stories of knights and dragons among the rose bushes, and in turn she shared the quiet knowledge gleaned from her books and travels. Marianne watched them from the window one afternoon, Henry showing Eliza how to construct a small fortress out of stones, while Eliza meticulously decorated the walls with wildflowers. The Colonel joined her, his expression tender as he watched the scene. "A promising friendship, my dear," he remarked. "Henry has your spirit, and Eliza has a quiet fortitude that reminds me of Elinor." Marianne leaned her head against his shoulder. I watch them, Colonel, and I pray they find the balance we found only after such suffering. Henry needs Eliza's gentle sense to temper his eagerness. Eliza needs Henry's open sensibility to lighten her burdens. They are being raised in the security we never knew, the Colonel responded. Edward and Elinor have taught Henry the value of enduring principles, and we, through example, are teaching Eliza that true affection is found not in grand pronouncements, but in consistent actions. Their love, should it ever come to pass, will be a quiet certainty, not a feverish storm. Elinor and Edward, viewing the same scene from the parsonage porch, shared a similar, quiet hope. "Look at them, Edward," Elinor whispered. "No hasty promises, no secret engagements. Just the honest, open affection of good hearts finding common ground." Edward put his arm around her waist. "The next generation of de Lafford, my love, built on the foundation of character, not fortune. Their journey will be one of peace, not passion, and all the better for it. We have taught them the value of sense, and their hearts, like yours, will ensure the presence of the deepest sensibility." The playful shouts of the children drifted up from the garden, a blend of Henry's bold commands and Eliza's soft laughter. The tranquility of de Lafford, secured by the mature love of two principled couples, promised a future where the next generation would inherit not only property, but the wisdom of their parents' hard-won choices. Chapter 45: The Small Conflicts and the Parental Balance. As Henry Ferrars grew, his inherited traits became clearer. The quiet integrity of his father, Edward, was mixed with a certain fervent enthusiasm for his pursuits, inherited perhaps from the lively spirit of his Aunt Marianne. His cousin, Elinor Brandon, possessed a more contained energy, an intense love of stories and poetry, managed and disciplined by the Colonel's consistent sense. Eliza Williams, being older, stood as a practical observer, her quiet diligence a constant reminder of Elinor's early example. The subtle differences in the children's natures often manifested in their joint projects, serving as gentle lessons for the parents in the continuous negotiation of sense and sensibility. One bright summer afternoon, the children undertook the ambitious project of building a miniature dam in the small stream that ran through the edge of the parsonage garden. Henry, as the self-appointed engineer, was full of grand designs. "It must be a magnificent wall, Eliza, strong enough to hold back the entire ocean," Henry declared, his face flushed with excitement as he shoved large, uneven stones into the muddy bank. Eliza, 12 years old and inherently practical, watched his efforts with a serious, critical frown. "But Henry, the Colonel taught me that a structure is only as strong as its foundation. You have not cleared the bank properly. Those stones will only hold for an hour. See, this large one is tilting." Henry, stung by the technical critique, pulled his hand away. "It is strong enough. You are always worrying about things being properly prepared. Where is the fun in that? We must work quickly or the water will escape." Elinor, whose imagination was currently focused on the rushing water being a wild, untamed river spirit, sided instantly with her cousin's drama. "Let it be, Eliza. It is more exciting if it breaks. Then we can rebuild it better." Eliza sighed, a dramatic gesture she had perhaps picked up from observing Mrs. Dashwood. "That is inefficient, Elinor. And when it breaks, the water will spoil the newly planted forget-me-nots." The ensuing argument quickly devolved. Henry, his sensibility wounded by Eliza's blunt assessment, threw a handful of mud into the stream in frustration. Eliza, offended by the wastefulness and the disrespect, turned away, her delicate features pinched with disappointment. Edward and Marianne, who were approaching through the garden from De Lafford House, witnessed the small disaster. "There is your mother's fire, Edward, poorly contained," Marianne commented, observing Henry's flash of temper. "And there is your own early judgment, Marianne, unfiltered by compassion," Edward replied, noting Eliza's rigid posture. "Observe how we manage the equilibrium, my dear." As Edward approached Henry, whose lower lip was trembling, he did not immediately address the dam or the mud, but knelt down to Henry's level. "Henry," Edward said gently, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, "I understand you are frustrated. It is hard when the work of your hands does not immediately match the vision of your mind. But sometimes haste is merely another word for impatience, and impatience ruins good work." He allowed the comfort to sink in before moving to the logic. "Eliza has a good eye for structure. Her manner may have been severe, but her truth was sound. When you are ready, we will look at her advice and begin again properly." Meanwhile, Marianne engaged Eliza. She spoke not with Edward's soft empathy, but with her own brand of matured sense, clear, direct, and authoritative, yet underscored by warmth. "Eliza, your intention was admirable and your observation was correct, but accuracy is useless if it is delivered with coldness. A true principle guides both the work and the manner in which we speak of the work. You must learn that kindness is the frame for all sound advice, just as politeness is the frame for all sound conversation." She placed a gentle arm around the girl's stiff shoulders. "Henry needs instruction, but he also needs encouragement. His spirit, like mine, is easily crushed by unyielding criticism. You are older, you must learn to temper your truth with consideration." Marianne then turned to Elinor, whose chief fault was an easygoing surrender to the loudest emotion. And you, Elinor, must understand that excitement is a poor substitute for patience. The pleasure is in the creation, not merely the outcome. Within minutes, the crisis was averted. Henry, comforted and calmed by his father's empathy, apologized to Eliza for the mud. Eliza, softened by Marianne's firm but affectionate instruction, apologized for her lack of tact. Under Edward's quiet direction, the three children began slowly and correctly to clear the foundation, respecting Eliza's superior knowledge of engineering principles. Elinor, watching the whole exchange from a distance, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She saw her husband, the master of principle and restraint, employing sensibility to heal emotional wounds. And her sister, the former vessel of unchecked passion, employing firm sense to teach social and structural correctness. Though the two qualities, once viewed as rivals, had merged in the next generation's upbringing, De Lafford house and parsonage was now the perfect demonstration that a life built on solid values could accommodate and indeed enrich the deepest affections of the heart. The lessons of sense and sensibility were not just complete but actively being taught. Chapter 46, The Irony of Fortune, the Robert Ferrars existence. Through the small, tranquil world of De Lafford, built on the foundations of Edward's conscience and Brandon's constancy, seldom required contact with the world from which they had been happily banished. However, the ties of blood, even when stained by self-interest, occasionally demanded a brief acknowledgement. The lives of Robert and Lucy Ferrars, now residing in great style in London, served as a continual, albeit distant, counterpoint to the quiet fulfillment enjoyed by their relatives in Devonshire. Edward, through a necessary, if infrequent, correspondence with his mother, sometimes received news of his brother and sister-in-law. This information painted a picture not of triumph, but of perpetual discontent masked by relentless social striving. Robert, now the affluent heir to Mrs. Ferrars' favor, found that fortune did not equate to consequence. He was still the vain, shallow man obsessed with fashion and fine details, whose greatest contribution to society was the selection of furniture. They have moved residences twice in the last year, Edward informed Elinor one evening, laying aside a letter from his mother with a weary sigh. Robert felt the house in Portland Place lacked a sufficient vestibule for his new carriage, and the one in Curzon Street, Lucy complains, receives too little natural light for her complexion. Elinor smiled faintly, recognizing the familiar vanity. It seems they have the wealth, Edward, but lack the ability to find contentment within it. They are forever seeking something external to validate their position. Marianne, who had matured into a woman of profound empathy but unshakable moral clarity, often reflected on Lucy's choice. Lucy had secured wealth and rank, the very things she craved, yet she had done so by betraying her first commitment and marrying a man whose intellectual companionship was almost non-existent. "It is a peculiar tragedy," Marianne remarked to the Colonel. Lucy earned her security through the most calculated of means. Yet what good is a large fortune when spent in the company of a husband who cares more for the shape of his waistcoat than the soul of his wife? Colonel Brandon, ever a man who valued character over circumstance, replied, "She won the lottery of wealth, my dear, but lost the lottery of life. True happiness is built not on what we own, but on who we are with." Robert, I hear, is already finding fault with her lack of polished society. And Lucy is finding her wealth cannot purchase the intellectual respect she perhaps secretly envies in Elinor. The irony was indeed profound. Edward and Elinor, living simply as a country clergyman and his wife, possessed a richer intellectual and emotional life than the wealthy couple who had married into their fortune. Their parsonage was a sanctuary of genuine affection and thoughtful conversation. Robert's grand homes were merely elaborate stages for social pretension. Though the only true comfort Lucy had secured was the grudging, intermittent approval of Mrs. Ferrars, who tolerated her only because she had displaced the unsuitable Elinor and secured the property for the name of Ferrars. One spring, Lucy, desperate to parade her status and assert her superiority, engineered a brief, formal visit to the De Lafford area under the guise of visiting a distant acquaintance. She arrived at the parsonage in a conspicuously splendid carriage, dressed in the height of London fashion that looked ludicrously misplaced in the quiet Devonshire landscape. Lucy, attempting to patronize Elinor, spoke continually of her silks, her parties, and her proximity to the great families. "It is a pity, Mrs. Ferrars," Lucy simpered, addressing Elinor, "that your husband's duties keep you so confined to the country. London is quite a different scene, I assure you. Robert has just purchased a set of Venetian mirrors for our ballroom. They are quite the talk of the town. I believe Edward used to admire such things." Elinor met her gaze with quiet dignity, refusing to be drawn into the comparison. "Edward and I find our greatest satisfaction in our duties here, Mrs. Ferrars. Our world is small, but it is complete. We have no need for Venetian mirrors to reflect our contentment." Later, Edward, witnessing Lucy's transparent attempts to elicit envy, chuckled gently, "Poor Lucy. She seeks satisfaction in my mother's approval and London's fickle admiration, while I find mine in a good sermon and a walk with my son. The exchange was cheap on my part and ruinous on hers." Marianne, overhearing this, joined them, her expression serene. I once believed, Edward, that happiness lay in the intensity of passion, the grand gesture. Now I know that it lies here, in the quiet consistency of principle and the deep peace of affection. Lucy sought sense in the form of gold and found only the hollow shell. You chose the right kind of sense, the kind built on integrity, and in doing so found true sensibility. The visit, which Lucy had hoped would be a display of her triumph, served only to reinforce the wisdom of the choices made at De Lafford. The parsonage, though modest, contained a world of sincere happiness, while the opulent residences of Robert and Lucy contained only the restless vanity of shallow ambition. The true currency of life, Elinor reflected, was indeed not cash but character. Chapter 47, The Chance Encounter with the Past. The following summer, life at De Lafford was interrupted by a social event of larger scale than usual. A county-wide assembly and ball held in a neighboring town designed to raise funds for a local charity. Though neither Elinor nor Marianne were naturally inclined toward the frivolity of such gatherings, the event was considered a duty for the local gentry, and the Colonel and Edward insisted upon their attendance. The ball was, as expected, a showcase of local vanity and modest fashion. Elinor, graceful and composed, conversed quietly with her husband about the amusing details of the provincial gathering. Marianne, however, found her eye drawn by a figure across the room, a man who possessed a certain careless elegance that was both deeply familiar and utterly estranged. It was Mr. Willoughby. Years had passed since Marianne had seen him last, years that had weathered his physical beauty with the subtle marks of dissipation and disappointment. He was older, perhaps wiser in the ways of the world, but his once unrestrained cheerfulness had been replaced by a melancholy air, not of true sorrow, but of perpetual, low-grade regret. The regret of a man who had sold his soul cheaply and daily remembered the true value of what he had forfeited. Willoughby had, in fact, been lured to the assembly by his wealthy wife, who was eager to display her latest jewels and assert her consequence among the country society. He endured the evening in quiet misery, his eyes roaming the room until they fell upon the two most significant women of his life, standing together in perfect, contented harmony. He saw Marianne first. She stood beside Colonel Brandon, her hand resting lightly on the Colonel's arm. Marianne was no longer the girl whose face was a mirror to every unchecked emotion. Her beauty was deeper now, tempered by experience and lit by the serene inner peace that came from an honorable marriage. She wore simpler attire than many in the room, but the happiness in her eyes was a jewel that outshone any diamond. Willoughby's heart contracted with a pain that was, for once, genuine. Then he saw Elinor. The sight of her, calm, secure, and openly beloved by Edward, who stood near her, his gaze steady and devoted, was a profound blow. The inevitable meeting occurred near the refreshment table. Willoughby, unable to restrain the impulse to approach, moved through the crowd, drawn by a need for atonement he could never truly achieve. "Mrs. Brandon," he said, his voice softer, heavier than Marianne remembered. Marianne turned, her expression one of utter composure. There was no pain, no resentment, and critically, no desperate warmth. She greeted him with the cool, polite formality reserved for a distant acquaintance. "Mr. Willoughby, it is a long time since we met." "Indeed," he replied, struggling to maintain his own composure against her tranquil dignity. I see that de Lafford has agreed with you. You seem extremely well." "I am perfectly happy, thank you," Marianne stated, her answer direct and honest. The Colonel, sensing the weight of the moment, stepped forward, his manner polite but firm, effectively drawing Marianne closer to him. Willoughby found the silence between the three of them unbearable. He shifted his weight, his gaze falling to the floor. "I trust Mrs. Ferrars is also in good health?" he asked, a clumsy attempt to acknowledge Elinor. Elinor, stepping forward with the courage only certainty provides, answered with a gentle finality. "We are all well, Mr. Willoughby. Our lives here are settled and content. There is no longer any shadow upon us." This was the quiet, dignified execution of their relationship. Willoughby understood that the happiness of both sisters was not an illusion designed to punish him, but a reality forged in the fires he had started. "I am glad to hear it," Willoughby murmured, the phrase sounding hollow even to his own ears. You chose wisely, Mrs. Brandon. I only wish to say that I often regret the path I took." Marianne looked at him, not with the intense pity she once held, but with a simple, detached comprehension. "Regret is a difficult companion, Mr. Willoughby. I hope that you may yet find peace in your own path." He recognized the finality in her voice. There was no flicker of the old sensibility, no hidden current of longing. She was entirely the wife of Colonel Brandon, entirely the mistress of de Lafford. He had lost her not to time, but to character. With a final, pained bow, Willoughby retreated, vanishing back into the crowd and eventually out of the assembly. He left de Lafford that night with the bitter knowledge that the wealth and position he had married for had purchased him only a gilded cage, while the integrity Edward had chosen and the constancy Marianne had embraced had secured for them the truest form of liberty and joy. The ghost of the man she had loved was finally laid to rest, and Marianne's sense was complete. In Chapter 48, The Education of the Heart and Mind. Elinor and Edward's happiness at the De Lafford parsonage was not a passionate, volatile flame like the one Marianne had once desired, but rather a constant, temperate hearth, steady, warm, and sufficient for all who gathered around it. In the raising of their children, particularly their son Henry, Elinor's sense found its most profound and practical application. She understood that while Edward was the perfect embodiment of moral principle, he possessed an inherent simplicity and a disinclination towards worldly affairs that, if left unchecked, might leave their children ill-equipped to navigate the complexities of society. It was Elinor's gentle yet firm hand that ensured their education covered both the heart and the mind, the moral and the material. We must teach Henry not only what is right, Edward, but why society sometimes chooses what is wrong. Elinor remarked one morning as they watched their son, a thoughtful boy of 7, tending a small vegetable patch. Edward smiled warmly. "Must we? I confess, Elinor, I find the principles of rectitude so clear that I often wish to spare him the knowledge of the world's errors until he is forced to meet them." "But that is the very trap, my dear," Elinor replied, laying her hand affectionately on his arm. "To keep him ignorant of temptation is not to shield him from it, but merely to render him defenseless when it arrives. I was too shielded at Barton, and Marianne too exposed. We must strike a balance." Elinor's method was subtle, woven into the fabric of their daily life. When Henry expressed a desire for a particular toy, she allowed the desire, but gently guided him to consider the work required to earn the penny to buy it, teaching him the sense of economic value. When he complained that a young farmer's son was too rough to play with, she acknowledged his sensibility to discomfort, but explained the sense of extending charity and respect to all social ranks. Her teaching on charity was perhaps the most crucial. Edward, by nature, would have given away everything, guided by pure goodness. Elinor ensured their philanthropy was organized, systematic, and targeted, mirroring the Colonel's quiet, effective patronage. "Charity, Henry," she explained during one of their visits to a less fortunate family in the parish, "must be given not just to ease our own hearts, but to truly benefit the recipient. The emotion of pity, sensibility, makes us want to help, but the wisdom of planning, sense, ensures that our help actually creates lasting good." It was during these years that Elinor truly blossomed. She was no longer defined by restraint, but by the confident exercise of judgment. Her sense was not cold, but the bedrock of a full and rich life. She ran the parsonage household with admirable economy and grace, managed Edward's often confused finances with quiet acumen, and served as the parish's unofficial social and medical advisor. She and Edward shared a love built not on dramatic declarations, but on mutual intellectual respect and an unwavering confidence in each other's character. Their conversations were quiet, often philosophical, encompassing everything from the Greek classics Edward read to the complexities of human nature Elinor observed. One evening, after their children were asleep, Edward looked up from his book, his expression thoughtful. "Do you ever regret," he asked softly, "that your life is so much less brilliant than your talents deserve? You could have commanded any circle in London." Elinor walked over and settled beside him on the sofa, her hand finding his. "I found my ambition, Edward, not in commanding a circle, but in creating one. My life is brilliant precisely because it is with you here, where character is valued above all else. I have enough sense to know that true distinction lies not in the size of the house or the splendor of the society, but in the integrity of the heart." She paused, reflecting on the arduous journey that had brought her here. "I once thought my sense was merely a defense against pain. Now I know it is the architect of peace. And you, my dear Edward, taught me that even the strongest sense must be animated by the purest sensibility. The sensibility of conscience, fidelity, and unwavering goodness." Edward smiled, a look of profound contentment settling upon his face. He knew that if he was the moral compass of their home, Elinor was the steady pilot, steering their vessel with quiet competence through the shoals of life. Their home was not the grand estate of de Lafford, but the humble parsonage where true love and wisdom resided, ensuring that the next generation of Ferrars would begin their lives with the equilibrium their parents had spent years fighting to achieve. In Chapter 49, The Quiet Depth of de Lafford House. Life at de Lafford House, the great estate of Colonel Brandon, was markedly different from the parsonage. Yet it shared the same core of contentment and moral integrity. If the parsonage was governed by Elinor's active, practical sense, de Lafford House was permeated by the Colonel's quiet, abiding sense, a tranquility that had taken root in Marianne and blossomed into genuine, mature happiness. Marianne, who had once scorned the Colonel's reserve, now understood that his quietness was not a lack of feeling, but a testament to its depth. His constancy was the stable anchor her tumultuous spirit had always needed. She had traded the volatile ecstasy of infatuation for the steady peace of profound respect and affection, and in doing so, had found the emotional richness she had always sought. She often reflected on the dramatic difference between her courtship with Willoughby and her marriage to Brandon. Willoughby had taught her to value passion, Brandon taught her to value purpose. "There is more poetry in the steady rhythm of your life here, my dear Colonel," she once remarked to her husband as they walked through his well-maintained estate, than there ever was in the dramatic declarations of my youth. The Colonel, always modest, simply smiled. I offer consistency, Marianne, not lyricism. It is your genius that finds poetry in duty and order. You know, she insisted, linking her arm through his. It is the constancy of your virtue that elevates the ordinary. When Willoughby praised a landscape, it was to impress me. When you improve this land, it is to provide for those who depend upon you. That is the poetry of character, and it is far more beautiful. The most striking change in Marianne was her approach to music and art. She still played the piano, but her music was no longer solely an outlet for overwhelming emotion. She played with greater technical mastery and a broader appreciation for classical structure, the sense of music. She learned to appreciate the complexity of composition, where passion was contained and refined by form, mirroring her own life. The Colonel encouraged her intellectual pursuits. He converted a neglected morning room into a sun-drenched study for her, furnishing it with a library of history, philosophy, and the sciences, subjects Marianne had once deemed too dry for her romantic temperament. It was here that she found a new kind of emotional connection, empathy rooted in knowledge. Reading about the suffering of others, the great struggles of history, taught her that her own brief sorrows were but a fraction of human experience. This intellectual sense expanded her sensibility from a focus on self-pity to a deeper, more charitable feeling for humanity. She took on the responsibilities of the estate with a developing maturity that pleased the Colonel immensely. She was attentive to the tenants, careful in her accounts, and most importantly showed a genuine concern for young Eliza Williams, the Colonel's ward, treating her with the kindness and guidance Eliza's own mother had lacked. One day, while reviewing old correspondence, Marianne found a bundle of letters from her youth. The passionate, overwrought letters she had exchanged with Willoughby. Reading them now, she felt a profound disconnect. The emotions described felt histrionic and shallow, fueled by vanity rather than true affection. She quietly took the bundle to the fire and without drama or tears consigned them to the flames. Colonel Brandon found her shortly after, standing by the mantelpiece. He looked at the few remaining embers and then at his wife, whose face was serene. "What was it, my dear?" he asked gently. "The past, Colonel," she replied, a faint smile touching her lips. "I was giving a proper funeral to my youth's sensibility. It was too untamed to survive, but it taught me to cherish the sense I found here." Brandon embraced her, an action less passionate than deeply loving. He had given her stability, and she had given him a new life filled with warmth and conversation. Their marriage was the ultimate fusion of the two principles, proving that the most enduring happiness is found not in the unrestrained intensity of the heart, but in the heart guided by wisdom. Chapter 50, The Contentment of the Matriarch. The emigration of both Elinor and Marianne to the De Lafford vicinity left Barton Cottage in a state of quietude Mrs. Dashwood had never quite anticipated. The cottage, once vibrating with Marianne's music and Elinor's focused domestic industry, now settled into a peaceful rhythm governed by Mrs. Dashwood's gentle nature and Margaret's maturing companionship. Mrs. Dashwood had possessed a sensibility that was perhaps as fervent as Marianne's, though expressed with greater maturity and less self-absorption. Her romanticism had always centered on the grand virtues of others, her late husband and later the dazzling prospects she envisioned for her daughters. Now she found her ultimate happiness not in the execution of those dramatic visions, but in the observation of her daughters' quiet, assured contentment. The great romance of her life, the belief that passion and perfection must align, had been sweetly refuted by reality. Elinor, the sensible daughter, had married a man of unwavering principle but modest means, and had found immense peace. Marianne, the ardent one, had married a man of profound character but reserved manner, and had found the depth of affection she truly needed. The Barton Cottage, though small, was no longer a place of disappointment. It became the beloved sanctuary where the Dashwood family gathered. The distance to the De Lafford parsonage was easily traversed, and De Lafford House was but a little further. Mrs. Dashwood often travelled between the two homes, her presence a welcome and stabilizing factor for both couples. "I am a rich woman now, Margaret," she would tell her youngest daughter, "rich in the only currency that truly matters, the settled happiness of my children." Margaret, who was now nearly 17, was a fascinating study in character, a child who had benefited from the extreme poles of her sisters. She possessed the lively, appreciative spirit of her mother and Marianne, but also Elinor's growing understanding of practical sense. She admired her sister Elinor's organizational skills and sought her counsel, yet she adored her sister Marianne's passion for reading and art. Mrs. Dashwood took quiet pleasure in guiding Margaret's education, ensuring she read widely not just in poetry but also history and biography. She wanted Margaret to cultivate a heart capable of deep feeling, but a mind equipped to judge character and circumstances justly. The cottage itself reflected the new era. The garden, once slightly neglected in the preoccupation with social anxieties, was now a source of deep pleasure. Mrs. Dashwood oversaw its cultivation with the patient care of a woman whose energies were finally focused entirely on her immediate surroundings. She cultivated not only flowers but also a profound sense of gratitude. Sometimes she would sit by the parlor window, recalling the arrival of Willoughby, the subsequent distress, and the almost unbearable anxiety over Edward's fate. In those moments she felt a quiet, profound pity for her former self, and an even deeper appreciation for the Colonel and Edward. Men who had demonstrated that true heroism was found in quiet endurance and unwavering honor. One autumn afternoon, Elinor and Edward visited with their young son Henry. Mrs. Dashwood held her grandson, the sight of him a tangible symbol of Elinor's ultimate triumph. "You have borne everything so well, Mamma," Elinor said, watching her mother's serene face. "Your endurance was greater than I ever gave credit for." Mrs. Dashwood smiled, her eyes slightly moist. "My dear Elinor, I fear I was never much help to your sense during those years. I offered only sensibility and hope, often misplaced. But that hope was necessary, Mamma. You were our anchor when the truth was too heavy to bear. Your sensibility, when tempered by time, becomes true strength, the ability to feel deeply for the happiness of others. And that," Mrs. Dashwood concluded, gazing out at the familiar, gentle hills of Devonshire, "is the most beautiful feeling a mother can possess. I have lived to see both my daughters happily settled upon principles that honor them and their husbands. I have every comfort, every connection, and every hope I could ever wish for." She was content. Her life at Barton was not a grand narrative of dramatic passion, but a quiet, sustained symphony of domestic bliss and maternal pride. She presided over her small domain, an affectionate matriarch whose only lingering desire was for the happiness of the next generation, a happiness she knew was now securely founded on both sense and sensibility. Chapter 51, The Debut of Margaret, a Test of the New Balance. 7 years after the marriages of Elinor and Marianne, the attention of the family turned with affectionate anxiety to the youngest sister, Margaret, now 17 and prepared for her entry into society. Having been raised in the harmonious environment of Barton and De Lafford, Margaret was a fascinating study in character, a successful synthesis of the two principles that had once divided her family. She possessed the open, cheerful sensibility of her mother and Marianne, able to appreciate beauty, literature, and wit with genuine, unforced enthusiasm. Yet she was also endowed with Elinor's calm observational powers and a deeply ingrained respect for order and foresight, a pragmatic sense cultivated through years of watching her eldest sister quietly manage Edward's small estate and her husband's parish duties. Mrs. Jennings, ever the enthusiastic patroness of young women, offered to introduce Margaret during a short season in London, an offer the family accepted with gratitude. Elinor, who accompanied Margaret, viewed this outing as a crucial test. She did not fear for Margaret's heart, but for her judgment. The contrast between the sincere, quiet happiness of de Lafford and the glittering superficiality of London society was immediate and startling. Margaret, though charmed by the spectacle, maintained a clear perspective. She quickly recognized the performative nature of London's social interactions. The frantic pursuit of fashion, the relentless gossip, and the valuation of wealth and title over integrity. Elinor, Margaret whispered to her sister at a particularly crowded assembly hosted by a Mrs. Jenkinson, is it truly necessary for everyone to exclaim over the same trivial matter at the same time? Their admiration seems a matter of duty, not true feeling. Elinor smiled, amused by her sister's sharp yet gentle observation. It is the language of the season, Margaret. One must be heard to appreciate, and one must appreciate what is fashionable. You are wise to notice the difference. Margaret's debut attracted attention. She was pretty, lively, and known to be the sister of the wealthy Mrs. Brandon and the respectable Mrs. Ferrars. She was courted not by passion, but by calculation. Young men of moderate means seeking connections, and older, less scrupulous bachelors seeking her respectable dowry. Margaret handled her suitors with a blend of natural warmth and quiet discretion that greatly pleased Elinor. She accepted attention graciously, but never mistook flattery for sincerity. She listened to their professions of enthusiasm for poetry, but noted whether they knew the difference between a sonnet and an ode. She admired their fine coats, but remembered the practical advice of Edward to inquire about their income. One evening, at a dinner party, Margaret found herself seated next to a Mr. Evelyn, a young man known for his dramatic pronouncements and self-professed sensibility. He spoke rapturously of his devotion to nature, his indifference to money, and his belief that true happiness lay in following the heart's highest, most impractical ideals. Margaret listened, her eyes twinkling. "Your sentiments are admirable, Mr. Evelyn, and quite in the style of my sister Marianne's youth. But tell me," she asked, leaning forward with genuine curiosity, "if you are so indifferent to money, how do you intend to provide for the poor tenants on your small estate in Yorkshire? A passion, as I have learned, does not pay the baker." Mr. Evelyn was visibly discomposed. He stammered, offering vague assurances about the inherent goodness of fortune. His dramatic sensibility was instantly deflated by Margaret's simple, practical sense. Elinor, observing the exchange from across the table, felt a wave of maternal pride. Margaret had learned the crucial lesson: sensibility must be anchored in the bedrock of sense. passionate ideals without practical planning are merely self-indulgence. Margaret found her true enjoyment not in the assemblies, but in the small, intimate gatherings with those she respected. Dinners with the Colonel, who discussed history and politics with her as an equal, and long, confidential talks with Elinor, who provided the perspective of experience. Her deepest connection, however, remained with young Henry Ferrars, Elinor's son, who was often brought up to London by his parents. Henry, now a serious, principled boy, was utterly disinclined toward the frivolity of the season. He found the noise and chatter unbearable and often sought refuge with his Aunt Margaret, preferring to discuss his Latin assignments or the new telescope the Colonel had given him. It was a platonic, shared retreat from the world, but it was significant. Henry represented the de Lafford values, the solid, unshakable sense, while Margaret, though appreciative of London's spectacle, represented the sensibility that returned willingly to that stability. Mrs. Jennings, though disappointed that Margaret did not chase a duke, was ultimately satisfied. "And she is a good girl, Elinor," she declared cheerfully. "Perhaps a little too quiet in her choices, but her heart is in the right place, and she knows the value of a steady income. She will make some steady man very happy." Margaret returned to Barton, and de Lafford not disillusioned but confirmed in her values. The season had served its purpose. It had shown her the world of superficiality, and in doing so had highlighted the profound worth of her own quiet, genuine happiness. She had survived the test of the metropolitan world, emerging with her heart intact, her judgment sharpened, and her principles affirmed, a testament to the balanced education she had received from the two sisters who had mastered the ultimate art of living. Chapter 52. The enduring charm of Barton, the Middletons' contentment. Though the social nexus of the de Lafford community, while greatly enriched by the intellectual companionship of the Ferrars and the Brandons, remained anchored by the genial, bustling presence of Barton Park and its masters, Sir John and Lady Middleton. Time, which had brought such profound, character-altering change to the Dashwood sisters, had merely polished the surfaces of the Middletons' existence, confirming their simple contentment. Sir John remained the same hardy, sport-loving man, whose greatest ambition was to fill his drawing-room with noise and cheer. His happiness was not derived from contemplation or ambition, but from the immediate gratification of company, hunting, and good-natured hospitality. He represented a kind of unthinking, essential goodness, a happiness based purely on temperament, unburdened by the complexities of either sense or sensibility. Lady Middleton, equally unchanged, continued her quiet, dignified pursuit of comfort, maternal indulgence, and formality. Her chief occupation remained her children, whom she adored and spoiled with careful, unwavering attention to their attire and manners while neglecting the cultivation of their minds. The friendship between the families, though originally one of necessity for the Dashwoods, had matured into genuine mutual affection. The Dashwoods, in their maturity, had learned to appreciate the true worth of the Middletons' unwavering kindness. They understood that the Middletons' sometimes superficial concerns were not malice, but merely limitations of character. The Middletons had offered them sanctuary and companionship when they were most isolated, a debt of heart that could never be repaid with clever conversation. Marianne, in particular, who had once dismissed Sir John's relentless cheer as vulgar, now recognized it as a genuine, robust form of goodwill, a far cry from the calculated charm of a Willoughby. She often joined Sir John on his rambles, not to discuss poetry, but to admire the healthy, honest management of his estate. There is a virtue in this simplicity, Elinor, Marianne confessed to her sister one evening. When I was young, I believed only dramatic feeling was real. Now I see that Sir John's happiness, though simple, is incorruptible. He knows exactly who he is, and he is perfectly content with it. Elinor replied, and his virtue, Marianne, is that he never intends to judge or change another person's contentment. His kindness is effortless, and that is a rare and beautiful thing. The gatherings at Barton Park now provided a delightful, if sometimes chaotic, contrast to the more intellectual evenings at De Lafford. At the parsonage, conversation revolved around social issues, philosophy, and literature. At De Lafford House, it concerned estate management and the rearing of Eliza Williams. But at Barton, the chief topics remained the state of the hunting season, the success of the latest ball, and the accomplishments of the Middleton children. Sir John took immense pride in his role as the great social link of the community. He was delighted that his girls, as he still affectionately called the Dashwoods, had married men of such solid respectability. He often boasted to neighbors of the Colonel's deep pockets and Edward's unshakable principles, though he secretly wished Edward would exchange the pulpit for the field more often. Mrs. Jennings, of course, was a permanent and welcome fixture in the area, dividing her time between her daughter and her beloved Dashwoods. Her health was excellent, her spirits unflagging, and her appetite for gossip as keen as ever. She saw the stable marriages of the two sisters as the ultimate vindication of her matchmaking efforts, and she took immense, noisy credit for the entire De Lafford connection. One afternoon, the entire extended family, the Ferrars, the Brandons, and Mrs. Dashwood, gathered at Barton Park for a lively children's party. Though the house was filled with the happy noise of young Henry Ferrars, the small Brandon children, and the boisterous young Middletons. In the midst of the organized chaos, Elinor watched her son Henry playing a quiet game of chess with young Margaret. Henry, exhibiting his father's serious sense, was focused and deliberate. Margaret, her eyes bright with affectionate mischief, was patiently teaching him the joy of unexpected moves. At the other end of the room, Marianne was laughing, a full, rich sound that had returned to her voice, as Sir John recounted a particularly absurd hunting story. She was sitting close to the Colonel, who was listening to his wife's laughter with an expression of quiet adoration. Lady Middleton approached Elinor with a sigh of relief. "It is a mercy to have the children occupied, my dear Mrs. Ferrars. Young Marianne seems to have recovered her spirits entirely. She is much calmer now than she used to be, but she has not lost her vivacity, thanks, I am sure, to the Colonel's steady influence." Elinor, looking around the comfortable, unpretentious room, felt a profound appreciation for the scene. This was true happiness, a composite of many different elements. There was the honest, hearty warmth of Sir John, the quiet, stable devotion of her own marriage, the passionate, soul-deep connection between Marianne and the Colonel, and the simple, enduring love of a mother and her children. The Middletons, in their perfect, unexamined contentment, had provided the backdrop against which the Dashwoods' transformation had taken place. They were the constant, simple chord against which the complex, resolved harmonies of the two sisters were played. They represented the unphilosophical happiness that is achieved simply by having a kind heart and moderate expectations. Elinor realized that the original lesson had not been about choosing one principle over the other, but about recognizing the value of both in all aspects of life. Her own sense had saved her, but Marianne's eventual happiness was a testament to the fact that even the most passionate heart, when guided by a loving hand, could achieve stability without sacrificing depth. And the community, centered at Barton, was the gentle, forgiving mirror reflecting their perfected lives. Though the drama was over, the enduring peace had begun. Chapter 53, Edward's Crisis of Principle, the Son's Ascent. Through the stability of life at the De Lafford parsonage, while profound and comforting, was occasionally tested not by external threat, but by the internal complexities of character. Edward Ferrars, having found his sanctuary in the quiet service of the church, discovered that the very virtues he embodied, integrity, restraint, and an almost paralyzing respect for duty, were now being magnified and misinterpreted by his own son, young Henry. Henry, now nearly 12, possessed his mother's organizational sense but his father's deeply serious disposition. He was a boy of unwavering logic and principle, who took the moral lessons instilled by his parents with an earnest literalness that often bordered on the extreme. His mind moved with the precise, unflinching logic of a mathematical equation, leaving little room for the necessary flexibility and gentle compromises of social life. The small crisis unfolded over a minor incident involving a promise. Henry had solemnly promised his friend, a tenant farmer's son, that he would help fix a fence on a certain afternoon. Later that day, Mrs. Dashwood arrived with an invitation for an unexpected rare pleasure, a trip to the nearest market town to choose a new book. The outing was a highly anticipated treat, yet Henry, after a moment of visible internal struggle, declined, citing his absolute and unbreakable commitment. Edward, who had been listening, felt a curious pang of discomfort, a feeling that was not pride but a sharp, unexpected self-reproach. "My dear boy," Edward said gently, "the commitment was informal. You are under no obligation to sacrifice a much-anticipated pleasure for a small chore that can easily be done tomorrow. Your grandmother's visit is a greater priority, and your friend will understand." Henry looked up at his father, his expression grave. "But father, you taught me that a gentleman's word is his bond, regardless of the triviality of the subject. If I break this promise for pleasure, how will I learn to keep the promises that matter? To compromise now is to compromise my own integrity." His words, a mirror image of Edward's own deeply held beliefs, struck Edward with the force of a revelation. He saw in his son not merely principle, but the rigid, sometimes painful application of sense unsoftened by sensibility, the very flaw that had almost ruined his own life when he was bound by the promise to Lucy Steele. Later that evening, Edward confessed his turmoil to Elinor. They were sitting by the fire in the parsonage study, the quiet peace of the evening surrounding them. "I fear I have taught him too well, Elinor," Edward sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I see myself in him, the terror of deviating from the prescribed path, the belief that duty must always be difficult to be virtuous. He lacks the essential quality of forgiveness, both for himself and for others, that must accompany a strong sense of principle." Elinor, recognizing the echoes of his past agony, placed her hand on his arm. "You are distressed, my love, because you are seeing the ghost of your old self, the self that was trapped by a principle that had become destructive, a principle that demanded sacrifice without reason. Precisely, I honored the promise to Lucy not because I loved her, but because the act of breaking a promise, regardless of the circumstances, felt like a moral collapse. I see Henry heading toward the same dangerous inflexibility. He elevates the letter of the law above the spirit of kindness or necessary compromise. Elinor, whose sense had always included a generous capacity for social maneuvering and gentle expediency, offered a perspective Edward had never fully allowed himself to entertain. Henry has your foundation, Edward, but he needs a different ceiling. We must teach him the sensibility of sense, that true integrity lies in prioritizing obligations. A promise to a friend is good, an obligation to kindness and family connection is higher. It is not about breaking his word, but about recognizing the hierarchy of virtue. Your mistake long ago was believing that every promise was of equal and absolute value, thereby trapping yourself in an ignoble situation when true honor lay in a painful, but ultimately necessary retraction. Edward was silent for a long moment, the warmth of the fire a soft comfort against the cold sting of his past error. He realized that even now, years into his happy marriage, he still viewed his past actions through a lens of unmitigated guilt. He had always seen his duty to Lucy as a moral imperative he had narrowly escaped, rather than a misapplied principle he should have rectified sooner. The true test of sense, Elinor gently explained, lay not in the rigidity of adherence, but in the flexible wisdom of application. It required judgment to know when to apply the rule, and sensibility to understand the impact of that application on others. You taught me to find strength in restraint, Edward, Elinor continued. Now we must teach Henry to find kindness in his strength. We must teach him that an apology, a reasoned explanation, and a rescheduling of the fence-fixing is not a moral failure, but a demonstration of social sense, the ability to navigate life with both integrity and affection. Edward nodded slowly, the internal tension beginning to ease. His long struggle had been not merely with duty, but with the inability to forgive himself for the sensibility, his love for Elinor, that had eventually forced the break with Lucy. He had always feared that his ultimate happiness was founded on a necessary, if justifiable, lapse of principle. But Elinor's words released him. She showed him that the greatest sense lay in choosing the higher good, and that the promise to Lucy was an entanglement that should have been ethically, not merely financially, dissolved long before. The next day, Edward sat with Henry. He praised his son's integrity but explained the nuances of human obligation. He taught Henry that sometimes the simplest act of kindness, a trip with a beloved grandmother, outweighed the most formal, low-stakes promise, provided the broken engagement was handled with clear, apologetic sense. Henry listened, his brow furrowed in concentration. It was a lesson in the complexity of virtue, one that required both his father's steadfast sense and his mother's quiet wisdom. Edward watched him, no longer seeing a painful reflection of his past, but a promise of a future where sense and sensibility would hopefully be in harmony from the very start. Chapter 54. Marianne's empathy, guiding Eliza's sensibility. The most delicate exercise of the balanced sense and sensibility at De Lafford did not concern Marianne's own children, whose character was already showing a promising blend of their parents' virtues, but rather the Colonel's ward, Miss Eliza Williams. Eliza, now 18, possessed a sweet and reserved disposition, yet carried within her the inherited fragility of a troubled past, manifesting as a heightened, almost fearful sensibility. Eliza had been raised in the Colonel's quiet protection, and while she cherished his steady kindness, the atmosphere of deep, unspoken duty surrounding her guardianship often stifled her spirit. She viewed the world, particularly matters of the heart, with a romantic intensity that Marianne, recognizing the mirror image of her younger self, watched with both empathy and alarm. The small crisis unfolded when Eliza became deeply attached to a visiting neighbor, a young man named Mr. Selwyn. Selwyn possessed a certain dashing appearance and a fervent literary enthusiasm that instantly captivated Eliza's idealistic imagination. The Colonel, informed by his mature sense and his heartbreaking history with Eliza's mother, saw only the reckless disregard for financial prudence and the superficiality of character beneath the young man's polished exterior. The Colonel's immediate reaction was one of measured, protective restraint, a reaction born from the deepest, most agonizing fear of history repeating itself. He did not forbid the attachment, but he made his profound disapproval known through a cold, quiet withdrawal that was far more devastating to Eliza than any outburst. He spoke in terms of duty, prudence, and the necessity of ensuring a future sense, a language that, while morally sound, completely failed to acknowledge or soothe the passionate sensibility of the young girl. Eliza, unable to reconcile the depth of her feelings with the cold logic of her guardian, fell into a profound melancholy. Her quiet retreat into despair was almost an exact replica of Marianne's own youthful suffering. Seeing the Colonel's anguished but unyielding resolve, and hearing Edward's recent revelation about the perils of too rigid sense, Marianne knew her intervention was necessary. She understood that this was not a matter for Elinor's pragmatic counsel, but for her own matured emotional wisdom. Only a heart that had been broken by an idol like Willoughby could truly speak to the anguish of a soul enamored by a mere shadow. Marianne sought Eliza in the garden, a place of quiet refuge, where the girl was sitting in desolate silence, gazing fixedly at a distant wood. "Eliza, my dear girl," Marianne began, sitting beside her, her voice low and entirely devoid of judgment. "I have seen this suffering before. I have felt this precise pain of being misunderstood and having a devotion dismissed as frivolous. I know what it is to believe that happiness is found only in the brilliant excess of feeling." Eliza turned, her eyes wide with surprise and a flash of hope. The Dashwood sisters had always been kind, but they rarely spoke of their past trials. "Mrs. Brandon," Eliza whispered, "you cannot know. My heart is entirely engaged, and yet the Colonel, he speaks only of fortune and prudence, as if affection were a mere business transaction." Marianne nodded slowly. "Your guardian speaks from a place of great love, Eliza, but I confess his logic, while correct, is perhaps too cold for a heart as tender as yours. Let me tell you a secret, a very old one, about the error of my youth." For the first time since her marriage, Marianne spoke openly and without shame of her love for Willoughby. She did not dwell on the romance, but on the consequences of her own uncontrolled sensibility. "I was once as you are now, Eliza. I believed that any man who spoke beautifully, who felt passionately, and who shared my own heightened taste was a man of honor. I despised caution, I scoffed at sense, and I mistook the external display of feeling, a dashing manner, eloquent words, for the internal reality of character. I loved him, Eliza, with an intensity that threatened to destroy my life." Marianne paused, allowing the weight of her confession to settle. "And when he abandoned me, the pain was deserved. Not because I lost him, but because I had, by my own romantic excess, blinded myself to the truth of his selfishness. I had placed my sensibility above my judgment, and that is a fatal error. This was the key the Colonel, bound by his code of reserve, could never have offered. He could offer sense, but not the empathy born of shared, corrected error. Marianne offered the sensibility of sense, acknowledging the beauty of the feeling, but demonstrating the necessity of its governance. "Mr. Selwyn," Marianne continued, gently leading the conversation, "may indeed be eloquent, he may indeed possess a poetic soul. But sense, my dear, is the slow, quiet virtue of reliability. It is the ability to sustain the affections he professes, to manage the obligations he will incur, and to be honest even when it is inconvenient. Does he show you this slow, deep virtue, or only the quick, bright flash of emotion?" Marianne urged Eliza to apply sense to her own sensibility. She advised her not to dismiss Mr. Selwyn out of duty, but to observe him critically over time, not when he spoke of poetry, but when he spoke of debt, not when he was flattering her, but when he was dealing with his tenants. She taught her that the true test of character lay in the steady, moderate virtues of domestic life, the virtues the Colonel had quietly exemplified for years. Eliza listened, tears streaming down her face, but these were tears of release, not despair. She finally had an ally who understood the heart's fierce demands, yet who also offered a map back to safety. Over the next few weeks, Eliza, armed with Marianne's nuanced instruction, began to observe Mr. Selwyn through the lens of sense. She noticed his excessive vanity, his carelessness with small sums, and his occasional dismissive tone toward those beneath his social rank. The passionate facade began to crumble under the weight of sober observation. The intense, fragile flame of her romantic sensibility cooled, not by forced suppression, but by informed judgment. When Mr. Selwyn departed for London without a firm declaration or a clear plan for his life, Eliza felt a gentle regret, but not the shattering despair Marianne had once suffered. Marianne, watching Eliza emerge from her melancholy stronger and wiser, realized the full extent of her own transformation. She had taken her former weakness, her profound sensibility, and transformed it into her greatest strength, an unparalleled capacity for empathy. She could now guide others through the perils she had survived, proving that the heart's most destructive errors could, through wisdom and time, become a profound source of light for the next generation. The Colonel, witnessing the success of Marianne's gentle counsel, offered his wife a look of deep, abiding gratitude. He recognized that Marianne had provided the essential quality that his own rigid, duty-bound sense had lacked, the healing power of shared, understood vulnerability. Their marriage, already solid, was perfected by this shared triumph of balanced character. Chapter 55, Elinor's London Test, the contrast of contentment. Though the tranquility of the de Lafford parsonage, having become the cornerstone of Edward and Elinor's perfected existence, occasionally required a sacrifice to the gods of social necessity. This sacrifice manifested as a mandatory trip to London, a journey Edward and Elinor undertook with reluctance, but with the necessary sense that acknowledged the importance of maintaining an uneasy truce with Mrs. Ferrars. Mrs. Ferrars, still governed by an absolute devotion to wealth and social standing, had grudgingly reconciled herself to Edward's marriage to a woman of mere respectability. She did not forgive the match, but she tolerated it, having exhausted her capacity for fury and finding no further purpose in disinheritance, especially now that Edward's financial independence, however modest, rendered her powerless. The visit to her mother-in-law's grand, suffocating townhouse was Elinor's greatest test of composure. It was a brief, necessary plunge back into the world of cold calculation and ostentatious display. The very atmosphere they had so deliberately rejected in favor of the country parsonage. Mrs. Ferrars received them with an air of frigid politeness, her gaze continually assessing Elinor's attire and the general condition of her family, searching for evidence of the inevitable decline she had predicted. Her conversation was a relentless, quiet assault designed to remind Elinor of everything she lacked. "I confess, Mrs. Ferrars," Mrs. Ferrars stated, tapping her ornate fan against her wrist, "I find it quite extraordinary that you managed to exist in such seclusion. Edward tells me your principal amusement is reading aloud and attending to the villagers' afflictions. A life of such dullness must be taxing on your spirits." Elinor met her gaze calmly, her quiet dignity her most potent defense. "On the contrary, madam, we find it a life of profound contentment. The quiet allows us the time to cultivate genuine attachments rather than rushing through superficial amusements. Edward's duties are real, and their performance is satisfying in a way that mere fashion could never be." This was the core of Elinor's mature sense. It was not merely restraint, but the intelligent defense of her own happiness. She did not need to raise her voice or become passionate. Her conviction alone was sufficient. The contrast was further magnified by the presence of Edward's younger brother, Robert Ferrars. Robert, who had inherited the family fortune and was now a wealthy man, was precisely the kind of empty, fashionable fop Elinor had always instinctively distrusted. He had married handsomely and spent his time and money exclusively on matters of taste. Perpetually occupied with the arrangement of his furniture, the design of his gardens, and the meticulous selection of his waistcoats. Robert, now a man of consequence in his own estimation, treated Edward with a condescending pity that was almost intolerable. "Edward, my dear fellow," Robert exclaimed, leaning back in his velvet chair with an air of languid superiority, "you must allow me to say that your furniture at the parsonage, or the little I saw of it, is entirely Gothic. The colors are quite wrong for the modern sensibility. I am commissioning a new set of chairs for my own study, simple, but with an exquisite French polish. You should see them, they are the true epitome of taste." Edward, who found genuine satisfaction in the simple utility of his old furniture, merely smiled. "I assure you, Robert, our furniture serves its purpose admirably, and I fear my wife and I have learned to prefer the taste that is useful to the taste that is merely fashionable." Elinor, observing this exchange, felt a surge of gratitude for her husband's quiet integrity. She saw that Robert possessed the wealth Edward had forfeited, but Edward possessed the moral sense that Robert would never acquire. Robert's life was an endless pursuit of external validation, while Edward's was rooted in the internal satisfaction of a life well chosen. Mrs. Ferrars, determined to find fault, moved to the subject of their finances, thinly veiled as concern. "I suppose you find it difficult to manage, Mrs. Ferrars. The maintenance of a house, even a small one, is an expensive affair. And I hear your sister, Mrs. Brandon, is quite extravagant in her notions of hospitality, despite the Colonel's notoriously careful habits." Elinor took the opening to defend not only her own situation but her sister's true, deep happiness. "Marianne's nature is generous, madam, but her habits are now perfectly regulated by her love for her husband. They possess a happiness that is founded on mutual respect and shared interests, a happiness which, I assure you, is never dependent on the size of their fortune. They are perfectly content." Elinor's voice was calm, but the sincerity of her defense lent it a quiet force. She was stating a truth that Mrs. Ferrars, bound by her materialistic worldview, could neither comprehend nor dismiss. The happiness of the Dashwood sisters, a happiness achieved through trial, sacrifice, and the eventual perfection of character, was immune to the judgments of the world. The final defining moment of the visit occurred when Mrs. Ferrars began to lecture Edward on the proper ambition he should have shown in his youth. She spoke of the disgrace of his having chosen a humble country parish over the brilliant prospects she had planned for him, reminding him that he should have been, a man of power and standing. Edward listened patiently, then spoke with a quiet certainty that entirely disarmed his mother. "Mother, my choices were not made out of disrespect for your wishes, but out of respect for my own character. I found that the life you planned for me was a source of constant discomfort. I have exchanged the anxiety of ambition for the peace of usefulness. I am perfectly happy. I am exactly where I ought to be." Elinor watched him, her heart filled with a triumphant tenderness. This was the man who had been paralyzed by duty, who had been unable to articulate his own desires, now speaking with the moral authority of true contentment. His sense had achieved its greatest victory, not in choosing prudence over passion, but in choosing the genuine life over the artificial one. When they finally escaped the cold grandeur of London and began their journey back to Devonshire, Elinor felt a profound physical relief. The country air, the familiar sight of the hills, and the anticipation of returning to their quiet, loved parsonage felt like a return to sanity itself. She realized that the trip had served a vital purpose. The comparison between the wealth and emptiness of the Ferrars family and the comfortable utility of their own lives was now starkly defined. She had seen the alternative, the price of ambition, and she saw how entirely worthless it was compared to the true treasures of the heart. Elinor, leaning against Edward in the carriage, spoke softly. "I believe, my love, that we possess more true wealth in our small parsonage, in the simple kindness of our neighbors, and in the affection of our family, than Robert will ever find in all his grand houses and polished chairs." And Edward squeezed her hand. "I believe it too, Elinor. They have the great stage, but we have the good play. And that, I assure you, is the greater prize." Elinor smiled, her composure complete, her happiness entire. She had faced the temptations of the world, the subtle lure of wealth, the judgment of society, and she had returned home with her sense intact and her judgment confirmed. The life they had chosen, the life built on moderation and principled affection, was a masterpiece of quiet, enduring happiness. In Chapter 56, Edward's Revelation. Though the sudden arrival of Edward Ferrars at Barton Cottage caused a confusion of sentiments that only Elinor's controlled composure could have endured. Marianne, struck with a terrible certainty, fled the room, unable to face the man she believed to be the newly married husband of Lucy Steele. Mrs. Dashwood, equally convinced, received him with a forced civility that was barely distinguishable from coldness. Elinor remained, her heart sinking, determined to face this final, painful ceremony of politeness. She braced herself for the sight of his unhappily resigned countenance, prepared to offer the congratulations that would feel like a betrayal of her own enduring affection. "I hope I find you well, Miss Dashwood," Edward began, his voice unusually strained, yet carrying a faint hint of something she could not quite decipher. "Perfectly, thank you, sir. We were greatly surprised to see you here," she replied, her voice steady. The silence that followed was agonizing. Elinor resolved to speak the required words. We heard of your marriage, Mr. Ferrars, and offer our sincere, though belated, good wishes." Edward's face, which had been pale, now flushed deeply. He took a nervous turn about the room. "My marriage, Miss Dashwood," he repeated, looking at her intently. "Do you believe I am married?" "Why, certainly," Elinor replied, a sudden chilling fear replacing her former composure. "Was it not so? We received the account from a letter sent by Colonel Brandon." "The Colonel's letter must have been grossly misunderstood," cried Edward, with an animation that was completely foreign to his usual reserve. "I am not married, Miss Dashwood. I am utterly and absolutely free." Elinor felt the blood rush from her head. Though the room seemed to sway, she had borne the confirmation of his loss with stoicism, but the shock of this unlooked-for reprieve was almost too much for her strength. She pressed her hand against her side and remained silent. Edward came closer, his earnestness overcoming his shyness. "The truth is," he continued, speaking rapidly, that Miss Lucy Steele, finding me no longer possessing any wealth, and perceiving my younger brother Robert to be now the possessor of Mrs. Ferrars' favor, judiciously transferred her affections and her hand to him. It is Robert who is married, Miss Dashwood, not I. They were married last week. Elinor could not speak. Her struggle to maintain a countenance of indifference was instantly replaced by a struggle to hide a joy that threatened to overpower every vestige of her reason. She was silent, trying desperately to recall her faculties. "And now, Miss Dashwood," Edward said, his voice dropping to a tone of humble, heartfelt pleading, "now that I am released from an engagement that duty alone made me sustain, I have come only to discover if I have been too presumptuous in my hopes. If you can overlook the long period of my necessary silence and believe that my heart has never, for a single moment, wavered from its devotion to you." The relief, the joy, the utter completion of her long-suffering constancy finally broke through. A single, uncontrollable tear escaped her eye, but the soft, beautiful expression of her face was all the answer Edward needed. "Elinor," he whispered, stepping forward and taking her hand, "tell me I have not come in vain." "You know, Mr. Ferrars," she managed to say, the composure slowly returning, but softened now by overwhelming happiness. "You have not come in vain. Oh, it is impossible to tell you the satisfaction this revelation gives me. And thus, the long-deserved reward of Elinor's steadfast sense was secured. Her deep and enduring love had survived the severest test of prudence and patience, and she was now united, without reproach or future fear, to the man she had loved so long and so rationally. Chapter 57, Joy and Modest Prospects. Elinor's victory was complete, but her emotions, long restrained and now suddenly liberated, still required quiet expression. It fell to her to find her mother and sister and convey the astonishing, life-altering truth. Marianne, pale and trembling, was the first to listen. Upon hearing that Lucy Steele was married not to Edward but to Robert Ferrars, her entire disposition shifted from despair to transports of the wildest joy for her sister. She embraced Elinor repeatedly, weeping tears of genuine happiness and self-reproach. "Oh, Elinor," she cried, forgive me for my horrid belief. My want of sense has been constant. How could I imagine that a heart like Edward's could be truly given away without a struggle, a sign? I thought you were doomed, and now happiness, perfect happiness, is yours." Mrs. Dashwood's delight was even more unreserved. She was overcome with the gratification of seeing her favorite daughter finally secure. Her reproaches were directed entirely at herself. "My dearest, dearest Elinor," she exclaimed, "how often have I accused myself of being the sole source of your unhappiness? I entirely misunderstood Edward's character. I thought his reserve was resignation and his quiet temper the proof of his indifference. I should have known that a man so good could only be deeply in love with a woman so worthy. Edward was then brought back into the family circle, where he was received with every mark of the affection and esteem he deserved. The entire cottage was suddenly infused with a warmth and spirit that had been absent since their days at Norland. Though the discussion then turned to their future, Edward, with the scrupulous honesty that was his nature, detailed the particulars of his situation. His entire fortune consisted of the small living offered by Colonel Brandon, worth about £200 a year. "It is a small pittance, certainly," Edward admitted, looking at Elinor. "But with the kindness of the Colonel, the parsonage is comfortable, and it is a settled independence. I have no ambition beyond a quiet life with you, Elinor, and I know that you, at least, do not desire unnecessary extravagance." Mrs. Dashwood, while rejoicing in the union, could not entirely suppress a regret for the wealth Edward had forfeited. £200, she sighed. Such a prospect for my Elinor. If only he had listened to his mother, if only he had not formed that wretched connection with Miss Steele. Elinor, however, looked at Edward with serene satisfaction. Her love had always been independent of wealth or position. "My dear mamma," Elinor gently observed, "our happiness does not depend on our carriage or our dinner service. It depends on our affection and our mutual respect. Edward has been true to honor at the cost of his fortune. I prize his conduct far above any estate he might have inherited." The modesty of their circumstances was accepted without difficulty by Elinor, and with cheerfulness by Edward. A small income, earned with dignity and shared with the person she loved, was everything Elinor's rational sense had ever required for contentment. It was agreed that Edward should immediately return to secure the necessary formalities of his presentation and to prepare the parsonage for their immediate future. He departed a day later, leaving Elinor with the promise of a swift return and the certainty of perpetual happiness. Chapter 58. The Wedding and Delaford Parsonage. Edward's absence, though brief, seemed lengthy to Elinor, who now had the delicious certainty of happiness to dwell upon. Yet her composure remained, shielding her from the impatience that naturally plagued her mother and sister. He returned precisely at the earliest moment he had promised, bringing with him the settled plans for their marriage. The wedding was arranged to be a quiet, private affair, consistent with the modesty of their future prospects and their own natural inclinations. There was no grandeur, no unnecessary display. The joy was all in the profound, quiet certainty of their union. She was united without the shadow of a single past regret or future fear to the man whose worth she had long discerned and whose honor had only shone brighter amidst his trials. Immediately after the ceremony, the newly married Mr. and Mrs. Edward Ferrars journeyed to their home, the De Lafford parsonage. The house, though small, was comfortable and beautifully situated. The satisfaction of furnishing and settling their modest dwelling was a pleasure entirely suited to Elinor's rational and domestic tastes. Edward, relieved of the crushing burden of his prior engagement, found a deep happiness in the discharge of his clerical duties that his earlier wealth-seeking life would never have permitted. In this secure and tranquil haven, Elinor was at last perfectly happy. She found in Edward's temper and affection all that her judgment had ever desired. Their love was founded on mutual respect, confirmed by trials, and maintained by that excellent sense which ruled Elinor's every action and which Edward, in his quiet way, valued above all things: Marianne's recovery. Marianne remained at Barton, observing her sister's steady bliss. The example of Elinor's happiness, achieved through patience and reason, became her constant beneficial study. The extravagance of her own earlier grief and romantic notions now appeared in their true light, ridiculous and self-indulgent. She began at last to cultivate that sense which was essential to her permanent well-being. Meanwhile, the absurdity of Robert Ferrars and Lucy's marriage was proving a constant source of amusement, if not contention, to the world. Lucy, having secured a Ferrars and a claim to high society, found her husband to be frivolous and self-important. Robert, having married a connection that promised only tediousness and inconvenience, soon discovered the true extent of his wife's vanity and vulgarity. They were, however, equally set on maintaining the appearance of fashionable happiness, and this ambition became their sole point of mutual agreement. Elinor and Edward, secure in their own rational happiness, looked upon these follies with calm amusement, grateful for the turn of fortune that had, through temporary suffering, secured them such perfect, quiet contentment. Chapter 59, Conclusion and Harmony. Marianne's improvement, so essential to her peace, was not quickly achieved, but it was thorough. The discipline of serious illness, the example of Elinor's unwavering fortitude, and the terrible revelation of Willoughby's true nature had finally shattered her faith in her own romantic judgment. She had learnt through pain to distinguish between solid merit and mere superficial brilliance. She began to perceive the true value of Colonel Brandon's character. He possessed all the integrity, generosity, and unalterable goodness that Willoughby had only pretended to have. While her first attachment could never be entirely eradicated, she recognized the folly and danger of committing her happiness solely to the governance of passion. She gradually came to regard the Colonel with the deepest respect he deserved. Colonel Brandon had no need of immediate encouragement to renew his attention. His devotion had been constant, patient, and quiet. He asked for nothing more than to be a useful friend to the family. His steadfastness was eventually rewarded. Slowly, the gratitude, respect, and sincere regard Marianne felt for him ripened into genuine affection. She finally consented to marry him when she was 20 years old, thus securing her own happiness and fulfilling, in a manner, her mother's hopes. Their marriage, though it caused some mild surprise in the neighborhood that the beautiful and brilliant Marianne Dashwood should settle for a man so much her senior, proved to be perfectly happy. The difference in their years was richly compensated by the Colonel's steady affection and Marianne's corrected principles. She was enabled to appreciate the domestic comforts and tranquility of the De Lafford parsonage and estate, and in her husband's happiness she found her own complete satisfaction. Elinor and Edward, already settled nearby, were thus united with Marianne and Colonel Brandon in the closest bonds of daily friendship. The proximity of the two sisters, who loved each other deeply, realized a primary desire of Mrs. Dashwood's heart. The fates of the remaining characters were summarized as follows. Mrs. Ferrars, unable to reconcile herself to Edward's marriage, began to lavish attention upon Robert and Lucy, hoping they might yet bring honor to the family name. But Robert, having acquired the name and little else, proved quickly disappointing, leading to a renewed, though grudging, reconciliation with Edward. Lucy Ferrars, married to Robert, found her ambitious climb limited by her husband's lack of sense and means, and she was forced to maintain a life of fashionable expense without achieving corresponding social importance. Willoughby, whose character remained unimproved, continued his life of fashion and pleasure. He occasionally caught sight of Marianne and confessed to himself, with deep but useless regret, that his avarice had caused him to throw away the only woman who could have made him truly happy. Thus, the two sisters, having navigated their respective trials of sense and sensibility, found their happiness secured. Elinor, through the reward of her fortitude and prudence, and Marianne, through the correction of her excessive sensibility and the proper application of her heart. The epilogue, final fates. The marriages of the Dashwood sisters concluded the central plot, bringing lasting contentment to both. Elinor and Edward Ferrars settled into De Lafford parsonage, finding their happiness founded on mutual respect, strong sense, and quiet domestic pleasures. Edward, finally free to pursue his duties and live honestly, found deep peace. Their union was a testament to the rewards of prudence and fortitude. Marianne and Colonel Brandon, residing at the De Lafford estate nearby, achieved a happiness that was different in origin but equally profound. Marianne's marriage built upon gratitude, esteem, and finally genuine affection rather than the passionate romance she once craved, proved more stable and fulfilling. She successfully curbed her excessive sensibility and learned to appreciate the steady virtues of her husband. Though the two couples formed a constant circle of intimate friendship, fulfilling Mrs. Dashwood's dearest wish to see her daughters settled close together. Mrs. Ferrars eventually, though reluctantly, accepted Edward and Elinor, having been quickly disappointed by the frivolousness of Robert and Lucy. Robert and Lucy Ferrars found their marriage less than glorious. Lucy's ambition was frustrated by Robert's lack of status and his own tiresome vanity. They achieved the appearance of fashionable life but lacked any genuine mutual regard or happiness. Willoughby remained a man of superficial charm. He continued to pursue pleasure but was haunted by the private knowledge that, in choosing wealth over Marianne, he had sacrificed the only chance he had for true and lasting happiness. He confessed in quiet moments that no subsequent attachment had ever rivaled the one he foolishly gave up.